Chapter 14. Deschal Hollis Emus. Deschal Hollis Emus. Deschal Hollis Emus. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Hoopsa boya boy hoopsa. Hoopsa boya boy hoopsa. Hoopsa boya boy hoopsa. Universally that person's acumen is esteemed very little perceptive concerning whatsoever matters are being held as most profitably by mortals with sapience endowed to be studied, who is ignorant of that which the most in doctrine erudite, and certainly by reason of that in them high minds ornament deserving of veneration constantly maintain, when by general consent they affirm that other circumstances being equal by no exterior splendor is the prosperity of a nation more efficaciously asserted than by the measure of how far forward may have progressed the tribute of its solicitude for that pro-life rent continuance, which of evils the original, if it be absent when fortunately present, constitutes the certain sign of omnipotent nature's insurrupt benefaction. For who is there who anything of some significance has apprehended, but is conscious that that exterior splendor may be the surface of a downward tending luculent reality, or on the contrary anyone so is there unilluminated as not to perceive that as no nature's boon can contend against the bounty of increase, so it behoves every most just citizen to become the exhortator and admonisher of his semblables, and to tremble lest what had in the past been by the nation excellently commenced might be in the future not with similar excellence accomplished, if an inverecund habit shall have gradually traduced the honorable by ancestors transmitted customs to that thither of profundity that one was audacious excessively who would have the hardihood to rise, affirming that no more odious offense can for anyone be than to oblivious neglect to consign that evangel simultaneously command and promise, which on all mortals with prophecy of abundance or with diminutions menace that exalted of reiteratedly procreating function ever irrevocably enjoined? It is not why therefore we shall wonder if, as the best historians relate, among the Celts, who nothing that was not in its nature admirable admired, the art of medicine shall have been highly honored. Not to speak of hostels, leper yards, sweating chambers, plague graves, their greatest doctors, the O'Shiels, the O'Hickeys, the O'Lees, have sedulously set down the divers methods by which the sick and the relapsed found again health, whether the malady had been the trembling, withering, or loose boyconel flux. Certainly in every public work which in it anything of gravity contains, preparation should be with importance commensurate, and therefore a plan was by them adopted. Whether by having preconsidered or as the maturation of experience, it is difficult in being said, which the discrepant opinions of subsequent inquirers are not up to the present congrued to render manifest, whereby maternity was so far from all accident possibility removed, that whatever care the patient in that all hardest of woman hour chiefly required, and not solely for the copiously opulent, but also for her who not being sufficiently moneyed scarcely, and often not even scarcely, could subsist valiantly, and for an inconsiderable emolument was provided. To her nothing already then and thenceforward was any way able to be molestful, for this chiefly felt all citizens, except with pro-life rent mothers prosperity at all not to can be, and as they had received eternity God's mortals generation to befit them her beholding, when the case was so hoving itself, parturient and vehicle there you would carrying desire immense among all one another was impelling on of her to be received into that domicile. O thing of prudent nation, not merely in being seen but also even in being related, worthy of being praised, that they her by anticipation went seeing mother, that she by them suddenly to be about to be cherished had been begun, she felt before born bliss babe had within womb one he worship. Whatever in that one case done commodiously done was a couch by midwives attended with wholesome food reposeful, cleanest swaddles as though forth-bringing were now done and by wise foresight set, but to this no less of what drugs there is need, and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered together with images, divine and human, the cogitation of which by segent females is to tumescence conducive, or eases issue in the high sun bright well built fair home of mothers when, ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in, her term up. Some man that wayfaring was stood by house at or at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man that on earth wandering far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house Ahorn is Lord. 70 beds keeps he there, teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns hail, so God's angel to Mary quoth. Watchers tway their walk, white sisters in ward sleepless. Smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moons thrice an 100. Truest bedthanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward wary the watcher hearing come that man mild-hearted eft rising with swire wimpled to him her gate wide undid. Lo, Levin leaping lightens in blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she dread that God the wreaker all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rude made she on breastbone and him drew that he would rathe in fair under her thatch. That man her will wadding worthful went in Horn's house. Loath to irk in Horn's hall hat holding the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter that then over land and sea flower 9 years had long outwandered. Once her in town hith meeting he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved with good ground of her allowed that of him swift seen face, hers, so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then ongat his weeds swart therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that Eredreed was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grameful sigh him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear that him so heavied in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friends so young, all gate sore unwilling God's right wiseness to withsa. She said that he had a fair sweet death through God his goodness with mass priest to be shriven, holy housel and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then right earnest asked the nun of which death the dead man was died, and the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island through belly crab 3 year agone come Childermas, and she prayed to God the Allruthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sad staring. So stood they there both a while in one hope sorrowing one with other. Therefore, every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman, for as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last for to go as he came. The man that was come into the house then spoke to the nursing woman, and he asked her how it fared with the woman that lay there in child bed. The nursing woman answered him and said that that woman was in throes now full 3 days, and that it would be a hard birth unneth to bear, but that now in a little it would be. She said thereto that she had seen many births of women, but never was none so hard as was that woman's birth. Then she set it all forth to him, for because she knew the man that time was had lived nigh that house. The man hearkened to her words, for he felt with wonder women's woe in the travail that they have of motherhood, and he wondered to look on her face that was a fair face for any man to see, but yet was she left after long years a handmaid. 9:12 Blood flows chiding her childless. And whiles they spake, the door of the castle was opened, and there nighed them a mickle noise as of many that sat there at meat. And there came against the place as they stood a young learning knight yclept Dixon. And the traveller Leopold was couth to him, sithen it had happed that they had had ado each with other in the house of Mice Rickard, where this learning knight lay, by cause the traveller Leopold came there to be healed, for he was sore wounded in his breast by a spear wherewith the horrible and dreadful dragon was smitten him, for which he did do make a salve of volatile salt and chrism as much as he might suffice. And he said now that he should go into that castle for to make merry with them that were there. And the traveller Leopold said that he should go otherwhither, for he was a man of caudles and a subtle. Also the lady was of his avis, and reprieved the learning knight, though she trowed well that the traveller had said thing that was false for his subtility. But the learning knight would not hear say nay, nor do her mandament any have him in aught contrarious to his list, and he said how it was a marvellous castle. And the traveller Leopold went into the castle for to rest him for a space, being sore of limb after many marches environing in divers lands and some time venery. And in the castle was set a board that was of the birchwood of Finlandy, and it was upheld by 4 dwarfmen of that country, but they durst not move more for enchantment. And on this board were frightful swords and knives that are made in a great cavern by swinking demons out of white flames, that they fix then in the horns of buffaloes and stags that there abound marvellously. And there were vessels that are wrought by magic of Mahound out of seasoned end. The air by a warlock with his breath, that he blazes into them like to bubbles. And full fair cheer and rich was on the board, that no wight could devise a fuller any richer. And there was a vat of silver that was moved by craft to open, in the which lay strange fishes withouten heads, though misbelieving men nigh that this be possible thing without they see it, natheless they are so. And these fishes lie in an oily water brought there from Portugal land, because of the fatness that therein is like to the juices of the olive press. And also it was a marvel to see in that castle how by magic they make a compost out of fecund wheat kidneys out of caldi, that by aid of certain angry spirits that they do into it swells up wondrously like to a vast mountain. And they teach the serpents there to entwine themselves up on long sticks out of the ground, and of the scales of these serpents they brew out a brewage like to mead. And the learning knight let pour for child Leopold a draught, and helped thereto, the while all they that were there drank every each. And child Leopold did up his beaver for to pleasure him, and took a pertly somewhat in amity, for he never drank no manner of mead, which he then put by, and anon full privily he voided the more part in his neighbour glass, and his neighbour nist not of this while. And he sat down in that castle with them for to rest him there a while. Thanked be Almighty God. This meanwhile this good sister stood by the door, and begged them at the reverence of Jesu our Author liege Lord to leave their wassailing, for there was above one quick with child, a gentle dame, whose time hied fast. Sir Leopold heard on the up floor cry on high, and he wondered what cry that it was, whether of child or woman, and I marvel, said he, that it be not come or now. Meseems it dureth over long. And he was ware and saw a franklin that hight Lenehan on that side the table, that was older than any of the tother, and for that they both were knights virtuous in the one emprise, and eke by cause that he was elder he spoke to him full gently. But, said he, or it be long too, she will bring forth by God his bounty, and have joy of her childing, for she hath waited marvellous long. And the franklin that had drunken said, expecting each moment to be her next. Also he took the cup that stood to for him needed never none asking nor desiring of him to drink, and, now drink, said he, fully delectably, and he quaffed as far as he might to their both's health, for he was a passing good man of his lustiness. And Sir Leopold that was the goodliest guest that ever sat in Scholars' Hall, and that was the meekest man and the kindest that ever laid husbandly hand under hen, and that was the very truest knight of the world, one that ever did minion service to Lady Gentle, pledged him courtly in the cup. Woman's woe with wonder pondering. Now let us speak of that fellowship that was there to the intent to be drunken, and they might. There was a sort of scholars along either side the board, that is to wit, Dixon yclept Junior of St. Mary Merciables, with other his fellows Lynch and Madden, scholars of medicine, and the franklin that hight Lenehan, and one from Albalonga, one Crothers, and young Stephen that had mien of a frere that was at head of the board, and Costello that men cleave and punch Costello all long of a mastery of him ere while jest, and of all them, reserved young Stephen, he was the most drunken that demanded still of more mead, and beside the meek Sir Leopold. But on young Malachi they waited, for that he promised to have come, and such as intended to no goodness said how he had broke his avow. And Sir Leopold sat with them, for he bore fast friendship to Sir Simon and to this his son young Stephen, and for that his languor becalmed him there after longest wanderings, in so much as they feasted him for that time in the honorablest manner. Ruth read him, love led on with will to wander, loath to leave. For they were right witty scholars. And he heard their airy sounds each gen other as touching birth and righteousness, young Madden maintaining that put such case it were hard the wife to die, for so it had fallen out a matter of some year agone with a woman of Eblena in Horn's house, that now was trespassed out of this world, and the self night next before her death all leeches and apothecaries had taken counsel of her case. And they said farther she should live, because in the beginning, they said, the woman should bring forth in pain, and wherefore they that were of this imagination affirmed how young Madden had said truth, for he had conscience to let her die. And not few and of these was young Lynch were in doubt that the world was now right evil governed as it was never other, howbeit the mean people believed it otherwise, but the law nor his judges did provide no remedy. A redress God grant. This was scant said, but all cried with one acclaim, nay, by our Virgin Mother, the wife should live and the babe to die. In color whereof they waxed hot upon that head, what with argument and what for their drinking, but the Franklin Lenehan was prompt each one to pour them ales, so that at the least way mirth might not lack. Then young Madden showed all the whole affair, and said how that she was dead, and how for holy religion's sake, by rede of Palmer and Beatsman, and for a vow he had made to Saint Ultan of Arbracken, her goodman husband would not let her death, whereby they were all wondrous grieved. To whom young Stephen had these words following: Murmur, sirs, is eke oft among lay folk. Both babe and parent now glorify their Maker, the one in limbo gloom, the other in purge fire. But, gramercy, what of those God-possibled souls that we nightly impossibles, which is the sin against the Holy Ghost, very God, Lord, and Giver of life? For, sirs, he said, our lust is brief. We are means to those small creatures within us, and nature has other ends than we. Then said Dixon Jr. to Punch Costello, wist he what ends? But he had overmuch drunken, and the best word he could have of him was that he would ever dishonest a woman, whoso she were, or wife, or maid, or leman, if it so fortuned him to be delivered of his spleen of loosety head. Whereat Crothers of Albalonga sang young Malachi's praise of that beast the unicorn, how once in the millennium he cometh by his horn, the other all this while, pricked forward with their jibes wherewith they did malice him, witnessing all and several by Saint Photinus his engines, that he was able to do any manner of thing that lay in man to do. Thereat laughed they all right jocundly, only young Stephen and Sir Leopold, which never durst laugh too open by reason of a strange humour which he would not bewray, and also for that he rued for her that bare whoso she might be or wheresoever. Then spake young Stephen Orgulous of Mother Church, that would cast him out of her bosom, of law of canons, of Lilith, patron of abortions, of bigness wrought by wind of seeds, of brightness or by potency of vampires mouth to mouth, or, as Virgilius saith, by the influence of the Occident, or by the reek of moonflower, or and she lie with a woman which her man has but lain with, affectious acuto, or peradventure in her bath, according to the opinions of Averroes and Moses Maimonides. He said also how at the end of the second month a human soul was infused, and how in all our Holy Mother foldeth ever souls for God's greater glory, whereas that earthly mother which was but a dam to bear beastly should die by cannon, for so saith he that holdeth the fisherman's seal, even that blessed Peter, on which rock was Holy Church for all ages founded. All they bachelors then asked of Sir Leopold, would he in like case so jeopard her person as risk life to save life? A wariness of mind he would answer as fitted all, and, laying hand to jaw, he said dissembling, as his wont was, that as it was informed him, who had ever loved the art of physic as might a layman, and agreeing also with his experience of so seldom seen an accident, it was good for that Mother Church belike at one blow had birth and death pence, and in such sort deliverly he scaped their questions. That is truth, party, said Dixon, and, or I err, a pregnant word. Which hearing young Stephen was a marvellous glad man, and he averred that he who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord, for he was of a wild manner when he was drunken, and that he was now in that taking it appeared eftsoons. But Sir Leopold was passing grave maugre his word, by cause he still had pity of the terror-causing shrieking of shrill women in their labour, and as he was minded of his good Lady Marian that had borne him an only man-child, which on his 11th day on live had died, and no man of art could save, so dark is destiny. And she was wondrous stricken of heart for that evil hap, and for his burial did him on a fair corslet of lamb's wool, the flower of the flock, lest he might perish utterly and lie ocalade, for it was then about the midst of the winter. And now Sir Leopold, that had of his body no man-child for an heir, looked upon him his friend's son, and was shut up in sorrow for his forepast happiness, and as sad as he was that him failed a son of such gentle courage, for all accounted him of real parts, so Grieved he also in no less measure for young Stephen, for that he lived riotously with those wastrels and murdered his goods with whores. About that present time young Stephen filled all cups that stood empty, so as there remained but little mo if the precentor had not shadowed their approach from him that still plied it very busily, who, praying for the intentions of the sovereign pontiff, he gave them for a pledge the vicar of Christ, which also as he said is vicar of Bray. Now drink we, quod he, of this mazer and quaff ye this mead, which is not indeed parcel of my body but my soul's bodiment. Leave ye fraction of bread to them that live by bread alone. Be not afeard neither for any want, for this will comfort more than the other will dismay. See ye here. And he showed them glistering coins of the tribute and goldsmith notes, the worth of £2.19 that he had, he said, for a song which he writ. They all admired to see the foresaid riches in such dearth of money as was here before. His words were then these as followeth: Know all men, he said, time's ruins build eternity's mansions. What means this? Desire's wind blasts the thorn tree, but after it becomes from a bramble bush to be a rose upon the root of time. Mark me now. In woman's womb word is made flesh, but in the spirit of the Maker all flesh that passes becomes the word that shall not pass away. This is the post-creation. Omnis caro ad te veniet. No question but her name is puissant, who even tried the dear course of our Agenbuyer, healer, and heard, our mighty mother and mother most venerable, and Bernardus saith aptly that she hath an omnipotentium diberi supplicem, that is to wit, an almightiness of petition, because she is the second Eve and she won us, saith Augustine too, whereas that other, our grandam, which we are linked up with by successive anastomosis of naval cords, sold us all, seed, breed and generation, for a penny pippin. But here is the matter now. Or she knew him, that second I say, and was but creature of her creature, Virgin Madre, figlia de tuo figlio, or she knew him not, and then stands she in the one denial or ignorancy with Peter Piscator, who lives in the house that Jack built, and with Joseph the joiner, patron of the happy demise of all unhappy marriages. Parce qui m leo taxel nous sedit qui elevate my stand set fish we position catate le sacer pigeon, ventre de Dieu. En tweeter transubstantiality odor consubstantiality, but in no case subsubstantiality. And all cried out upon it for a very scurvy word. A pregnancy without joy, he said, a birth without pangs, a body without blemish, a belly without bigness. Let the lewd with faith and fervor worship. With will we withstand, with za. Hereupon Punch Costello dinged with his fist upon the board, and would sing a body catch stabella about a wench that was put in pod of a jolly swashbuckler in Almany, which he did straightway now attack. The first 3 months she was not well, stabu, when here nurse quickly from the door angrily bid them hist ye should shame you, nor was it not meet as she remembered them, being her mind was to have all orderly against Lord Andrew came, for because she was jealous that no gastful turmoil might shorten the honor of her guard. It was an ancient and a sad matron of a sedate look and Christian walking, in habit done beseeming her megrims and wrinkled visage, nor did her hortative want of it effect, for incontinently Punch Costello was of them all embraided, and they reclaimed the churl with civil rudeness some, and shaked him with menace of blandishments others, whiles they all chode with him, and seized the dolt, what a devil he would be it, thou chuff, thou puny, thou God in peace straw, thou lozle, thou chitterling, thou spawn of a rebel, thou dyke dropped, thou abortion, thou, to shut up his drunken drool out of that like a curse of God ape, the good Sir Leopold that had for his cognizance the flower of quiet, March reign gentle, advising also the time's occasion as most sacred and most worthy to be most sacred. In Horn's house rest should reign. To be short, this passage was scarce by when Master Dixon of Mary in Ecclesiastes, goodly grinning, asked young Stephen what was the reason why he had not sighed to take friar's vows, and he answered him obedience in the womb, chastity in the tomb, but involuntary poverty all his days. Master Lenehan at this made return that he had heard of those nefarious deeds, and how, as he heard hereof counted, he had besmirched the lily virtue of a confiding female, which was corruption of minors, and they all in turn showed it too, waxing merry and toasting to his fathership. But he said very entirely it was clean contrary to their suppose, for he was the eternal Son and ever Virgin. Thereat mirth grew in them the more, and they rehearsed to him his curious rite of wedlock for the disrobing and deflowering of spouses, as the priests use in Madagascar Island, she to be in guise of white and saffron, her groom in white and grain, with burning of nard and tapers, on a brit eaped, while clerks sung Kyries and the anthem Ut noviter sexus omnis corporis mysterium, till she was there unmated. He gave them then a much admirable hymen minim by those delicate poets Master John Fletcher and Master Francis Beaumont, that is in their Maid's Tragedy, that was writ for a like twining of lovers. To bed was the burden of it, to be played with accompaniable consent upon the virginals. An exquisite dulcet epithalame of most mollificative swadency for juveniles amatory, whom the odoriferous flambeaux of the paranymphs have escorted to the quadrupedal proscenium of connubial communion. Well met they were, said Master Dixon, joyed, but, harkee, young sir, better were they named Beaumont and Letcher, for, by my troth, of such a mingling much might come. Young Stephen said indeed to his best remembrance they had but the one doxy between them, and she of the stews to make shift within delights amorous, for life ran very high in those days, and the custom of the country approved with it. Greater love than this, he said, no man hath, that a man lay down his wife for his friend. Go thou and do likewise. Thus, or words to that effect, saith Zarathustra, sometime Regius Professor of French Letters to the University of Oxdale, nor breathed there ever that man to whom mankind was more beholden. Bring a stranger within thy tower, it will go hard but thou wilt have the second best bed. Orate, fratra, pro mimetiso. And all the people shall say, Amen. Remember, Aaron, thy generations and thy days of old, how thou settedst little by me and by my word, and broughtedst in a stranger to my gates to commit fornication in my sight, and to wax fat and kick like Shuram. Therefore hast thou sinned against my light, and hast made me, thy Lord, to be the slave of servants. Return, Clan Millie, forget me not, O Milchion. Why hast thou done this abomination before me, that thou didst spurn me for a merchant of jallops, and didst deny me to the Roman and to the Indian of dark speech, with whom thy daughters did lie luxuriously? Look forth now, my people, upon the land of behest, even from Horeb and from Nebo and from Pisgah and from the horns of Hattin unto a land flowing with milk and money. But thou hast suckled me with a bitter milk, my moon and my sun thou hast quenched forever. And thou hast left me alone forever in the dark ways of my bitterness, and with a kiss of ashes hast thou kissed my mouth. This tenebrosity of the interior, he proceeded to say, hath not been illumined by the wit of the Septuagint, nor so much as mentioned for the Orient from on high, which brake hell's gates, visited a darkness that was foraneous. Assuefaction menorates atrocities, as Tully saith of his darling Stoics, and Hamlet his father shalleth the prince no blister of combustion. The adiaphane in the noon of life is an Egypt's plague, which in the nights of prenativity and postmortemity is their most proper ubi and quomodo. And as the ends and ultimates of all things accord in some mean and measure with their inceptions and originals, that same multiplicit concordance which leads forth growth from birth, accomplishing by a retrogressive metamorphosis that minishing in ablation towards the final which is agreeable unto nature, so is it with our subs ola being. The aged sisters draw us into life, we wail, batten, sport, clip, clasp, sunder, dwindle, die, over us dead they bend. First, saved from waters of old Nile, among bulrushes, a bed of fasciated wattles, at last the cavity of a mountain, an occulted sepulchre amid the conclamation of the hill cat and the ossifrage. And as no man knows the ubicity of his tumulus, nor to what processes we shall thereby be ushered, nor whether to Tophet or to Edenville in the like way, is all hidden, when we would backward see from what region of remoteness the whatness of our who-ness hath fetched his whenceness. Thereto Punch Costello roared out mainly 8 yen Shan Son, but he loudly bid them, Lo, wisdom hath built herself a house, this vast majestic long-stablished vault, the crystal palace of the Creator, all in APPLEP order, a penny for him who finds the P. Behold the mansion reared by Deedle Jack. See the malt stored in many a refluent sack. In the proud cirque of Jack John's bivouac. A black crack of noise in the street here, alack, bawled back. Loud on left Thor thundered, in anger awful the hammer hurler. Came now the storm that hissed his heart. And Master Lynch bade him have a care to flout and wit wanton as the god self was angered for his hell prate and paganry. And he that had erst challenged to be so doughty waxed wan as they might all mark and shrank together, and his pitch that was before so hot a uplift was now of a sudden quite plucked down, and his heart shook within the cage of his breast as he tasted the rumor of that storm. Then did some mock and some jeer, and Punch Costello fell hard again to his yale, which Master Lenehan vowed he would do after, and he was indeed but a word and a blow on any the least colour. But the braggart boaster cried that an old nobodaddy was in his cups, it was much wat and different, and he would not lag behind his lead. But this was only to die his desperation, as cowed he crouched in Horn's Hall. He drank indeed at one draught to pluck up a heart of any grace, for it thundered long rumblingly over all the heavens, so that Master Madden, being godly certain whiles, knocked him on his ribs upon that crack of doom, and Master Bloom, at the braggart's side, spoke to him calming words to slumber his great fear, advertising how it was no other thing but a hubbub noise that he heard, the discharge of fluid from the thunderhead, look you, having taken place, and all of the order of a natural phenomenon. But was young Boastheart's fear vanquished by commerce words? No, for he had in his bosom a spike named bitterness, which could not by words be done away. And was he then neither calm like the one nor godly like the other? He was neither, as much as he would have liked to be either. But could he not have endeavored to have found again, as in his youth, the bottle holiness that then he lived withal? Indeed no, for grace was not there to find that bottle. Heard he then in that clap the voice of the god bring forth, or, what Comer said, a hubbub of phenomenon? Heard? Why, he could not but hear unless he had plugged him up the tube understanding, which he had not done. For through that tube he saw that he was in the land of phenomenon, where he must for a certain one day die as he was like the rest to a passing show. And would he not accept to die like the rest and pass away? By no means would he, though he must, nor would he make more shows according as men do with wives, which phenomenon has commanded them to do by the book law. Then wot he not of that other land which is called Believe on Me, that is the land of promise, which behoves to the King delightful, and shall be forever, where there is no death and no birth, neither wiving nor mothering, at which all shall come as many as believe on it? Yes, Pius had told him of that land, and Chaste had pointed him to the way, but the reason was that in the way he fell in with a certain whore of an eye-pleasing exterior, whose name, she said, is Bird in the Hand, and she beguiled him wrong ways from the true path by her flatteries, that she said to him as, Ho, you pretty man, turn aside hither and I will show you a brave place, and she lay at him so flatteringly that she had him in her grot, which is named Two in the Bush, or, by some learned, carnal concupiscence. This was it what all that company that sat there at commons in mans of mothers the most lusted after, and if they met with this whore Bird in the Hand, which was within all foul plagues, monsters and a wicked devil, they would strain the last, but they would make at her and know her. For regarding Believe on Me, they said it was naught else but notion, and they could conceive no thought of it, for, first, Two in the Bush, whither she ticed them, was the very goodliest grot, and in it were 4 pillows, on which were 4 tickets with these words printed on them, Pick a back and topsy-turvy and shame face and cheek by jowl, and, second, for that foul plague alpox and the monsters, they cared not for them, for preservative had given them a stout shield of oxen gut, and, third, that they might take no hurt neither from offspring that was that wicked devil, by virtue of this same shield, which was named Kill Child. So were they all in their blind fancy, Mr. Cavil and Mr. Sometimes Godly, Mr. Ape Swillow, Mr. False Franklin, Mr. Dainty Dixon, young Boast Hard, and Mr. Cautious Comer. Wherein, O wretched company, were yet all deceived, for that was the voice of the god that was in a very grievous rage that he would presently lift his arm up and spill their souls for their abuses and their spillings done by them contrariwise to his word which forth to bring brenningly biddeth. So Thursday 16th June Patk. Dignam laid in clay of an apoplexy, and after hard drought, please God, rained, a bargeman coming in by water of 50 mile or thereabout with turf, saying the seed won't sprout, fields athirst, very sad-collared and stunk mightily, the quags and toffs too. Hard to breathe, and all the young quicks clean consumed without sprinkle this long while back, as no man remembered to be without. The rosy buds all gone brown and spread out blobs, and on the hills naught but dry flag and faggots that would catch at first fire. All the world saying, for aught they knew, the big wind of last February, a year that did havoc the land so pitifully, a small thing beside this barrenness. But by and by, as said, this evening after sundown, the wind sitting in the west, biggish swollen clouds to be seen as the night increased, and the weatherwise pouring up at them, and some sheet lightnings at first and after, past 10 of the clock, one great stroke with a long thunder, and in a brace of shakes all scamper pell-mell within door for the smoking shower, the men making shelter for their straws with a clout or kerchief, women folk skipping off with kirtles catched up soon as the pour came. In Ely Place, Bagot Street, Duke's Lawn, thence through Marion Green up to Hollis Street, a swash of water flowing that was before Bondry, and not one chair or coach or fiacre seen about, but no more crack after that first. Over against the RT Honorable Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon's door, that is to sit with Mr. Healy the lawyer upon the college lands, Mal Mulligan a gentleman's gentleman that had but come from Mr. Moore's the writer's, that was a papish but is now, folk say, a good Willie meet, chanced against Alec Bannon in a cut bob, which are now in with Dan's cloaks of Kendall Green, that was new got to town from Malinga with the stage, where his cuz and Mal MS brother will stay a month yet till St. Swithin, and asks what in the earth he does there. He bound home, and he to Andrew Horns being stayed for to crush a cup of wine, so he said, but would tell him of a skittish heifer, big of her age and beef to the heel, and all this while poured with rain, and so both together on to Horns. There Leop Bloom of Crawford's Journal sitting snug with a covey of wags, likely brangling fellows, Dixon June, scholar of My Lady of Mercies, Ven Lynch, a Scots fellow, Will Madden, T. Lenehan, very sad about a racer he fancied, and Stephen D. Leop Bloom there for a languor he had, but was now better, he having dreamed tonight a strange fancy of his Dame Mrs. Moll with red slippers on in a pair of turkey trunks, which is thought by those in Ken to be for a change, and Mistress Purefoy there, that got in through pleading her belly, and now on the stools, poor body, 2 days past her term, the midwife's sore put to it and can't deliver, she queasy for a bowl of rice slop that is a shrewd dryer up of the insides, and her breath very heavy more than good, and should be a bully boy from the Knox, they say, but God give her soon issue. 'Tis her 9th chick to live, I hear, and Lady Day bit off her last chick's nails that was then a 12-month, and with other 3 all breastfed that died, written out in a fair hand in the King's Bible. Her hub 50-odd and a Methodist, but takes the sacrament, and is to be seen any fair Sabbath with a pair of his boys off Bullock Harbour dapping on the Sound with a heavy braked reel, or in a punt he has trailing for flounder and pollock, and catches a fine bag, I hear. In some an infinite great fall of rain, and all refreshed, and will much increase the harvest, yet those in Ken say after wind and water fire shall come, for a prognostication of Malachi's almanac. And I hear that Mr. Russell has done a prophetical charm of the same just out of the Hindustanish for his Farmer's Gazette, to have 3 things in all, but this a mere fetch without bottom of reason for old crones and bairns, yet sometimes they are found in the right guess with their queerities, no telling how. With this came up Lenehan to the feet of the table to say how the letter was in that night's Gazette, and he made a show to find it about him, for he swore with an oath that he had been at pains about it. but on Stephen's persuasion he gave over the search and was bidden to sit nearby, which he did mighty brisk. He was a kind of sport gentleman that went for a merry andrew or honest pickle, and what belonged of women, horseflesh, or hot scandal he had it pat. To tell the truth, he was mean in fortunes, and for the most part hankered about the coffee houses and low taverns with crimps, ostlers, bookies, Paul's men, runners, flat caps, waistcoaters, ladies of the bagnio and other rogues of the game, or with a chanceable catch-pole or a tipstaff, often at nights till broad day, of whom he picked up between his sack possets much loose gossip. He took his ordinary at a boiling cooks, and if he had but gotten into him a mess of broken victuals or a platter of tripes with a bare tester in his purse, he could always bring himself off with his tongue. Some randy quip he had from a punk or what not, that every mother's son of them would burst their sides. The other, Costello that is, hearing this talk, asked was it poetry or a tale? Faith, no, he says, Frank, that was his name, 'tis all about carry cows that are to be butchered along of the plague. But they can go hang, says he with a wink, for me with their bully beef, a pox on it. There's as good fish in this tin as ever came out of it, and very friendly he offered to take up some salty sprats that stood by, which he had eyed wishly in the meantime, and found the place, which was indeed the chief design of his embassy, as he was sharp set. Mort auxiliary vatches, says Frank then in the French language that had been indentured to a brandy shipper that has a wine lodge in Bordeaux, and he spoke French like a gentleman too. From a child this Frank had been it enough that his father, a head burro, who could ill keep him to school to learn his letters and the use of the globes, matriculated at the university to study the mechanics, but he took the bit between his teeth like a raw colt, and was more familiar with the justiciary and the parish beadle than with his volumes. One time he would be a play actor, then a sutler or a welsher, then naught would keep him from the bearpit and the cocking main, then he was for the ocean sea, or to hoof it on the roads with the Romany folk, kidnapping a squire's heir by favor of moonlight, or fecking maid's linen, or choking chicken behind a hedge. He had been off as many times as a cat has lives, and back again with naked pockets as many more, to his father the head burro, who shed a pint of tears as often as he saw him. What, says Mr. Leopold with his hands across, that was earnest to know the drift of it. Will they slaughter all? I protest I saw them but this day morning going to the Liverpool boats, says he. I can scarce believe 'tis so bad, says he. And he had experience of the like brood beasts, and of springers, greasy hoggets, and weather wool, having been some years before actuary for Mr. Joseph Cuff, a worthy salesmaster that drove his trade for livestock and meadow auctions hard by Mr. Gavin Lowe's yard in Prussia Street. I question with you there, says he. More like 'tis the Hoos or the Timber Tongue. Mr. Stephen, a little moved but very handsomely, told him no such matter, and that he had dispatches from the Emperor's chief tail tickler thanking him for the hospitality, that was sending over Dr. Rinderpest, the best quoted cow-catcher in all Muscovy, with a bolus or two of physic to take the bull by the horns. Come, come, says Mr. Vincent, plain dealing. He'll find himself on the horns of a dilemma if he meddles with a bull that's Irish, says he. Irish by name and Irish by nature, says Mr. Stephen, and he sent the ale purling about, an Irish bull in an English china shop. I conceive you, says Mr. Dixon. It is that same bull that was sent to our island by Farmer Nicholas, the bravest cattle breeder of them all, with an emerald ring in his nose. True for you, says Mr. Vincent cross the table, and a bull's eye into the bargain, says he, and a plumper and a portlier bull, says he, never shit on Shamrock. He had horns galore, a coat of cloth of gold, and a sweet smoky breath coming out of his nostrils, so that the women of our island, leaving dough balls and rolling pins, followed after him, hanging his bulliness in daisy chains. What for that, says Mr. Dixon, but before he came over, Farmer Nicholas that was a eunuch had him properly gelded by a college of doctors who were no better off than himself. So be off now, says he, and do all my cousin German the Lord Harry tells you, and take a farmer's blessing," and with that he slapped his posteriors very soundly. But the slap and the blessing stood him friend, says Mr. Vincent, for to make up he taught him a trick worth two of the others, so that maid, wife, abbess, and widow to this day affirm that they would rather any time of the month whisper in his ear in the dark of a cow-house or get a lick on the nape from his long holy tongue than lie with the finest strapping young ravisher in the four fields of all Ireland. Another then put in his word, and they dressed him, says he, in a point shift and petticoat with a tippet and girdle and ruffles on his wrists, and clipped his forelock and rubbed him all over with spermacetic oil, and built stables for him at every turn of the road with a gold manger in each full of the best hay in the market, so that he could doss and dung to his heart's content. By this time the father of the faithful, for so they called him, was grown so heavy that he could scarce walk to pasture. To remedy which our cousining dames and damsels brought him his fodder in their apron laps, and as soon as his belly was full he would rear up on his hind quarters to show their ladyships a mystery, and roar and bellow out of him in bull's language, and they all after him. "Aye," says another, "and so pampered was he that he would suffer naught to grow in all the land but green grass for himself, for that was the only colour to his mind, and there was a board put up on a hillock in the middle of the island with a printed notice, saying, 'By the Lord Harry, green is the grass that grows on the ground.' And," says Mr. Dixon, "if ever he got scent of a cattle raider in Roscommon or the wilds of Connemara, or a husbandman in Sligo that was sowing as much as a handful of mustard or a bag of rapeseed out, he'd run amuck over half the countryside, rooting up with his horns whatever was planted, and all by Lord Harry's orders. There was bad blood between them at first," says Mr. Vincent, "and the Lord Harry called Farmer Nicholas all the old nicks in the world, and an old whoremaster that kept 7 trulls in his house, and I'll meddle in his matters," says he. "I'll make that animal smell hell," says he, "with the help of that good pizzle my father left me." But one evening, says Mr. Dixon, when the Lord Harry was cleaning his royal pell to go to dinner after winning a boat race, he had spade oars for himself, but the first rule of the course was that the others were to row with pitchforks. He discovered in himself a wonderful likeness to a bull, and on picking up a black-thumbed chapbook that he kept in the pantry, he found sure enough that he was a left-hand descendant of the famous champion bull of the Romans, Bos Bovum, which is good bog Latin for boss of the show. After that, says Mr. Vincent, the Lord Harry put his head into a cow's drinking trough in the presence of all his courtiers, and pulling it out again told them all his new name. Then, with the water running off him, he got into an old smock and skirt that had belonged to his grandmother, and bought a grammar of the bull's language to study, but he could never learn a word of it except the first personal pronoun, which he copied out big and got off by heart, and if ever he went out for a walk he filled his pockets with chalk to write it upon what took his fancy, the side of a rock or a tea-house table or a bale of cotton or a cork float. In short, he and the bull of Ireland were soon as fast friends as an arse in a shirt. They were, says Mr. Stephen, and the end was that the men of the island, seeing no help was toward, as the ungreat women were all of one mind, made a wary raft, loaded themselves and their bundles of chattels on shipboard, set all masts erect, manned the yards, sprang their luff, heaved to, spread 3 sheets in the wind, put her head between wind and water, weighed anchor, ported her helm, ran up the Jolly Roger, gave 3 times 3, let the Bulletin run, pushed off in their bumboat, and put to sea to recover the main of America. Which was the occasion, says Mr. Vincent, of the composing by a boatswain of that rollicking shanty, Pope Peter's but a piss abed. A man's a man for a that. Our worthy acquaintance Mr. Malachi Mulligan now appeared in the doorway as the students were finishing their apologue, accompanied with a friend whom he had just rencountered, a young gentleman, his name Alec Bannon, who had late come to town, it being his intention to buy a colour or a cornetcy in the Fencibles and list for the wars. Mr. Mulligan was civil enough to express some relish of it, all the more as it jumped with a project of his own for the cure of the very evil that had been touched on. whereat he handed round to the company a set of pasteboard cards which he had printed that day at Mr. Quinnell's, bearing a legend printed in fair italics: Mr. Malachi Mulligan, Fertilizer and Incubator, Lambay Island. His project, as he went on to expound, was to withdraw from the round of idle pleasures such as form the chief business of Sir Fopling Popinjay and Sir Milksop Quidnunc in town, and to devote himself to the noblest task for which our bodily organism has been framed. "Well, let us hear of it, good my friend," said Mr. Dixon. "I make no doubt it smacks of wenching. Come, be seated, both. 'Tis as cheap sitting as standing." Mr. Mulligan accepted of the invitation and, expatiating upon his design, told his hearers that he had been led into this thought by a consideration of the causes of sterility, both the inhibitory and the prohibitory, whether the inhibition in its turn were due to conjugal vexations or to a parsimony of the balance, as well as whether the prohibition proceeded from defects congenital or from proclivities acquired. It grieved him plaguily, he said, to see the nuptial couch defrauded of its dearest pledges, and to reflect upon so many agreeable females with rich jointures, a prey to the vilest bonzes, who hide their flambeau under a bushel in an uncongenial cloister, or lose their womanly bloom in the embraces of some unaccountable muskin, when they might multiply the inlets of happiness, sacrificing the inestimable jewel of their sex when 100 pretty fellows were at hand to caress. This, he assured them, made his heart weep. To curb this inconvenient, which he concluded due to a suppression of latent heat, having advised with certain counsellors of worth and inspected into this matter, he had resolved to purchase in fee simple for ever the freehold of Lambay Island from its holder, Lord Talbot de Malahide, a Tory gentleman of note much in favour with our ascendancy party. He proposed to set up there a national fertilizing farm to be named Omphalos, with an obelisk hewn and erected after the fashion of Egypt, and to offer his dutiful yeoman services for the fecundation of any female of what grade of life soever who should there direct to him with the desire of fulfilling the functions of her natural. Money was no object, he said, nor would he take a penny for his pains. The poorest kitchen wench, no less than the opulent lady of fashion, if so be their constructions and their tempers were warm persuaders for their petitions, would find in him their man. For his nutriment he shewed how he would feed himself exclusively upon a diet of savoury tubercles and fish and connies there, the flesh of these latter prolific rodents being highly recommended for his purpose, both broiled and stewed with a blade of mace and a pod or two of capsicum chilies. After this homily, which he delivered with much warmth of asseveration, Mr. Mulligan in a trice put off from his hat a kerchief with which he had shielded it. They both, it seems, had been overtaken by the rain, and for all their mending their pace had taken water, as might be observed by Mr. Mulligan's small clothes of a hodden grey, which was now somewhat piebald. His project meanwhile was very favourably entertained by his auditors, and won hearty eulogies from all, though Mr. Dixon of Mary's accepted to it, asking with a finicking air did he purpose also to carry coals to Newcastle. Mr. Mulligan however made court to the scholarly by an apt quotation from the classics which, as it dwelt upon his memory, seemed to him a sound and tasteful support of his contention. Talus ac tanta deprivatio hujus seculi, o quirites, ut matris familiarum nostri lascivas cujus libet semaviri libici titillations testibius pondrasis et excelsis erectionibus centurionum Romanorum magno per anteponent, while for those of ruder wit he drove home his point by analogies of the animal kingdom more suitable to their stomach. The buck and doe of the forest glade, the farmyard drake and duck. Valuing himself not a little upon his elegance, being indeed a proper man of person, this talkative now applied himself to his dress with animadversions of some heat upon the sudden whimsy of the atmospherics, while the company lavished their encomiums upon the project he had advanced. The young gentleman, his friend, overjoyed as he was at a passage that had late befallen him, could not forbear to tell it his nearest neighbour. Mr. Mulligan, now perceiving the table, asked for whom were those loaves and fishes, and, seeing the stranger, He made him a civil bow and said, "Pray, sir, was you in need of any professional assistance we could give?" Who, upon his offer, thanked him very heartily, though preserving his proper distance, and replied that he was come there about a lady, now an inmate of Horn's house, that was in an interesting condition, poor body, from woman's woe, and here he fetched a deep sigh, to know if her happiness had yet taken place. Mr. Dixon, to turn the table, took on to ask of Mr. Mulligan himself whether his incipient ventripotence, upon which he rallied him, betokened an ovoblastic gestation in the prostatic utricle or male womb, or was due, as with the noted physician, Mr. Austin Meldon, to a wolf in the stomach. For answer Mr. Mulligan, in a gale of laughter at his smalls, smote himself bravely below the diaphragm, exclaiming with an admirable droll mimic of Mother Grogan, "The most excellent creature of her sex, though 'tis pity she's a trollop, there's a belly that never bore a bastard." This was so happy a conceit that it renewed the storm of mirth and threw the whole room into the most violent agitations of delight. The spry rattle had run on in the same vein of mimicry but for some larum in the antechamber. Here the listener, who was none other than the Scotch student, a little fume of a fellow, blond as tow, congratulated in the liveliest fashion with the young gentleman and, interrupting the narrative at a salient point, having desired his Vesuvius with a polite beck to have the obligingness to pass him a flagon of cordial waters at the same time by a questioning poise of the head, a whole century of polite breeding had not achieved so nice a gesture, to which was united an equivalent but contrary balance of the bottle, asked the narrator as plainly as was ever done in words if he might treat him with a cup of it. "Mais bien sir, noble stranger," said he cheerily, "et mille compliments. That you may, and very opportunely. There wanted nothing but this cup to crown my felicity. But, gracious heaven, was I left with but a crust in my wallet and a cup full of water from the well, my God, I would accept of them and find it in my heart to kneel down upon the ground and give thanks to the powers above for the happiness vouchsafed me by the giver of good things." With these words he approached the goblet to his lips, took a complacent draught of the cordial, slicked his hair and, opening his bosom, out popped a locket that hung from a silk riband, that very picture which he had cherished ever since her hand had wrote therein. Gazing upon those features with a world of tenderness, "Ah, monsieur," he said, "had you but beheld her as I did with these eyes at that affecting instant, with her dainty tucker and her new coquette cap, a gift for her feast day as she told me prettily, in such an artless disorder, of so melting a tenderness, pon my conscience, even you, monsieur, had been impelled by generous nature to deliver yourself wholly into the hands of such an enemy, or to quit the field forever. I declare, I was never so touched in all my life. God, I thank thee, as the author of my days. Thrice happy will he be whom so amiable a creature will bless with her favors." A sigh of affection gave eloquence to these words, and, having replaced the locket in his bosom, he wiped his eye and sighed again. "Beneficent disseminator of blessings to all thy creatures, how great and universal must be that sweetest of thy tyrannies which can hold in thrall the free and the bond, the simple swain and the polished coxcomb, the lover in the heyday of reckless passion and the husband of maturer years. But indeed, sir, I wander from the point. How mingled and imperfect are all our sublunary joys! Maledicity!" he exclaimed in anguish. "Would to God that foresight had but remembered me to take my cloak along. I could weep to think of it. Then, though it had poured 7 showers, we were neither of us a penny the worse. But beshrew me," he cried, clapping hand to his forehead, "tomorrow will be a new day, and, thousand thunders, I know of a marchand de capotes, Monsieur Points, from whom I can have for a lever as snug a cloak of the French fashion as ever kept a lady from wedding." "Tut, tut!" cries le fécondateur, tripping in, "my friend Monsieur Moore, that most accomplished traveller. I have just cracked a half bottle avec Louis in a circle of the best wits of the town, is my authority that in Cape Horn, ventre bitch, they have a rain that will wet through any, even the stoutest cloak. A drenching of that violence, he tells me, Sen's blog, has sent more than one luckless fellow in good earnest post-haste to another world. Pooh! A lever! Cries Monsieur Lynch. The clumsy things are dear at a sou. One umbrella, were it no bigger than a fairy mushroom, is worth 10 such stopgaps. No woman of any wit would wear one. My dear Kitty told me today that she would dance in a deluge before ever she would starve in such an ark of salvation for, as she reminded me, blushing piquantly and whispering in my ear though there was none to snap her words but giddy butterflies, Dame Nature, by the divine blessing, has implanted it in our hearts and it has become a household word that Ilya do shows for which the innocence of our original garb, in other circumstances a breach of the proprieties, is the fittest, nay, the only garment. The first, said she, and here my pretty philosopher, as I handed her to her tilbury, to fix my attention, gently tipped with her tongue the outer chamber of my ear, the first is a bath. But at this point a bell tinkling in the hall cut short a discourse which promised so bravely for the enrichment of our store of knowledge. Amid the general vacant hilarity of the assembly a bell rang and, while all were conjecturing what might be the cause, Miss Callan entered and, having spoken a few words in a low tone to young Mr. Dixon, retired with a profound bow to the company. The presence even for a moment among a party of debauches of a woman endued with every quality of modesty and not less severe than beautiful refrained the humorous sallies even of the most licentious, but her departure was the signal for an outbreak of ribaldry. "Strike me silly," said Costello, a low fellow who was fuddled. "A monstrous fine bit of cow flesh. I'll be sworn she has rendezvoused you." "What, you dog? Have you a way with them?" "Gadsbud, immensely so," said Mr. Lynch. "The bedside manner it is that they use in the Mater Hospice. Dem, does not Dr. O'Gargle chuck the nuns there under the chin? As I look to be saved I had it from my Kitty who has been ward maid there any time these 7 months. "Lawks-a-mercy, doctor," cried the young blood in the primrose vest, feigning a womanish simper and with immodest squirmings of his body, "how you do tease a body. Drat the man. Bless me, I'm all of a wibbly-wobbly. Why, you're as bad as dear little Father Cantikism, that you are." "May this pot of 4 half choke me," cried Costello, "if she ain't in the family way. I knows a lady what's got a white swelling quick as I claps eyes on her." The young surgeon, however, rose and begged the company to excuse his retreat as the nurse had just then informed him that he was needed in the ward. Merciful Providence had been pleased to put a period to the sufferings of the lady who was enceinte, which she had borne with a laudable fortitude, and she had given birth to a bouncing boy. "I want patience," said he, "with those who, without wit to enliven or learning to instruct, revile an ennobling profession which, saving the reverence due to the deity, is the greatest power for happiness upon the earth. I am positive when I say that if need were I could produce a cloud of witnesses to the excellence of her noble exercitations which, so far from being a byword, should be a glorious incentive in the human breast. I cannot away with them." "What? Malign such an one, the amiable Miss Callan, who is the lustre of her own sex and the astonishment of ours, and at an instant the most momentous that can befall a puny child of clay? Perish the thought! I shudder to think of the future of a race where the seeds of such malice have been sown and where no right reverence is rendered to mother and maid in house of Horn." Having delivered himself of this rebuke he saluted those present on the by and repaired to the door. A murmur of approval arose from all, and some were for ejecting the low soaker without more ado, a design which would have been effected, nor would he have received more than his bare deserts had he not abridged his transgression by affirming with a horrid imprecation, for he swore a round hand, that he was as good a son of the true fold as ever drew breath. "Step my vitals," said he, them was always the sentiments of honest Frank Costello, which I was bred up most particular to honor thy father and thy mother that had the best hand to a roly-poly or a hasty pudding, as you ever see, what I always looks back on with a loving heart. To revert to Mr. Bloom, who, after his first entry, had been conscious of some impudent mocks which he however had borne with as being the fruits of that age upon which it is commonly charged that it knows not pity. The young sparks, it is true, were as full of extravagancies as overgrown children. The words of their tumultuary discussions were difficultly understood and not often nice. Their testiness and outrageous mots were such that his intellects resiled from, nor were they scrupulously sensible of the proprieties, though their fund of strong animal spirits spoke in their behalf. But the word of Mr. Costello was an unwelcome language for him, for he nauseated the wretch that seemed to him a crop-eared creature of a misshapen gibbosity, born out of wedlock and thrust like a crook-backed tooth-head and feet first into the world, which the dint of the surgeon's pliers in his skull lent indeed a colour to, so as to put him in thought of that missing link of creation's chain desiderate by the late ingenious Mr. Darwin. It was now for more than the middle span of our allotted years that he had passed through the thousand vicissitudes of existence, and, being of a wary ascendancy and self a man of rare forecast, he had enjoined his heart to repress all motions of a rising choler and, by intercepting them with the readiest precaution, foster within his breast that plenitude of sufferance which base minds jeer at, rash judgers scorn, and all find tolerable and but tolerable. To those who create themselves wits at the cost of feminine delicacy, a habit of mind which he never did hold with, to them he would concede neither to bear the name nor to hurt the tradition of a proper breeding, while for such that, having lost all forbearance, can lose no more, there remained the sharp antidote of experience to cause their insolency to beat a precipitate and inglorious retreat. Not but what he could feel with meddlesome youth which, caring not for the mots of dotards or the gruntlings of the severe, is ever, as the chaste fancy of the holy writer expresses it, for eating of the tree forbid it, yet not so far forth as to pretermit humanity upon any condition soever towards a gentlewoman when she was about her lawful occasions. To conclude, while from the sister's words he had reckoned upon a speedy delivery, he was, however, it must be owned, not a little alleviated by the intelligence that the issues so auspicated after an ordeal of such duress now testified once more to the mercy as well as to the bounty of the Supreme Being. Accordingly he broke his mind to his neighbor, saying that, to express his notion of the thing, his opinion, who ought not perchance to express one, was that one must have a cold constitution and a frigid genius not to be rejoiced by this freshest news of the fruition of her confinement, since she had been in such pain through no fault of hers. The dressy young blade said it was her husband's that put her in that expectation, or at least it ought to be, unless she were another Ephesian matron. I must acquaint you, said Mr. Crothers, clapping on the table so as to evoke a resonant comment of emphasis. Old Glory Allelujurum was round again today, an elderly man with Dundrearies, preferring through his nose a request to have word of Wilhelmina, my life, as he calls her. I bade him hold himself in readiness, for that the event would burst anon. Slife, I'll be round with you. I cannot but extol the virile potency of the old bucko that could still knock another child out of her. All fell to praising of it, each after his own fashion, though the same young blade held with his former view that another than her conjugile had been the man in the gap, a clerk in orders, a link boy, virtuous, or an itinerant vendor of articles needed in every household. Singular, communed the guest with himself, the wonderfully unequal faculty of metempsychosis possessed by them, that the puerperal dormitory and the dissecting theatre should be the seminaries of such frivolity, that the mere acquisition of academic titles should suffice to transform in a pinch of time these votaries of levity into exemplary practitioners of an art which most men anyways eminent have esteemed the noblest. But, he further added, it is mayhap to relieve the pent-up feelings that in common oppress them, for I have more than once observed that birds of a feather laugh together. But with what fitness, let it be asked of the noble lord, his patron, has this alien, whom the concession of a gracious prince has admitted to civic rights, constituted himself the lord paramount of our internal polity? Where is now that gratitude which loyalty should have counseled? During the recent war, whenever the enemy had a temporary advantage with his granados, did this traitor to his kind not seize that moment to discharge his piece against the empire of which he is a tenant at will, while he trembled for the security of his 4%? Has he forgotten this as he forgets all benefits received? Or is it that from being a deluder of others he has become at last his own dupe, as he is, if report belie him not, his own and his only enjoyer? Far be it from candor to violate the bedchamber of a respectable lady, the daughter of a gallant major, or to cast the most distant reflections upon her virtue, but if he challenges attention there, as it was indeed highly his interest not to have done, then be it so. Unhappy woman, she has been too long and too persistently denied her legitimate prerogative to listen to his objurgations with any other feeling than the derision of the desperate. He says this, a censor of morals, a very pelican in his piety, who did not scruple, oblivious of the ties of nature, to attempt illicit intercourse with a female domestic drawn from the lowest strata of society. Nay, had the hussy's scouring brush not been her tutelary angel, it had gone with her as hard as with Hagar, the Egyptian. In the question of the grazing lands his peevish asperity is notorious, and in Mr. Cuff's hearing brought upon him from an indignant rancher a scathing retort couched in terms as straightforward as they were bucolic. It ill becomes him to preach that gospel. Has he not nearer home a seed field that lies fallow for the want of the plowshare? A habit reprehensible at puberty is second nature and an opprobrium in middle life. If he must dispense his balm of Gilead in nostrums and apothegms of dubious taste to restore to health a generation of unfledged profligates, let his practice consist better with the doctrines that now engross him. His marital breast is the repository of secrets which decorum is reluctant to adduce. The lewd suggestions of some faded beauty may console him for a consort neglected and debauched, but this new exponent of morals and healer of ills is at his best an exotic tree which, when rooted in its native Orient, throve and flourished and was abundant in balm, but, transplanted to a clime more temperate, its roots have lost their quondam vigor, while the stuff that comes away from it is stagnant, acid, and inoperative. The news was imparted with a circumspection recalling the ceremonial usage of the sublime port by the second female infirmarian to the junior medical officer in residence, who in his turn announced to the delegation that an heir had been born. When he had betaken himself to the women's apartment to assist at the prescribed ceremony of the afterbirth in the presence of the Secretary of State for Domestic Affairs and the members of the Privy Council, silent in unanimous exhaustion and approbation, the delegates, chafing under the length and solemnity of their vigil and hoping that the joyful occurrence would palliate a license which the simultaneous absence of Abigail and obstetrician rendered the easier, broke out at once into a strife of tongues. In vain the voice of Mr. Canvasser Bloom was heard endeavoring to urge, to mollify, to refrain. The moment was too propitious for the display of that discursiveness which seemed the only bond of union among tempers so divergent. Every phase of the situation was successively eviscerated: the prenatal repugnance of uterine brothers, the caesarean section, posthumity with respect to the father, and, that rarer form, with respect to the mother, the fratricidal case known as the child's murder, and rendered memorable by the impassioned plea of Mr. Advocate Bush which secured the acquittal of the wrongfully accused, the rights of primogeniture and king's bounty touching twins and triplets, miscarriages, and infanticides, simulated or dissimulated, the acardiac fetus in fetu and a prosopia due to a congestion, the agnathia of certain chinless Chinamen, cited by Mr. Candidate Mulligan, in consequence of defective reunion of the maxillary knobs along the medial lines so that, as he said, one ear could hear what the other spoke, the benefits of anesthesia or twilight sleep, the prolongation of labor pains in advanced gravidancy by reason of pressure on the vein, the premature relentment of the amniotic fluid, as exemplified in the actual case, with consequent peril of sepsis to the matrix, artificial insemination by means of syringes, involution of the womb consequent upon the menopause, the problem of the perpetration of the species in the case of females impregnated by delinquent rape, that distressing manner of delivery called by the Brandenburger-Stuttgart, the recorded instances of multiseminal, twikindled, and monstrous births conceived during the catamenic period or of consanguineous parents. In a word, all the cases of human nativity which Aristotle has classified in his masterpiece with chromolithographic illustrations. The gravest problems of obstetrics and forensic medicine were examined with as much animation as the most popular beliefs on the state of pregnancy, such as the forbidding to a gravid woman to step over a country stile, lest, by her movement, the navel cord should strangle her creature, and the injunction upon her in the event of a yearning, ardently and ineffectually entertained, to place her hand against that part of her person which long usage has consecrated as the seat of castigation. The abnormalities of hair lip, breast mole, supernumerary digits, Negro's inkle, strawberry mark, and port wine stain were alleged by one as a prima facie and natural hypothetical explanation of those swine-headed. The case of Madame Grisel Stevens was not forgotten, or dog-eared infants occasionally born. The hypothesis of a plasmic memory, advanced by the Caledonian envoy and worthy of the metaphysical traditions of the land he stood for, envisaged in such cases an arrest of embryonic development at some stage antecedent to the human. An outlandish delegate sustained against both these views, with such heat as almost carried conviction, the theory of copulation between women and the males of brutes, his authority being his own avouchment in support of fables such as that of the Minotaur, which the genius of the elegant Latin poet has handed down to us in the pages of his Metamorphoses. The impression made by his words was immediate but short-lived. It was effaced as easily as it had been evoked by an allocution from Mr. Candidate Mulligan in that vein of pleasantry which none better than he knew how to effect, postulating as the supremest object of desire a nice clean old man. Contemporaneously, a heated argument having arisen between Mr. Delegate Madden and Mr. Candidate Lynch regarding the juridical and theological dilemma created in the event of one Siamese twin predeceasing the other, the difficulty by mutual consent was referred to Mr. Canvasser Bloom for instant submittal to Mr. Coadjutor Deacon Daedalus. Hitherto silent, whether the better to show by preternatural gravity that curious dignity of the garb with which he was invested, or in obedience to an inward voice, he delivered briefly and, as some thought, perfunctorily the ecclesiastical ordinance forbidding man to put asunder what God has joined. But Malachi began to freeze them with horror. He conjured up the scene before them. The secret panel beside the chimney slid back, and in the recess appeared Haynes. Which of us did not feel his flesh creep? He had a portfolio full of Celtic literature in one hand, in the other a phial marked poison. Surprise, horror, loathing were depicted on all faces while he eyed them with a ghostly grin. I anticipated some such reception, he began with an eldritch laugh, for which, it seems, history is to blame. Yes, it is true. I am the murderer of Samuel Childs. And how I am punished! The inferno has no terrors for me. This is the appearances on me. Terror and ages, what way would I be resting at all? He muttered thickly, and I tramping Dublin this while back with my share of songs, and himself after me the like of a Solf or a Bulawaris. My hell, and Ireland's, is in this life. It is what I tried to obliterate my crime. Distractions, rook shooting, the Erse language, he recited some, laudanum, he raised the phial to his lips, camping out. In vain. His spectre stalks me. Dope is my only hope. Ah! Destruction! The Black Panther! With a cry he suddenly vanished and the panel slid back. An instant later his head appeared in the door opposite and said, "Meet me at Westland Row Station at 11:10." He was gone. Tears gushed from the eyes of the dissipated host. The seer raised his hand to heaven, murmuring, the vendetta of Mannanon. The sage repeated, Lex talionis. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Malachias, overcome by emotion, ceased. The mystery was unveiled. Haynes was the third brother. His real name was Childs. The Black Panther was himself the ghost of his own father. He drank drugs to obliterate. For this relief much thanks. The lonely house by the graveyard is uninhabited. No soul will live there. The spider pitches her web in the solitude. The nocturnal rat peers from his hole. A curse is on it. It is haunted. Murderer's ground. What is the age of the soul of man? As she hath the virtue of the chameleon to change her hue at every new approach, to be gay with the merry and mournful with the downcast, so too is her age changeable as her mood. No longer is Leopold, as he sits there, ruminating, chewing the cud of reminiscence, that state agent of publicity and holder of a modest substance in the funds. A score of years are blown away. He is young Leopold. There, as in a retrospective arrangement, a mirror within a mirror, hey, presto, he beholdeth himself. That young figure of then is seen, precociously manly, walking on a nipping morning from the old house in Clanbrassil Street to the high school, his book satchel on him bandolier-wise, and in it a goodly hunk of wheaten loaf, a mother's thought. Or it is the same figure, a year or so gone over, in his first hard hat, that was a day, already on the road, a full-fledged traveler for the family firm, equipped with an order book, a scented handkerchief, not for show only, his case of bright trinket ware, alas, a thing now of the past, and a quiverful of compliant smiles for this or that half-won housewife reckoning it out upon her fingertips or for a budding virgin, shyly acknowledging, but the heart, tell me, his studied baize moines. The scent, the smile, but, more than these, the dark eyes and oleaginous address, brought home at dusk fall many a commission to the head of the firm, seated with Jacob's pipe after like labors in the paternal ingle, a meal of noodles, you may be sure, is a hayoting, reading through round horn spectacles some paper from the Europe of a month before. But hey, presto, the mirror is breathed on and the young knight-errant recedes, shrivels, dwindles to a tiny speck within the mist. Now he is himself paternal and these about him might be his sons. Who can say? The wise father knows his own child. He thinks of a drizzling night in Hatch Street, hard by the bonded stores there, the first. Together, she is a poor waif, a child of shame, yours and mine and of all for a bare shilling in her luck penny. Together they hear the heavy tread of the watch as two rain-caped shadows pass the new Royal University. Bridie Kelly. He will never forget the name, ever remember the night, first night, the bride night. They are entwined in nethermost darkness, the willer with the willed, and in an instant, fiat, light shall flood the world. Did heart leap to heart? Nay, fair reader. In a breath 'twas done, but hold back. It must not be. In terror the poor girl flees away through the murk. She is the bride of darkness, a daughter of night. She dare not bear the sunny golden babe of day. No, Leopold. Name and memory solace thee not. That youthful illusion of thy strength was taken from thee and in vain. No son of thy loins is by thee. There is none now to be for Leopold, what Leopold was for Rudolph. The voices blend and fuse in clouded silence, silence that is the infinite of space, and swiftly, silently the soul is wafted over regions of cycles of generations that have lived. A region where grey twilight ever descends, never falls on wide sage-green pasture fields, shedding her dusk, scattering a perennial dew of stars. She follows her mother with ungainly steps, a mare leading her filly foal. Twilight phantoms are they, yet molded in prophetic grace of structure, slim shapely haunches, a supple tendonous neck, the meek apprehensive skull. They fade, sad phantoms, all is gone. Agendith is a wasteland, a home of screech owls and the sand-blind Upipa. Nitame, the golden, is no more. And on the highway of the clouds they come, muttering thunder of rebellion, the ghosts of beasts. Huh. Hark. Huh. Parallax stalks behind and goads them, the lancinating lightnings of whose brow are scorpions. Elk and yak, the bulls of Bashan and of Babylon, mammoth and mastodon, they come trooping to the sunken sea, Lacus Mortis. Ominous revengeful zodiacal host. They moan, passing upon the clouds, horned and capricorned, the trumpeted with the tusked, the lion-maned, the giant antlered, snouter and crawler, rodent, ruminant, and pachyderm, all their moving moaning multitude, murderers of the sun. Onward to the Dead Sea they tramp to drink, unslaked and with horrible gulpings, the salt somnolent inexhaustible flood. And the equine portent grows again, magnified in the deserted heavens, nay to heaven's own magnitude, till it looms, vast, over the house of Virgo. And lo, wonder of metempsychosis, it is she, the everlasting bride, harbinger of the day-star, the bride, ever virgin. It is she, Martha, thou lost one, Millicent, the young, the dear, the radiant. How serene does she now arise, a queen among the Pleiades, in the penultimate antelucan hour, shod in sandals of bright gold, coiffed with a veil of what do you call it, gossamer? It flows about her star-born flesh and loose it streams, emerald, sapphire, mauve and heliotrope, sustained on currents of the cold interstellar wind, winding, coiling, simply swirling, writhing in the skies a mysterious writing till, after a myriad metamorphoses of symbol, it blazes, Alpha, a ruby and triangled sign upon the forehead of Taurus. Francis was reminding Stephen of years before when they had been at school together in Conme's time. He asked about Glaucon, Alcibiades, Pisistratus. Where were they now? Neither knew. You have spoken of the past and its phantoms, Stephen said. Why think of them? If I call them into life across the waters of Lethe, will not the poor ghosts troop to my call? Who supposes it? I, Booz Stephanoumenos, bullet-befriending bard, am lord and giver of their life. He encircled his giddying hair with a coronal of vine leaves, smiling at Vincent. That answer and those leaves, Vincent said to him, will adorn you more fitly when something more, and greatly more, than a cap full of light odes can call your genius father. All who wish you well hope this for you. All desire to see you bring forth the work you meditate, to acclaim you Stephanforos. I heartily wish you may not fail them. Oh no, Vincent Lenehan said, laying a hand on the shoulder near him. Have no fear. He could not leave his mother an orphan. The young man's face grew dark. All could see how hard it was for him to be reminded of his promise and of his recent loss. He would have withdrawn from the feast had not the noise of voices allayed the smart. Madden had lost 5 drachmas on scepter for a whim of the rider's name, Lenehan as much more. He told them of the race. The flag fell and, off, scamper, the mare ran out freshly with O'Madden up. She was leading the field. All hearts were beating. Even Phyllis could not contain herself. She waved her scarf and cried, Huzzah! Scepter wins. But in the straight on the run home when all were in close order the dark horse throwaway drew level, reached, outstripped her. All was lost now. Phyllis was silent, her eyes were sad anemones. Juno, she cried, I am undone. But her lover consoled her and brought her a bright casket of gold in which lay some oval sugar plums which she partook. A tear fell, one only. A whacking fine whip, said Lenehan, is W. Lane. 4 winners yesterday and 3 today. What rider is like him? Mount him on the camel or the boisterous buffalo, the victory in a hack canter is still his. But let us bear it as was the ancient wont. Mercy on the luckless. Poor scepter, he said with a light sigh. She is not the filly that she was. Never, by this hand, shall we behold such another. By gad, sir, a queen of them. Do you remember her, Vincent? I wish you could have seen my queen today, Vincent said. How young she was and radiant, Lalage were scarce fair beside her, in her yellow shoes and frock of muslin, I do not know the right name of it. The chestnuts that shaded us were in bloom, the air drooped with their persuasive odor and with pollen floating by us. In the sunny patches one might easily have cooked on a stone a batch of those buns with Corinth fruit in them that Periplipamine sells in his booth near the bridge. But she had not for her teeth but the arm with which I held her, and in that she nibbled mischievously when I pressed too close. A week ago she lay ill, 4 days on the couch, but today she was free, blithe, mocked at peril. She is more taking than her posies too. Mad romp that she is, she had pulled her fill as we reclined together. And in your ear, my friend, you will not think who met us as we left the field. Conmee himself. He was walking by the hedge, reading, I think, a brevier book with, I doubt not, a witty letter in it from Glycera or Chloe to keep the page. The sweet creature turned all colors in her confusion, feigning to reprove a slight disorder in her dress. A slip of underwood clung there, for the very trees adore her. When Conmee had passed she glanced at her lovely echo in that little mirror she carries. But he had been kind. In going by he had blessed us. The gods too are ever kind, Lenehan said. If I had poor luck with Base's mare, perhaps this draught of his may serve me more propensely. He was laying his hand upon a wine jar. Malachi saw it and withheld his act, pointing to the stranger and to the scarlet label. Warily, Malachi whispered, preserve a druid silence. His soul is far away. It is as painful perhaps to be awakened from a vision as to be born. Any object, intensely regarded, may be a gate of access to the incorruptible Aeon of the gods. Do you not think it, Stephen? Theosophos told me so, Stephen answered, whom in a previous existence Egyptian priests initiated into the mysteries of karmic law. The lords of the moon, Theosophos told me, an orange fiery shipload from planet Alpha of the lunar chain would not assume the etheric doubles, and these were therefore incarnated by the ruby-colored egos from the second constellation. However, as a matter of fact though, the preposterous surmise about him being in some description of a doldrums or other or mesmerized, which was entirely due to a misconception of the shallowest character, was not the case at all. The individual whose visual organs while the above was going on were at this juncture commencing to exhibit symptoms of animation was as astute if not astuter than any man living, and anybody that conjectured the contrary would have found themselves pretty speedily in the wrong shop. During the past 4 minutes or thereabouts he had been staring hard at a certain amount of No. 1 base bottled by Messrs. Base & Co. at Burton-on-Trent, which happened to be situated amongst a lot of others right opposite to where he was, and which was certainly calculated to attract anyone's remark on account of its scarlet appearance. He was simply and solely, as it subsequently transpired for reasons best known to himself, which put quite an altogether different complexion on the proceedings, after the moment before's observations about boyhood days and the turf, recollecting 2 or 3 private transactions of his own which the other 2 were as mutually innocent of as the babe unborn. Eventually, however, Both their eyes met, and as soon as it began to dawn on him that the other was endeavoring to help himself to the thing, he involuntarily determined to help him himself, and so he accordingly took hold of the neck of the medium-sized glass recipient which contained the fluid sought after, and made a capacious hole in it by pouring a lot of it out with, also at the same time, however, a considerable degree of attentiveness in order not to upset any of the beer that was in it. About the place. The debate which ensued was in its scope and progress an epitome of the course of life. Neither place nor council was lacking in dignity. The debaters were the keenest in the land, the theme they were engaged on the loftiest and most vital. The high hall of Horn's house had never beheld an assembly so representative and so varied, nor had the old rafters of that establishment ever listened to a language so encyclopedic. A gallant scene in truth it made. Crothers was there at the foot of the table in his striking Highland garb, his face glowing from the briny airs of the Mole of Galloway. There too, opposite to him, was Lynch, whose countenance bore already the stigmata of early depravity and premature wisdom. Next the Scotchman was the place assigned to Costello, the eccentric, while at his side was seated in stolid repose the squat form of Madden. The chair of the resident indeed stood vacant before the hearth, but on either flank of it the figure of Bannon in explorer's kit of tweed shorts and salted cowhide brogues contrasted sharply with the primrose elegance and town-bred manners of Malachi Rowland St. John Mulligan. Lastly, at the head of the board was the young poet who found a refuge from his labors of pedagogy and metaphysical inquisition in the convivial atmosphere of Socratic discussion, while to right and left of him were accommodated the flippant prognosticator, fresh from the hippodrome, and that vigilant wanderer, soiled by the dust of travel and combat and stained by the mire of an indelible dishonor, but from whose steadfast and constant heart no lure or peril or threat or degradation could ever efface the image of that voluptuous loveliness which the inspired pencil of Lafayette has limned for ages yet to come. It had better be stated here and now at the outset that the perverted transcendentalism to which Mr. S. Daedalus, div. contentions would appear to prove him pretty badly addicted runs directly counter to accepted scientific methods. Science, it cannot be too often repeated, deals with tangible phenomena. The man of science, like the man in the street, has to face hard-headed facts that cannot be blinked and explain them as best he can. There may be, it is true, some questions which science cannot answer at present, such as the first problem submitted by Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Canv., regarding the future determination of sex. Must we accept the view of Empedocles of Trinacria that the right ovary, the post-menstrual period, assert others, is responsible for the birth of males, or are the too long neglected spermatozoa or nemasperms the differentiating factors, or is it, as most embryologists incline to opine, such as Culpeper, Spallanzani, Blumenbach, Lusk, Hertwig, Leopold, and Valenti, a mixture of both? This would be tantamount to a cooperation, one of nature's favorite devices, between the nisus format ivus of the nemasperm on the one hand, and on the other a happily chosen position, succubitus felix, of the passive element. The other problem raised by the same inquirer is scarcely less vital: infant mortality. It is interesting because, as he pertinently remarks, we are all born in the same way, but we all die in different ways. Mr. M. Mulligan, Hygeteug, document, blames the sanitary conditions in which our grey-lunged citizens contract adenoids, pulmonary complaints, etc. by inhaling the bacteria which lurk in dust. These factors, he alleged, and the revolting spectacles offered by our streets, hideous publicity posters, religious ministers of all denominations, mutilated soldiers and sailors, exposed scorbutic card rivers, the suspended carcasses of dead animals, paranoid bachelors, and unfructified duennas, these, he said, were accountable for any and every fallen gulf in the caliber of the race. Calipedia, he prophesied, would soon be generally adopted, and all the graces of life, genuinely good music, agreeable literature, light philosophy, instructive pictures, plaster cast reproductions of the classical statues such as Venus and Apollo, artistic colored photographs of prize babies. All these little attentions would enable ladies who were in a particular condition to pass the intervening months in a most enjoyable manner. Mr. J. Crothers, Disc. Bassi, attributes some of these demises to abdominal trauma in the case of women workers subjected to heavy labors in the workshop and to marital discipline in the home, but by far the vast majority to neglect, private or official, culminating in the exposure of newborn infants, the practice of criminal abortion, or in the atrocious crime of infanticide. Although the former, we are thinking of neglect, is undoubtedly only too true, the case he cites of nurses forgetting to count the sponges in the peritoneal cavity is too rare to be normative. In fact, when one comes to look into it, the wonder is that so many pregnancies and deliveries go off so well as they do, all things considered, and in spite of our human shortcomings which often balk nature in her intentions. An ingenious suggestion is that thrown out by Mr. V. Lynch, Bassi, Erith, that both natality and mortality, as well as all other phenomena of evolution, tidal movements, lunar phases, blood temperatures, diseases in general, everything, in fine, in nature's vast workshop, from the extinction of some remote sun to the blossoming of one of the countless flowers which beautify our public parks, is subject to a law of numeration as yet unascertained. Still, the plain, straightforward question why a child of normally healthy parents and seemingly a healthy child and properly looked after succumbs unaccountably in early childhood, though other children of the same marriage do not, must certainly, in the poet's words, give us pause. Nature, we may rest assured, has her own good and cogent reasons for whatever she does, and in all probability such deaths are due to some law of anticipation by which organisms in which morbus germs have taken up their residence. Modern science has conclusively shown that only the plasmic substance can be said to be immortal, tend to disappear at an increasingly earlier stage of development, an arrangement which, though productive of pain to some of our feelings, notably the maternal, is nevertheless, some of us think, in the long run beneficial to the race in general, in securing thereby the survival of the fittest. Mr. S. Daedalus, Div. Sep, remark, or should it be called an interruption, that an omnivorous being which can masticate, deglut, digest and apparently pass through the ordinary channel with perfect imperturbability such multifarious aliments as can serenus females emaciated by parturition, corpulent professional gentlemen, not to speak of jaundiced politicians and chlorotic nuns, might possibly find gastric relief in an innocent collation of staggering bob, reveals as naught else could, and in a very unsavory light, the tendency above alluded to, for the enlightenment of those who are not so intimately acquainted with the minutiae of the municipal abattoir as this morbid-minded aesthete and embryo philosopher, who for all his overweening bumptiousness in things scientific can scarcely distinguish an acid from an alkali, prides himself on being. It should perhaps be stated that staggering bob in the vile parlance of our lower-class licensed victuallers signifies the cookable and eatable flesh of a calf newly dropped from its mother. In a recent public controversy with Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Kinv, which took place in the Commons Hall of the National Maternity Hospital, 29, 30 and 31 Hollis Street, of which American Samoa is well known, Dr. A. Horn, Lick and Mid, FKQCPI, is the able and popular master. He is reported by eyewitnesses as having stated that once a woman has let the cat into the bag, an aesthete's allusion, presumably, to one of the most complicated and marvelous of all nature's processes, the act of sexual congress, she must let it out again or give it life, as he phrased it, to save her own. At the risk of her own, was the telling rejoinder of his interlocutor, none the less effective for the moderate and measured tone in which it was delivered. Meanwhile the skill and patience of the physician had brought about a happy accouchement. It had been a weary while both for patient and doctor. All that surgical skill could do was done, and the brave woman had manfully helped. She had She had fought the good fight and now she was very, very happy. Those who have passed on, who have gone before, are happy too as they gaze down and smile upon the touching scene. Reverently look at her as she reclines there with the mother light in her eyes, that longing hunger for baby fingers. A pretty sight it is to see, in the first bloom of her new motherhood, breathing a silent prayer of thanksgiving to one above, the universal husband. And as her loving eyes behold her babe, she wishes only one blessing more, to have her dear Dodie there with her to share her joy, to lay in his arms that mite of God's clay, the fruit of their lawful embraces. He is older now, you and I may whisper it, and a trifle stooped in the shoulders, yet in the whirligig of years a grave dignity has come to the conscientious second accountant of the Ulster Bank, College Green branch. O Dodie, loved one of old, faithful life mate now, it may never be again, that fair off time of the roses. With the old shake of her pretty head she recalls those days. God! How beautiful now across the mist of years! But their children are grouped in her imagination about the bedside, hers and his, Charlie, Mary Alice, Frederick Albert, if he had lived, Mamie, Budgie, Victoria Francis, Tom, Violet Constance Louisa, darling little Bobsy, called after our famous hero of the South African War, Lord Bobbs of Waterford and Kandahar, and now this last pledge of their union, a Purefoy if ever there was one, with the true Purefoy nose. Young hopeful will be christened Mortimer Edward after the influential third cousin of Mr. Purefoy in the Treasury Remembrancer's Office, Dublin Castle. And so time wags on, but Father Cronion has dealt lightly here. No, let no sigh break from that bosom, dear gentle Mina. And Dodie, knock the ashes from your pipe, the seasoned briar you still fancy when the curfew rings for you, may it be the distant day, and doubt the light whereby you read in the sacred book, for the oil too has run low, and so with a tranquil heart to bed, to rest. He knows and will call in his own good time. You too have fought the good fight and played loyally your man's part. Sir, to you my hand. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. There are sins, or, let us call them as the world calls them, evil memories which are hidden away by man in the darkest places of the heart, but they abide there and wait. He may suffer their memory to grow dim, let them be as though they had not been, and all but persuade himself that they were not, or at least were otherwise. Yet a chance word will call them forth suddenly, and they will rise up to confront him in the most various circumstances, a vision, or a dream, or while timbrel and harp soothe his senses, or amid the cool silver tranquility of the evening, or at the feast, at midnight, when he is now filled with wine. Not to insult over him will the vision come as over one that lies under her wrath, not for vengeance to cut him off from the living, but shrouded in the piteous vesture of the past, silent, remote, reproachful. The stranger still regarded on the face before him a slow recession of that false calm there, imposed, as it seemed, by habit or some studied trick, upon words so embittered as to accuse in their speaker an unhealthiness, a flair, for the cruder things of life. A scene disengages itself in the observer's memory, evoked, it would seem, by a word of so natural a homeliness, as if those days were really present there, as some thought, with their immediate pleasures. A shaven space of lawn one soft May evening, the well-remembered grove of lilacs at Round Town, purple and white, fragrant slender spectators of the game, but with much real interest in the pellets as they run slowly forward over the sward, or collide and stop, one by its fellow, with a brief alert shock. And yonder about that grey urn where the water moves at times in thoughtful irrigation, you saw another as fragrant sisterhood, Floey, attorney, Tiny, and their darker friend with I know not what of a resting in her pose then, Our Lady of the Cherries, a comely brace of them pendant from an ear, bringing out the foreign warmth of the skin so daintily against the cool ardent fruit. A lad of 4 or 5 in linsey woolsey, blossom time, but there will be cheer in the kindly hearth when ere long the bowls are gathered and hutched, is standing on the urn secured by that circle of girlish fond hands. He frowns a little just as this young man does now, with a perhaps too conscious enjoyment of the danger, but must needs glance at whiles towards where his mother watches from the piazza, giving upon the flower close with a faint shadow of remoteness or of reproach, all's vergone gleich, in her glad look. Mark this farther and remember. The end comes suddenly. Enter that antechamber of birth where the studious are assembled, and note their faces. Nothing, as it seems, there of rash or violent. Quietude of custody, rather, befitting their station in that house, the vigilant watch of shepherds and of angels about a crib in Bethlehem of Judah long ago. But as before the lightning, the serried storm clouds, heavy with preponderant excess of moisture, in swollen masses turgidly distended, compass earth and sky in one vast slumber, impending above parched field and drowsy oxen and blighted growth of shrub and verdure, till in an instant a flash rives their centers, and with the reverberation of the thunder the cloudburst pours its torrent. So and not otherwise was the transformation, violent and instantaneous, upon the utterance of the word Verks. Out flings my Lord Stephen, giving the cry, and a tag and bobtail of all them after, cockerel, jackanapes, welsher, pill doctor, punctual Bloom at heels, with a universal grabbing at headgear, ash plants, bilbos, Panama hats, and scabbards, Zermatt alpenstocks and what not. A detail of lusty youth, noble every student there. Nurse Callan, taken aback in the hallway, cannot stay them, nor smiling surgeon coming downstairs with news of placentation ended, a full pound if a milligram. They hark him on. The door. It is open. Ha! They are out, tumultuously, off for a minute's race, all bravely legging it, Burkes of Densile and Hollis their ulterior goal. Dixon follows, giving them sharp language, but raps out an oath, he too, and on. Bloom stays with nurse, a thought to send a kind word to happy mother and Nizieling up there. Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. Looks she too not other now? Ward of watching in Horn's house has told its tale in that washed-out pallor. Then all being gone, a glance of mother wit helping, he whispers close in going, Madam, when comes the stork bird for thee? The air without is impregnated with raindew moisture, life essence celestial, glistening on Dublin stone there under starshiny Kylam. God's air, the Alfather's air, scintillant circumambient Cecil air. Breathe it deep into thee. By heaven, Theodore Purefoy, thou hast done a doughty deed and no botch. Thou art, I vow, the remarkablest progenitor barring none in this chaffering all including most farraginous chronicle. Astounding. In her lay a God-framed God-given preformed possibility which thou hast fructified with thy modicum of man's work. Cleave to her. Serve. Toil on, labor like a very bandog, and let scholarment and all Malthusiasts go hang. Thou art all their daddies, Theodore. Art drooping under thy load, bemoiled with butcher's bills at home and ingots, not thine, in the counting house? Head up. For every new begotten thou shalt gather thy homer of ripe wheat. See, thy fleece is drenched. Dost envy Darby Dolman there with his Joan? A canting jay and a rheum-eyed cur-dog is all their progeny. Pshaw, I tell thee. He is a mule, a dead gasteropod, without vim or stamina, not worth a cracked kreutzer. Copulation without population. No, say I. Herod's slaughter of the innocents were the truer name. Vegetables, forsooth, and sterile cohabitation. Give her beefsteaks, red, raw, bleeding. She is a hoary pandemonium of ills, enlarged glands, mumps, quinsy, bunions, hay fever, bedsores, ringworm, floating kidney, Derbyshire neck, warts, bilious attacks, gallstones, cold feet, varicose veins. A truce to threens and trentals and Jeremys and all such congenital defunctive music. 20 years of it, regret them not. With thee it was not as with many that will and would and wait and never do. Thou sawest thy America, thy life task, and didst charge to cover like the transpontine bison. How saith Zarathustra? Deen ka trupsel melkest du nun trinkst du die sus milch deuders. See. It disp loads for thee in abundance. Drink, man, an udderful. Mother's milk, purefoy, the milk of human kin, milk too of those burgeoning stars overhead rutilant in thin rain vapor, punch milk, such as those rioters will quaff in their guzzling den, milk of madness, the honey milk of Canaan's land. Thy cow's dug was tough, what? Aye, but her milk is hot and sweet and fattening. No dollop this but thick rich bonny clabber. To her, old patriarch. Pap. Perdiem part ulam et pertundum nunc est bibendum. All off for a buster, Armstrong, hollering down the street. Bona fides. Where you slept last night. Timothy of the battered naggin. Like Ole Bilia. Any brallas or gumboots in the family? Where the Henry Neville's sawbones and OLECLO? Sarah one o me knows. Hurrah there, Dix. Forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch? All serene. J. Look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hospital. Benid I cat vos omnipotens dies, pater et filius. A make, Mr. The Densile Lane boys. Hell, blast yet. Scoot. Righto, Isaacs, shove em out of the bleeding limelight. Yous join us, dear sir. No hentrusion in life. Lou heap good man. Ali say me dis bunch. En avant, mes enfants. Fire away number 1 on the gun. Verks. Verks. Thence they advanced 5 parasangs. Slattery's mounted foot. Where's that bleeding offer? Parson Steve, apostate's creed. No, no, Mulligan. Abaft there. Shove ahead. Keep a watch on the clock. Chucking out time. Mully. What's on you? Ma mère M.A. Marie. British Beatitudes. Retemple ton digidai boom boom. Eyes have it. To be printed and bound at the Druid Drum Press by 2 designing females. Calf covers of Pisceed and green. Last word in art shades. Most beautiful book come out of Ireland my time. Silentium. Get a spurt on. Tension. Proceed to nearest canteen and there annex liquor stores. March. Tramp, 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 the boys are. Attitudes, parching. Beer, beef, business, Bibles, bulldogs, battleships, boogery, and bishops. Whether on the scaffold high. Beer, beef, trample the Bibles. When for Ireland dear. Trample the trampellers. Thunderation. Keep the derned military step. We fall. Bishop's busbox. Halt. Heave to. Rugger. Scrum in. No touch kicking. Wow, my tootsies. You hurt? Most amazingly sorry. Query. Who's a standing this here do? Proud possessor of damnal. Declare misery. Bet to the ropes. Me nanti salty. Not a red at me this week gone. Yours? Mead of our fathers for the Ubermensch. Ditto. 5 number 1s. You, sir? Ginger cordial. Chase me, the cabbie's coddle. Stimulate the caloric. Winding of his ticker. Stopped short never to go again when the old. Absinthe for me, savvy? Caramba. Have an eggnog or a prairie oyster. Enemy? Avuncular's got my timepiece. 10-2. Obligated awful. Don't mention it. Got a pectoral trauma, dicks. POS fact. Got bet be a boom lebby whenever he was set and sleepin' in his bit garden. Digs up near the mater. Buckled he is. Know his dona? Yup, sartin I do. Full of adore. See her in her dishy billy. Peels off a credit. Lovey lovekin. None of your lean kind, not much. Pull down the blind, love. 2 are die lawns. Same here. Look slippery. If you fall, don't wait to get up. 5, 7, 9. Fine. Got a prime pair of mink eppies, no kid. And her take me to rests in her anchor of rum. Must be seen to be believed. Your starving eyes and all the plastered neck, you stole my heart, oh glupot. Sir? Spud again the roommate eyes? All poppycock, you'll excuse me saying. For the hoi polloi. I veir thee beest a girt vol. Well, Doc? Back fro Lapland? Your corporosity satiating okay? How's the squaws and papooses? Woman body after going on the straw? Stand and deliver. Password. There's hair. Ours the white death and the ruddy birth. Hi. Spit in your own eye, boss. Mummer's wire. Cribbed out of Meredith. Jesufied, orchidized, polychemical Jesuit. Onto mine's writing pa kinch. Bad Stephen lead astray goody good Malachi. Heru. Collar the leather, young un. Rune wi the nappy. Here, Jock bra healantmans your barley brie. Lang may your lum reek and your kyle pot boil. My tipple. Merci. Here's to us. How's that? Leg before wicket. Don't stain my brand new synonyms. Gives a shake of peppy, you there. Catch a holt. Caraway seed to carry away. Twig. Shrieks of silence. Every cove to his gentry mort. Venus Pandemos. Les petites femmes. Bold bad girl from the town of Malinga. Tell her I was axing at her. Howding Sarah by the Wame. On the road to Malahide. Me? If she who seduced me had left but the name. What do you want for 9 pence? Macru is keen. Smutty mall for a mattress jig. And a pull altogether. X. Waiting, governor. Most deciduously. Bet your boots on. Stunned like, seeing as how no shiners is acoming. Under constumble. He got the chink ad lib seed near free pound on a spell ago as said war hisn. Us come right in on your invite, see? Up to you, matey. Out with the oof. 2 bar and a wing. You larn that go off of they their Frenchy bilks? Won't wash here for nuts no how. Lil chilly velly solly. Is the cutest color coon down our side. Gods to Ruth, Cholly. We are Nefu. We're Nachi. O reservoir, Masu. Tanks you. Tis, sure. What say? In the speakeasy. Tight. I she you, sure. Bantam, 2 days TT. Bosing now but Claire Twine. Garn. Have a glint, do. Gum, I'm jiggered. And been to barber he have. Too full for words. With a railway bloke. How come you so? Opera he'd like? Rose of Castile. Rose of Cast. Police. Some H2O for a gent fainted. Look at Bantam's flowers. Gemini. He's going to holler. The Colleen bound. My Colleen bound. Oh, cheese it. Shut his blurry Dutch oven with a firm hand. Had the winner today till I tipped him a dead cert. The rough and cly the nab of Stephen hand as give me the JD Copaline. He strike a telegram bowie paddock wire big bug base to the depot. Shove him a Joey and Grahamese. Mare on form hot order. Guinea to a goosegog. Telegram, that. Gospel true. Criminal diversion? I think that yes. Sure thing. Land him in chokey if the Harmon Beck copped the game. Madden back Madden's a maddening back. O lust our refuge and our strength. Decamping. Must you go? Off to mammy. Stand by. Hide my blushes someone. All in if he spots me. Come Ahmet, our bantam. Horivar, Mong Vioo. Dinna forget the cow slips for Hersel. Corn fighty. Waji ev yethon colt. Pal to pal. Janag. Of John Thomas, her spouse. No fake, old man Leo. Help me, honest Injun. Shiver my timbers if I had. There's a great big holy friar. Vifer you know me tell? Vel, ISES, if that ain't a sheeny Natchez, vel, I will get miss him mis hinna. Through yerd our Lord, amen. You move a motion? Steve boy, you're going it some. More bluggy drunkables? Will immensely splendiferous standard permit one studer of most extreme poverty and one large as eyes grandacious thirst to terminate one expensive inaugurated libation? Gives a breather. Landlord, landlord, have you good wine, Stabo? Hoots, Monday, a wee drap to pre. Cut and come again. Right. Boniface. Absent the lot nos omnes biberimus viritum toxicum diabolus capiat posteriori in Austria. Closing time, gents. Et. Rome booze for the Blumentoff. I hear you say onions. Blue. Cajas ads. Photos papli, by all that's gorgeous. Play low, partner. Slide. Bonsoir Law Company. And snares of the pox fiend. Where's the buck and namby-amby? Skunked. Leg bail. A wheel, Yemenian gang near gates. Checkmate. King to tower. Kind Christian, will you help young man whose friend tuck bungello key to find play where to lay crown of his head tonight? Cricky, I'm about sprung. Turn ally dog gone my shins if this bint the bestest puttiest long break yet. Item, curate, couple of cookies for this child. Cod's blood and prandipals, none. Not a pint of Jesus. Thrust syphilis down to hell and with him those other licensed spirits. Time, gents. Who wander through the world. Health all. Allah Vatri. Golly. Wadden Tunkets yon guy in the Macintosh. Dusty roads. Peep at his wearables. By mighty. What's he got? Jubilee mutton. Bovril, by James. Wants it real bad. T can bear socks? Seedy cuss in the Richmond? Raw Thier. Thought he had a deposit of lead in his penis. Trumpery insanity. Bartle the bread we calls him. That, sir, was once a prosperous CIT man all tattered and torn that married a maiden all forlorn. Slung her hook, she did. Here see lost love. Walking Macintosh of Lonely Canyon. Tuck and turn in. Schedule time. Nix for the hornies. Pardon? Seen him today at a runeful? Chum O'Yorn passed in his checks? Ludamasi. Poor pickaninnies. Thou'll no be telling me thought, pold veg. Did splubble big splash creters cos fern padney was took off in black bag? Of all de darkies massa pat was vera best. I never see the like since I was born. Tiens, but it is well sad, that, my faith, yes. Oh, get, rev on a gradient 1 in 9. Live axle drives are souped. Lay you 2 to 1 Janatsi licks him ruddy well hollow. Japis? High angle fire, in yaw. Sunk by war specials. Be worse for him, says he, nor any Russian. Time all. There's 11 of them. Get ye gone. Forward, woozy wobblers. Night. Night. May Allah the Excellent One your soul this night ever tremendously conserve. Your attention. We're Naji Fu. The Leith police dismiss thus. The least Tholis. Where hawks for the chap puking. Unwell in his abominable regions. Yoika. Night. Mona, my true love. Yoke. Mona, my own love. Okay. Hark. Shut your obstroplos. Flabe. Flabe. Blaze on. There she goes. Brigade. Bout ship. Mount Street Way. Cut up. Flabe. Tally ho. You not come? Run, skelter, race. Flayop. Lynch. Hey. Sign on long o me. Dense aisle lane this way. Change here for body house. We too, she said, will seek the kips where Shady Mary is. Righto, any old time. Lay it a bunter in Cubilibus suis. You coming long? Whisper, who the sooty hell's the Johnny in the black duds. Hush. Sinned against the light, and even now that day is at hand when he shall come to judge the world by fire. Flabe. Ut implerentur scripturi. Strike up a ballad. Then outspake medical Dick to his comrade medical Davy. Christical, who's this excrement yellow gospeler on the Marian Hall? Elijah is coming. Washed in the blood of the Lamb. Come on you wine fizzling, gin sizzling, booze guzzling existences. Come on, you doggone, bull-necked, beetle-browed, hog-jolt, peanut-brained, wheezy-lead four-flushers, false alarms and excess baggage. Come on, you triple extract of infamy. Alexander J. Christ Dowie, that's my name. That's yanked to glory most half this planet from Frisco Beach to Vladivostok. The deity ain't no nickel-dime bum show. I put it to you that he's on the square and a corking fine business proposition. He's the grandest thing yet, and don't you forget it. Shout salvation in King Jesus. You'll need to rise precious early, you sinner there, if you want to diddle the Almighty God. Flayop. Not half. He's got a cough mixture with a punch in it for you, my friend, in his back pocket. Just you try it on. Chapter 15. The Mabbott Street entrance of Night Town, before which stretches an uncobbled tram siding set with skeleton tracks, red and green will-o'-the-wisps and danger signals. Rows of grimy houses with gaping doors. Rare lamps with faint rainbow fans. Round rabiotis halted ice gondola stunted men and women squabble. They grab wafers between which are wedged lumps of coral and copper snow. Sucking, they scatter slowly. Children. The swan comb of the gondola, high-reared, forges on through the murk, white and blue under a lighthouse. Whistles call and answer. The calls, wait, my love, and I'll be with you. The answers, round behind the stable. A deaf-mute idiot with goggle eyes, his shapeless mouth dribbling, jerks past, shaken in St. Vitus dance. A chain of children's hands imprisons him. The children, Kithagi, salute. The idiot lifts a palsied left arm and gurgles. Grhyud. The children, where's the great light? The idiot, gobbling. Gage hest. They release him. He jerks on. A pygmy woman swings on a rope slung between two railings, counting. A form sprawled against a dustbin and muffled by its arm and hat snores, groans, grinding growling teeth, and snores again. On a step a gnome totting among a rubbish tip crouches to shoulder a sack of rags and bones. A crone standing by with a smoky oil lamp rams her last bottle in the maw of his sack. He heaves his booty, tugs askew his peaked cap and hobbles off mutely. The crone makes back for her lair, swaying her lamp. A bandy child, a squat on the doorstep with a paper shuttlecock, crawls sidling after her in spurts, clutches her skirt, scrambles up. A drunken navvy grips with both hands the railings of an area, lurching heavily. At a corner two night watch in shoulder capes, their hands upon their staff holsters, loom tall. A plate crashes, a woman screams, a child wails. Oaths of a man roar, mutter, cease. Figures wander, lurk, peer from warrens. In a room lit by a candle stuck in a bottleneck, a slut combs out the tats from the hair of a scrofulous child. Sissy Caffrey's voice, still young, sings shrill from a lane. Sissy Caffrey. I gave it to Molly. Because she was jolly. The leg of the duck. The leg of the duck. Private Carr and Private Compton, swagger sticks tight in their oxters, as they march unsteadily right about face and burst together from their mouths a volleyed fart. Laughter of men from the lane. A hoarse virago retorts. The virago signs on you, hairy arse. More power the Cavan girl. Sissy Caffrey, more luck to me. Cavan, Coot Hill, and Bell Turbot. She sings. I gave it to Nellie, to stick in her belly. The leg of the duck. The leg of the duck. Private Carr and Private Compton turn and counter retort, their tunics blood bright in a lamp glow, black sockets of caps on their blonde cropped poles. Stephen Dedalus and Lynch pass through the crowd close to the redcoats. Private Compton jerks his finger. Way for the parson. Private Carr turns and calls. What ho, parson? Sissy Caffrey, her voice soaring higher. She has it, she got it. Wherever she put it. The leg of the duck. Stephen, flourishing the ash plant in his left hand, chants with joy the introit for Paschal time. Lynch, his jock cap low on his brow, attends him, a sneer of discontent wrinkling his face. Stephen, vidi aquam e gradientem de templo a latera dextro. Alleluia. The famished snaggle tusks of an elderly bod protrude from a doorway. The bod, her voice whispering huskily. SST. Come here till I tell you. Maidenhead inside. SST. Stephen, altius aliquantulum. Et omnes ad quos pervenit aqua ista. The bod spits in their trail her jet of venom. Trinity Medicals. Fallopian tube. All prick and no pence. Eddie Boardman, sniffling, crouched with Bertha supple, draws her shawl across her nostrils. Eddie Boardman, bickering. And says the one, I seen you up Faithful Place with your square pusher, the greaser off the railway, in his cum-toqued hat. Did you? Says I. That's not for you to say, says I. You never seen me in the man-trap with a married Highlander, says I. The likes of her. Stag that one is. Stubborn as a mule. And her walking with two fellows the one time, Kilbride, the engine driver, and Lance Corporal Oliphant. Stephen, triumphaliter. Salvi facti sunt. He flourishes his ash plant, shivering the lamp image, shattering light over the world. A liver and white spaniel on the prowl slinks after him, growling. Lynch scares it with a kick. Lynch, so that? Stephen looks behind. So that gesture, not music, not odor, would be a universal language, the gift of tongues rendering visible not the lay sense but the first entlechae, the structural rhythm. Lynch, pornosophical philotheology. Metaphysics in Mecklenburg Street. Stephen, we have shrew-ridden Shakespeare and henpecked Socrates. Even the all-wisest stagey rite was bit, bridled, and mounted by a light of love. Lynch, B.A. Stephen, anyway, who wants two gestures to illustrate a loaf and a jug. This movement illustrates the loaf and jug of bread or wine in Omar. Hold my stick. Lynch, damn your yellow stick. Where are we going? Stephen, lecherous lynx, to la belle dame sans merci, Georgina Johnson, ad diem qui latificat I juventutem meme. Stephen thrusts the ash plant on him and slowly holds out his hands, his head going back till both hands are a span from his breast, down-turned, in planes intersecting, the fingers about to part, the left being higher. Lynch, which is the jug of bread? It skills not. That or the custom house. Illustrate thou. Here take your crutch and walk. They pass. Tommy Caffrey scrambles to a gas lamp and, clasping, climbs in spasms. From the top spur he slides down. Jackie Caffrey clasps to climb. The navvy lurches against the lamp. The twins scuttle off in the dark. The navvy, swaying, presses a forefinger against a wing of his nose and ejects from the farther nostril a long liquid jet of snot. Shouldering the lamp he staggers away through the crowd with his flaring cresset. Snakes of river fog creep slowly. From drains, clefts, cesspools, middens arise on all sides stagnant fumes. A glow leaps in the south beyond the seaward reaches of the river. The navvy, staggering forward, cleaves the crowd and lurches towards the tram siding. On the farther side under the railway bridge Bloom appears, flushed, panting, cramming bread and chocolate into a side pocket. From Gillen's hairdresser's window a composite portrait shows him gallant Nelson's image. A concave mirror at the side presents to him lovelorn long-lost Lugubre Boloum. Grave Gladstone sees him level, bloom for bloom. He passes, struck by the stare of truculent Wellington, but in the convex mirror grin unstruck the Bonham eyes and fat-chucked cheek chops of jolly Poldy the Reichstag Stoldy. At Antonio Rabiotti's door Bloom halts, sweated under the bright arc lamp. He disappears. In a moment he reappears and hurries on. Bloom, fish and taters. Nga. He disappears into Allhausen's, the pork butcher's, under the downcoming roll shutter. A few moments later he emerges from under the shutter, puffing Poldy, blowing Blohum. In each hand he holds a parcel, one containing a lukewarm pig's crubin, the other a cold sheep's trotter, sprinkled with whole pepper. He gasps, standing upright. Then bending to one side he presses a parcel against his ribs and groans. Bloom, stitch in my side. Why did I run? He takes breath with care and goes forward slowly towards the lampset siding. The glow leaps again. Bloom, what is that? A flasher? Searchlight. He stands at Cormac's corner, watching. Bloom, Aurora Borealis or a steel foundry. Ah, the brigade, of course. South side anyhow. Big blaze. Might be his house. Beggar's bush. We're safe. He hums cheerfully. London's burning, London's burning. On fire, on fire. He catches sight of the navvy lurching through the crowd at the farther side of Talbot Street. I'll miss him. Run. Quick. Better cross here. He darts to cross the road. Urchins shout. The urchins, mind out, mister. Two cyclists, with lighted paper lanterns swing by him, grazing him, their bells rattling. The bells, halt yalt yalt yal. Bloom, halts erect, stung by a spasm. Ow. He looks round, darts forward suddenly. Through rising fog a dragon sand-strewer, traveling at caution, slews heavily down upon him, its huge red headlight winking, its trolley hissing on the wire. The motorman bangs his foot gong. The gong, bang bang blah bok blood bug blue. The brake cracks violently. Bloom, raising a policeman's white-gloved hand, blunders stiff-legged out of the track. The motorman, thrown forward, pug-nosed, on the guide wheel, yells as he slides past over chains and keys. The motorman, hey, shit britches, are you doing the hat trick? Bloom trick leaps to the curbstone and halts again. He brushes a mud flake from his cheek with a parceled hand. Bloom, no thoroughfare. Clothes shave that but cured the stitch. Must take up Sandoz exercises again. On the hands down. Insure against street accident too. The providential. He feels his trouser pocket. Poor mama's panacea. He'll easily catch in track or bootlace in a cog. Day the wheel of the Black Maria peeled off my shoe at Leonard's corner. Third time is the charm. Shoe trick. Insolent driver. I ought to report him. Tension makes them nervous. Might be the fellow balked me this morning with that horsey woman. Same style of beauty. Quick of him all the same. The stiff walk, true words spoken in jest. That awful cramp in Lad Lane. Something poisonous I ate. Emblem of luck. Why? Probably lost cattle. Mark of the beast. He closes his eyes an instant. Bit light in the head. Monthly or effect of the other. Brain fog thug. That tired feeling. Too much for me now. Ow. A sinister figure leans on plated legs against Auburn's wall, a visage unknown, injected with dark mercury. From under a wide-leaved sombrero the figure regards him with evil eye. Bloom, buenas noches, Señorita Blanca, ¿qué calle es esta? The figure, impassive, raises a signal arm. Password. Sride Mabit. Bloom, haha. Merci. Esperanto. Slinleaf. He mutters. Gaelic League spy, sent by that fire-eater. He steps forward. A sack-shouldered ragman bars his path. He steps left, Rags Ackman left. Bloom, I beg. He leaps right, Sack Ragman right. Bloom, I beg. He swerves, sidles, step aside, slips past and on. Bloom, keep to the right, right, right. If there is a signpost planted by the touring club at Step Aside who procured that public boon? I who lost my way and contributed to the columns of the Irish Cyclist the letter headed in darkest Step Aside. Keep, keep, keep to the right. Rags and bones at midnight. A fence more likely. First place murderer makes 4. Wash off his sins of the world. Jackie Caffrey, hunted by Tommy Caffrey, runs full tilt against Bloom. Bloom, oh. Shocked, on weak hams, he halts. Tommy and Jackie vanish there. Bloom pats with parceled hands watch, fob pocket, book pocket, purse poke, sweets of sin, potato soap. Bloom, beware of pickpockets. Old thieves dodge, collide, then snatch your purse. The retriever approaches sniffing, nose to the ground. A sprawled form sneezes. A stooped bearded figure appears garbed in the long caftan of an elder in Zion and a smoking cap with magenta tassels. Horn spectacles hang down at the wings of the nose. Yellow poison streaks are on the drawn face. Rudolph, second half crown waste money today. I told you not go with drunken boy ever. So you catch no money. Bloom hides the crubin and trotter behind his back end, crestfallen, feels warm and cold feet meet. Joyce, pay. Rudolph, what you making down this place? Have you no soul? With feeble vulture talons he feels the silent face of Bloom. Are you not my son Leopold, the grandson of Leopold? Are you not my dear son Leopold, who left the house of his father and left the God of his fathers Abraham and Jacob? Bloom, with precaution. I suppose so, father. Mosenthal. All that's left of him. Rudolph, severely. One night they bring you home drunk as dog after spend your good money. What you call them running chaps. Bloom, in youth's smart blue Oxford suit with white vest slips, narrow-shouldered, in brown alpine hat, wearing gent's sterling silver Waterbury keyless watch and double curb Albert with seal attached, one side of him coated with stiffening mud. Harriers, father. Only that once. Rudolph, once. Mud head to foot. Cut your hand open. Locked jaw. They make you kaput, Leopold Laban. You watch them chaps. Bloom, weakly. They challenged me to a sprint. It was muddy. I slipped. Rudolph, with contempt. Goim Natchez. Nice spectacles for your poor mother. Bloom, mama. Ellen Bloom, in pantomime dame stringed mob cap, widow twankis crinoline and bustle, blouse with mutton leg sleeves buttoned behind, grey mittens and cameo brooch, her plaited hair in a crispine net, appears over the staircase banisters, a slanted candlestick in her hand, and cries out in shrill alarm. O blessed Redeemer, what have they done to him? My smelling salts. She hauls up a reef of skirt and ransacks the pouch of her striped blay petticoat. A phial, an Agnes Dei, a shriveled potato and a celluloid doll fall out. Sacred Heart of Mary, where were you at all? Bloom, mumbling, his eyes downcast, begins to bestow his parcels in his filled pockets but desists, muttering. A voice, sharply. Poldy. Bloom, who? He ducks and wards off a blow clumsily. At your service. He looks up. Beside her mirage of datapoms, a handsome woman in Turkish costume stands before him. Opulent curves fill out her scarlet trousers and jacket, slashed with gold. A wide yellow cummerbund girdles her. A white yashmak, violet in the night, covers her face, leaving free only her large dark eyes and raven hair. Bloom, Molly. Marion, Welly. Mrs. Marion, from this out, my dear man, when you speak to me. Satirically. Has poor little hubby cold feet waiting so long? Bloom shifts from foot to foot. No. Not the least little bit. He breathes in deep agitation, swallowing gulps of air, questions, hopes, crubins for her supper, things to tell her, excuse, desire, spellbound. A coin gleams on her forehead. On her feet are jeweled earrings. Her ankles are linked by a slender fetter chain. Beside her a camel, hooded with a turreting turban, waits. A silk ladder of innumerable rungs climbs to his bobbing howdah. He ambles near with disgruntled hindquarters. Fiercely she slaps his haunch. her gold curb wrist bangles angriling, scolding him in Moorish. Marian, Nabricata. Femininum. The camel, lifting a foreleg, plucks from a tree a large mango fruit, offers it to his mistress, blinking, in his cloven hoof, then droops his head and, grunting, with uplifted neck, fumbles to kneel. Bloom stoops his back for leapfrog. Bloom, I can give you. I mean as your business manager. MRS Marian, if you. Marian, so you notice some change? Her hands passing slowly over her trinket stomacher, a slow friendly mockery in her eyes. Oh Poldy, Poldy, you are a poor old stick in the mud. Go and see life. See the wide world. Bloom, I was just going back for that lotion white wax, orange flower water. Shop closes early on Thursday. But the first thing in the morning. He pats Diver's pockets. This moving kidney. Ah. He points to the south, then to the east. A cake of new clean lemon soap arises, diffusing light and perfume. The soap. We're a capital couple, are Bloom and I. He brightens the earth. I polish the sky. The freckled face of Swinney, the druggist, appears in the disc of the soap soon. Swinney, 3 and a penny, please. Bloom, yes. For my wife. MRS Marian. Special recipe. Marian, softly. Poldy. Bloom, yes, ma'am. Marian, ti trema un poco il cuore. In disdain she saunters away, plump as a pampered pouter pigeon, humming the duet from Don Giovanni. Bloom, are you sure about that Voglio? I mean the pronunciati. He follows, followed by the sniffing terrier. The elderly bod seizes his sleeve, the bristles of her chin mole glittering. The bod, 10 shillings a maidenhead. Fresh thing was never touched. 15. There's no one in it, only her old father that's dead drunk. She points. In the gap of her dark den furtive, rain-bedraggled, Bridie Kelly stands. Bridie, Hatch Street. Any good in your mind? With a squeak she flaps her bat shawl and runs. A burly rough pursues with booted strides. He stumbles on the steps, recovers, plunges into gloom. Weak squeaks of laughter are heard, weaker. The bod, her wolf eyes shining. He's getting his pleasure. You won't get a virgin in the flash houses. 10 shillings. Don't be all night before the police in plain clothes sees us. 67 is a bitch. Leering, Gertie McDowell limps forward. She draws from behind, ogling, and shows coyly her bloodied clout. Gertie, with all my worldly goods I thee and thou. She murmurs. You did that. I hate you. Bloom, I? When? You're dreaming. I never saw you. The bod, leave the gentleman alone, you cheat. Writing the gentleman false letters. Streetwalking and soliciting. Better for your mother take the strap to you at the bedpost, hussy like you. Gertie, to Bloom. When you saw all the secrets of my bottom drawer. She paws his sleeve, slobbering. Dirty married man. I love you for doing that to me. She glides away crookedly. MRS Breen in man's frieze overcoat with loose bellows pockets, stands in the causeway, her roguish eyes wide open, smiling in all her herbivorous buck teeth. MRS Breen, Mr. Bloom, coughs gravely. Madam, when we last had this pleasure by letter dated the 16th instant. MRS Breen, Mr. Bloom. You down here in the haunts of sin. I caught you nicely. Scamp. Bloom, hurriedly. Not so loud, my name. Whatever do you think of me? Don't give me away. Walls have ears. How do you do? It's ages since You're looking splendid. Absolutely it. Seasonable weather we are having this time of year. Black refracts heat. Shortcut home here. Interesting quarter. Rescue of fallen women. Magdalen Asylum. I am the secretary. MRS Breen holds up a finger. Now, don't tell a big fib. I know somebody won't like that. Oh, just wait till I see Molly. Slyly. Account for yourself this very minute or woe betide you. Bloom looks behind. She often said she'd like to visit. Slumming. The exotic, you see. Negro servants in livery too if she had money. Othello Black Brute. Eugene Stratton. Even the Bones and Corn Ermine at the Livermore Christie's. Bohee Brothers. Sweep for that matter. Tom and Sam Bohee, colored coons in white duck suits, scarlet socks, upstarched Sambo chokers and large scarlet asters in their buttonholes, leap out. Each has his banjo slung. Their paler smaller negroid hands jingle the twing-twang wires. Flashing white Kaffir eyes and tusks they rattle through a breakdown in clumsy clogs, twinging, singing, back to back, toe heel toe, with smack fat clacking nigger lips. Tom and Sam. There's someone in the house with Dina. There's someone in the house, I know. There's someone in the house with Dina. Playing on the old banjo. They whisk black masks from raw babby faces, then, chuckling, chortling, trumming, twanging, they diddle cakewalk dance away. Bloom, with a sour tenderish smile. A little frivol, shall we, if you are so inclined? Would you like me perhaps to embrace you just for a fraction of a second? MRS Breen screams gaily. Oh, you rug. You ought to see yourself. Bloom, for old sake's sake. I only meant a square party, a mixed marriage mingling of our different little conjugiles. You know I had a soft corner for you. Gloomily. 'Twas I sent you that valentine of the dear gazelle. MRS Breen, Glory Alice, you do look a holy show. Killing simply. She puts out her hand inquisitively. What are you hiding behind your back? Tell us, there's a dear. Bloom seizes her wrist with his free hand. Josie Powell that was, prettiest Deb in Dublin. How time flies by. Do you remember? Harking back in a retrospective arrangement, old Christmas night, Georgina Simpson's housewarming while they were playing the Irving Bishop game, finding the pin blindfold and though treading? Subject, what is in this snuff box? MRS Breen, you were the lion of the night with your serio-comic recitation and you looked the part. You were always a favorite with the ladies. Bloom, squire of dames, in dinner jacket with watered silk facings, blue Masonic badge in his buttonhole, black bow and mother of pearl studs, a prismatic champagne glass tilted in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ireland, home, and beauty. MRS Breen, the dear dead days beyond recall. Love's old sweet song. Bloom, meaningfully dropping his voice. I confess I'm teapot with curiosity to find out whether some person's something is a little teapot at present. MRS Breen, gushingly. Tremendously teapot. London's teapot and I'm simply teapot all over me. She rubs sides with him. After the parlor mystery games and the crackers from the tree we sat on the staircase ottoman. Under the mistletoe. Two is company. Bloom, wearing a purple Napoleon hat with an amber half-moon, his fingers and thumb passing slowly down to her soft moist meaty palm which she surrenders gently. The witching hour of night. I took the splinter out of this hand, carefully, slowly, tenderly, as he slips on her finger a ruby ring. La ci darem la mano. Mrs. Breen, in a one-piece evening frock executed in moonlight blue, a tinsel sylph's diadem on her brow with her dance card fallen beside her moon blue satin slipper, curves her palm softly, breathing quickly. Voglio e non. You're hot. You're scalding. The left hand nearest the heart. Bloom, when you made your present choice they said it was Beauty and the Beast. I can never forgive you for that. His clenched fist at his brow. Think what it means. All you meant to me then. Hoarsely. Woman, it's breaking me. Dennis Breen, white tall-hatted, with Wisdom Helly's sandwich boards, shuffles past them in carpet slippers, his dull beard thrust out, muttering to right and left. Little Alf Bergen, cloaked in the pall of the ace of spades, dogs him to left and right, doubled in laughter. Alf Bergen points jeering at the sandwich boards. Up. Mrs. Breen, to Bloom. High jinks below stairs. She gives him the glad eye. Why didn't you kiss the spot to make it well? You wanted to. Bloom, shocked. Molly's best friend. Could you? Mrs. Breen, her pulpy tongue between her lips, offers a pigeon kiss. HN. The answer is a lemon. Have you a little present for me there? Bloom, offhandedly. Kosher. A snack for her supper. The home without potted meat is incomplete. I was at Leah, Mrs. Bandman Palmer, trenchant exponent of Shakespeare. Unfortunately threw away the program. Rattling good place round there for pig's feet. Feel. Richie Golding, 3 ladies' hats pinned on his head, appears weighted to one side by the black legal bag of Collis and Ward on which a skull and crossbones are painted in white lime wash. He opens it and shows it full of polonies, kippered herrings, Findon haddies, and tight-packed pills. Richie, best value in dub. Bald Pat, bothered beetle, stands on the curbstone, folding his napkin, waiting to wait. Pat advances with a tilted dish of spilling gravy. Steak and kidney. Bottle of lager. He. Wait till I wait. Richie, good God. Inadirate inal. With hanging head he marches doggedly forward. The navvy, lurching by, gores him with his flaming pronghorn. Richie, with a cry of pain, his hand to his back. Ah. Brights. Lights. Bloom points to the navvy. A spy. Don't attract attention. I hate stupid crowds. I am not on pleasure bent. I am in a grave predicament. Mrs. Breen, humbugging and deleuthering as per usual with your cock and bull story. Bloom, I want to tell you a little secret about how I came to be here. But you must never tell. Not even Molly. I have a most particular reason. Mrs. Breen, all agog. Oh, not for worlds. Bloom, let's walk on. Shall us? Mrs. Breen, let's. The bod makes an unheeded sign. Bloom walks on with Mrs. Breen. The terrier follows, whining piteously, wagging his tail. The bod, Juman's melt. Bloom, in an oatmeal sporting suit, a sprig of woodbine in the lapel, Tony buff shirt, shepherd's plaid St. Andrew's cross scarfty, white spats, fawn dust coat on his arm, tawny red brogues, field glasses in bandolier and a grey billycock hat. Do you remember a long time, years and years ago, just after Millie, Marionette we called her, was weaned when we all went together to Fairy House races, was it? Mrs. Breen, in smart Saks tailor-made, white velour hat and spider veil. Leopardstown. Leopardstown. And Molly won 7 shillings on a 3-year-old named Nevertell and coming home along by Fox Rock in that old 5-seater shandradan of a wagonette. You were in your heyday then, and you had on that new hat of white velour with a surround of malefer that Mrs. Hayes advised you to buy because it was marked down to 1911, a bit of wire and an old rag of velveteen, and I'll lay you what you like she did it on purpose. Mrs. Breen, she did, of course, the cat. Don't tell me. Nice advisor. Bloom, because it didn't suit you 1/4 as well as the other duck, a little tammy toque with the bird of paradise wing in it that I admired on you, and you honestly looked just too fetching in it, though it was a pity to kill it, you cruel naughty creature, little mite of a thing with a heart the size of a full stop. Mrs. Breen squeezes his arm, simpers. Naughty cruel I was. Bloom, low, secretly, ever more rapidly. And Molly was eating a sandwich of spiced beef out of Mrs. Joe Gallagher's lunch basket. Frankly, though she had her advisors or admirers, I never cared much for her style. She was. Mrs. Breen, too. Bloom, yes. And Molly was laughing because Rogers and Maggot O'Reilly were mimicking a cock as we passed a farmhouse, and Marcus Tertius Moses, the tea merchant, drove past us in a gig with his daughter, Dancer Moses was her name, and the poodle in her lap bridled up, and you asked me if I ever heard or read or knew or came across. Mrs. Breen, eagerly. Yes, 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 yes. She fades from his side. Followed by the whining dog, he walks on towards Hell's Gates. In an archway a standing woman, bent forward, her feet apart, pisses cowily. Outside a shuttered pub a bunch of loiterers listen to a tale which their broken-snout gaffer rasps out with raucous humor. An armless pair of them flop wrestling, growling, in maimed sodden play fight. The gaffer crouches, his voice twisted in his snout. And when Cairns came down from the scaffolding in Beaver Street, what was he after doing it into? Only into the bucket of porter that was there waiting on the shavings for dear Juan's plasterers. The loiterers guffaw with cleft palates. Oh jays! Their paint-speckled hats wag. Spattered with size and lime of their lodges, they frisk limblessly about him. Bloom, coincidence too. They think it funny. Anything but that. Broad daylight. Trying to walk lucky no woman. The loiterers, jays, that's a good one. Glauber salts. Oh jays, into the men's porter. Bloom passes. Cheap whores, singly, coupled, shawled, disheveled, call from lanes, doors, corners. The whores. Are you going far, queer fellow? How's your middle leg? Got a match on you? Come here till I stiffen it for you. He plodges through their sump towards the lighted street beyond. From a bulge of window curtains a gramophone rears a battered brazen trunk. In the shadow a shebeen keeper haggles with the navvy and the 2 redcoats. The navvy, belching. Where's the bloody house? The shebeen keeper, Purdon Street. Shilling a bottle of stout. Respectable woman. The navvy, gripping the 2 redcoats, staggers forward with them. Come on, you British Army. Private car, behind his back. He ain't half balmy. Private Compton, laughs. What ho? Private car, to the navvy. Portobello Barracks Canteen. You ask for car. Just car. The navvy shouts. We are the boys of Wexford. Private Compton, say. What price the sergeant major? Private car, Bennett. He's my pal. I love old Bennett. The navvy shouts. The galling chain. and free our native land. He staggers forward, dragging them with him. Bloom stops, at fault. The dog approaches, his tongue out lolling, panting. Bloom, wild goose chase this. Disorderly houses. Lord knows where they are gone. Drunks cover distance double quick. Nice mix up. Scene at Westland Row. Then jump in first class with third ticket. Then too far. Train with engine behind. Might have taken me to Malahide or a siding for the night or collision. Second drink does it. Once is a dose. What am I following him for? Still, he's the best of that lot. If I hadn't heard about MRS Beaufoy Purefoy I wouldn't have gone and wouldn't have met. Kismet. He'll lose that cash. Relieving office here. Good biz for cheap jacks, organs. What do ya lack? Soon got, soon gone. Might have lost my life too with that Mangong wheel track trolley glare juggernaut only for presence of mind. Can't always save you, though. If I had passed Trulock's window that day 2 minutes later would have been shot. Absence of body. Still if bullet only went through my coat get damages for shock, £500. What was he? Kildare Street Club toff. God help his gamekeeper. He gazes ahead, reading on the wall a scrawled chalk legend wet dream in a phallic design. Odd. Molly drawing on the frosted carriage pane at Kingstown. What's that like? Gaudy doll women loll in the lighted doorways, in window embrasures, smoking bird's-eye cigarettes. The odor of the sick sweet wheat floats towards him in slow round ovolleying wreaths. The wreaths, sweet are the sweets. Sweets of sin. Bloom, my spine's a bit limp. Go or turn. And this food? Eat it and get all pigs ticky. Absurd I am. Waste of money. 1 and 8 pence too much. They. Retriever drives a cold sniveling muzzle against his hand, wagging his tail. Strange how they take to me. Even that brute today. Better speak to him first. Like women they like renconters. Stinks like a polecat. Shockin' sun gout. He might be mad. Dog days. Uncertain in his movements. Good fellow. Fido. Good fellow. Gary Owen. The wolf dog sprawls on his back, wriggling obscenely with begging paws, his long black tongue lolling out. Influence of his surroundings. Give and have done with it. Provided nobody. Calling encouraging words he shambles back with a furtive poacher's tread, dogged by the setter into a dark stale stunk corner. He unrolls one parcel and goes to dump the crew bin softly but holds back and feels the trotter. Sizable for threepence. But then I have it in my left hand. Calls for more effort. Why? Smaller from want of use. Oh, let it slide. 2 and 6. With regret he lets the unrolled crew bin and trotter slide. The mastiff mauls the bundle clumsily and gluts himself with growling greed, crunching the bones. 2 rain-caped watch approach, silent, vigilant. They murmur together. The watch, Bloom. Of Bloom. For Bloom. Bloom. Each lays hand on Bloom's shoulder. First watch, caught in the act. Commit no nuisance. Bloom stammers. I am doing good to others. A covey of gulls, storm petrels, rises hungrily from liffey slime with banberry cakes in their beaks. The gulls, concave kankuri cake. Bloom, the friend of man. Trained by kindness. He points. Bob Doran, toppling from a high bar stool, sways over the munching spaniel. Bob Doran, Towser. Give us the paw. Give the paw. The bulldog growls, his scruff standing, a gobbet of pig's knuckle between his molars through which rabid scum spittle dribbles. Bob Doran falls silently into an area. Second watch, prevention of cruelty to animals. Bloom, enthusiastically. A noble work. I scolded that tram driver on Harold's Cross Bridge for losing the poor horse with his harness scab. Bad French I got for my pains. Of course it was Frosty and the last tram. All tales of circus life are highly demoralizing. Signor Maffei, passion pale, in lion tamer's costume with diamond studs in his shirt front, steps forward, holding a circus paper hoop, a curling carriage whip and a revolver with which he covers the gorging boarhound. Signor Maffei, with a sinister smile. Ladies and gentlemen, my educated greyhound. It was I broke in the bucking bronco Ajax with my patent spiked saddle for carnivores. Lash under the belly with a knotted thong. Block tackle and a strangling pulley will bring your lion to heel, no matter how fractious, even Leo Ferox there, the Libyan man-eater. A red-hot crowbar and some liniment rubbing on the burning part produced Fritz of Amsterdam, the thinking hyena. He glares. I possess the Indian sign. The glint of my eye does it with these breast sparklers. With a bewitching smile, I now introduce Mademoiselle Ruby, the pride of the ring. First watch, come. Name and address. Bloom, I have forgotten for the moment. Ah, yes. He takes off his high-grade hat, saluting. Dr. Bloom, Leopold, dental surgeon. You have heard of von Bloom Pasha. Umpteen millions. Donnerwetter. Owns half Austria. Egypt. Cousin. First watch, proof. A card falls from inside the leather headband of Bloom's hat. Bloom, in red fez, Coddy's dress coat with broad green sash, wearing a false badge of the Legion of Honor, picks up the card hastily and offers it. Allow me. My club is the Junior Army and Navy. Solicitors, Messrs. John Henry Menton, 27 Bachelor's Walk. First watch, reads. Henry Flower. No fixed abode. Unlawfully watching and besetting. Second watch, an alibi. You are cautioned. Bloom produces from his heart pocket a crumpled yellow flower. This is the flower in question. It was given me by a man I don't know his name. Plausibly. You know that old joke, Rose of Castile. Bloom. The change of name. Vorag. He murmurs privately and confidentially. We are engaged, you see, Sergeant. Lady in the case. Love entanglement. He shoulders the second watch gently. Dash it all. It's a way we gallants have in the Navy. Uniform that does it. He turns gravely to the first watch. Still, of course, you do get your Waterloo sometimes. Drop in some evening and have a glass of old Burgundy. To the second watch gaily. I'll introduce you, Inspector. She's game. Do it in the shake of a lamb's tail. A dark mercurialist face appears, leading a veiled figure. The dark Mercury, the castle is looking for him. He was drummed out of the army. Martha, thick-veiled, a crimson halter round her neck, a copy of the Irish Times in her hand, in tone of reproach, pointing. Henry. Leopold. Lionel, thou lost one. Clear my name. First watch, sternly. Come to the station. Bloom, scared, hats himself, steps back, then, plucking at his heart and lifting his right forearm on the square, he gives the sign and to a guard of fellow craft. No, no, worshipful master, light of love. Mistaken identity. The lion's male. Lee Cirques and Dubusk. You remember the child's fratricide case? We medical men. By striking him dead with a hatchet. I am wrongfully accused. Better one guilty escape than 99 wrongfully condemned. Martha, sobbing behind her veil. Breach of promise. My real name is Peggy Griffin. He wrote to me that he was miserable. I'll tell my brother, the Bective Rugger fullback, on you, heartless flirt. Bloom, behind his hand. She's drunk. The woman is inebriated. He murmurs vaguely the pass of Ephraim. Shit brolit. Second watch, tears in his eyes, to Bloom. You ought to be thoroughly well ashamed of yourself. Bloom, gentlemen of the jury, let me explain. A pure mare's nest. I am a man misunderstood. I am being made a scapegoat of. I am a respectable married man, without a stain on my character. I live in Ecclesiastes Street. My wife, I am the daughter of a most distinguished commander, a gallant upstanding gentleman. What do you call him? Major General Brian Tweedy, one of Britain's fighting men who helped to win our battles. Got his majority for the heroic defense of Rorke's Drift. First watch, regiment. Bloom, turns to the gallery. The Royal Dublins, boys, the salt of the earth, known the world over. I think I see some old comrades in arms up there among you. The RDF, with our own Metropolitan Police, guardians of our homes, the pluckiest lads and the finest body of men, as physique, in the service of our sovereign. A voice, turncoat. Up the Boers. Who boot Joe Chamberlain? Bloom, his hand on the shoulder of the first watch. My old dad too was a JP. I'm as staunch a Britisher as you are, sir. I fought with the colours for king and country in the absent-minded war under General Gough in the Park and was disabled at Spienkop and Bloemfontein, was mentioned in dispatches. I did all a white man could. With quiet feeling. Jim Bludso. Hold her nozzle again the bank. First watch, profession or trade? Bloom, well, I follow a literary occupation, author-journalist. In fact, we are just bringing out a collection of prize stories of which I am the inventor, something that is an entirely new departure. I am connected with the British and Irish press. If you ring up. Miles Crawford strides out jerkily, a quill between his teeth. His scarlet beak blazes within the aureole of his straw hat. He dangles a hank of Spanish onions in one hand and holds with the other hand a telephone receiver nozzle to his ear. Miles Crawford, his cockswaddles wagging. Hello, 7784. Hello. Freeman's Urinal and Weekly Arswipe here. Paralyze Europe. You which? Blue bags? Who writes? Is it Bloom? Mr. Philip Beaufoy, pale-faced, stands in the witness box, in accurate morning dress, out breast pocket with peak of handkerchief showing, creased lavender trousers and patent boots. He carries a large portfolio labeled Matchame's Masterstrokes. Beaufoy drawls. No, you aren't. Not by a long shot if I know it. I don't see it, that's all. No born gentleman, no one with the most rudimentary promptings of a gentleman would stoop to such particularly loathsome conduct. One of those, my lord. A plagiarist. A soapy sneak masquerading as a litterateur. It's perfectly obvious that with the most inherent baseness he has cribbed some of my best-selling copy, really gorgeous stuff, a perfect gem, the love passages in which are beneath suspicion. The Beaufoy books of love and great possessions, with which your lordship is doubtless familiar, are a household word throughout the kingdom. Bloom, murmurs with hangdog meekness glum. That bit about the laughing witch hand in hand I take exception to, if I may. Beaufoy, his lip upcurled, smiles superciliously on the court. You funny ass, you. You're too beastly awfully weird for words. I don't think you need over excessively disincommodate yourself in that regard. My literary agent Mr. J.B. Pinker is in attendance. I presume, my lord, we shall receive the usual witnesses' fees, shan't we? We are considerably out of pocket over this bally pressman Johnny, this jackdaw of Reims, who has not even been to a university. Bloom, indistinctly. University of Life. Bad art. Beaufoy shouts. It's a damnably foul lie, showing the moral rottenness of the man. He extends his portfolio. We have here damning evidence, the corpus delicti, my lord, a specimen of my mature work disfigured by the hallmark of the beast. A voice from the gallery. Moses, Moses, King of the Jews. Wiped his arse in the Daily News. Bloom, bravely. Overdrawn. Beaufoy, you low cad. You ought to be ducked in the horse pond, you rotter. To the court. Why, look at the man's private life. Leading a quadruple existence. Street angel and house devil. Not fit to be mentioned in mixed society. The arch-conspirator of the age. Bloom, to the court. And he, a bachelor, how? First watch, the king versus Bloom. Call the woman Driscoll. The crier, Mary Driscoll, scullery maid. Mary Driscoll, a slipshod. Servant girl, approaches. She has a bucket on the crook of her arm and a scouring brush in her hand. Second watch, another. Are you of the unfortunate class? Mary Driscoll, indignantly. I'm not a bad one. I bear a respectable character and was 4 months in my last place. I was in a situation, £6 a year and my chances with Fridays out and I had to leave owing to his carryings on. First watch, what do you tax him with? Mary Driscoll, he made a certain suggestion but I thought more of myself as poor as I am. Bloom, in-house jacket of ripple cloth, flannel trousers, heelless slippers, unshaven, his hair rumpled, softly. I treated you white. I gave you mementos, smart emerald garters far above your station. Incautiously I took your part when you were accused of pilfering. There's a medium in all things. Play cricket. Mary Driscoll, excitedly. As God is looking down on me this night if ever I laid a hand to them oysters. First watch, the offense complained of? Did something happen? Mary Driscoll, he surprised me in the rear of the premises, Your Honor, when the missus was out shopping one morning with a request for a safety pin. He held me and I was discolored in 4 places as a result. And he interfered twict with my clothing. Bloom, she counter-assaulted. Mary Driscoll, scornfully. I had more respect for the scouring brush, so I had. I remonstrated with him, Your Lord, and he remarked, Keep it quiet. General laughter. George Fautrell, Clerk of the Crown and Peace, resonantly. Order in court. The accused will now make a bogus statement. Bloom, pleading not guilty and holding a full-blown water lily, begins a long unintelligible speech. They would hear what counsel had to say in his stirring address to the grand jury. He was down and out but, though branded as a black sheep, if he might say so, he meant to reform, to retrieve the memory of the past in a purely sisterly way and return to nature as a purely domestic animal. A 7 months child, he had been carefully brought up and nurtured by an aged bedridden parent. There might have been lapses of an erring father but he wanted to turn over a new leaf and now, when at long last in sight of the whipping post, to lead a homely life in the evening of his days, permeated by the affectionate surroundings of the heaving bosom of the family. An acclimatized Britisher, he had seen that summer eve from the footplate of an engine cab of the Loop Line Railway Company while the rain refrained from falling, glimpses, as it were, through the windows of loveful households in Dublin City, an urban district of scenes truly rural, of happiness of the better land, with Dockrell's wallpaper at 1 and 9 pence a dozen, innocent British-born bairns lisping prayers to the sacred infant, youthful scholars grappling with their pensiums, or model young ladies playing on the pianoforte or anon, all with fervor reciting the family rosary round the crackling Yule log, while in the Barines and Green Lanes the colleens with their swains strolled, what times the strains of the organ-toned melodeon Britannia, metal-bound with 4 acting stops and 12-fold bellows, a sacrifice, greatest bargain ever. Renewed laughter. He mumbles incoherently. Reporters complain that they cannot hear. Longhand and shorthand, without looking up from their notebooks. Loosen his boots. Professor Machug, from the press stable, coughs and calls. Cough it up, man. Get it out in bits. The cross-examination proceeds, re Bloom and the bucket. A large bucket. Bloom himself. Bowel trouble. In Beaver Street. Gripe, yes. Quite bad. A plasterer's bucket. By walking stiff-legged. Suffered untold misery. Deadly agony. About noon. Love or burgundy? Yes, some spinach. Crucial moment. He did not look in the bucket. Nobody. Rather a mess. Not completely. A Tidbit's back number. Uproar and catcalls. Bloom in a torn frock coat stained with whitewash, dinged silk hat sideways on his head, a strip of sticking plaster across his nose, talks inaudibly. J.J. O'Malloy, in barrister's grey wig and stuff gown, speaking with a voice of pained protest. This is no place for indecent levity at the expense of an erring mortal disguised in liquor. We are not in a bear garden nor at an Oxford rag, nor is this a travesty of justice. My client is an infant, a poor foreign immigrant who started scratch as a stowaway and is now trying to turn an honest penny. The trumped-up misdemeanor was due to a momentary aberration of heredity, brought on by hallucination, such familiarities as the alleged guilty occurrence being quite permitted in my client's native place, the land of the Pharaoh. Prima facie, I put it to you that there was no attempt at carnally knowing. Intimacy did not occur, and the offense complained of by Driscoll, that her virtue was solicited, was not repeated. I would deal in especial with atavism. There have been cases of shipwreck and somnambulism in my client's family. If the accused could speak, he could a tale unfold, one of the strangest that have ever been narrated between the covers of a book. He himself, my lord, is a physical wreck from cobbler's weak chest. His submission is that he is of Mongolian extraction and irresponsible for his actions. Not all there, in fact. Bloom, barefoot, pigeon-breasted, in Lasker's vest and trousers, apologetic toes turned in, opens his tiny mole's eyes and looks about him dazedly, passing a slow hand across his forehead. Then he hitches his belt sailor fashion and with a shrug of oriental obeisance salutes the court, pointing one thumb heavenward. Him make ye velly muchy fine night. He begins to lilt simply. Li poo lil chilly. Blingy pig foot evely night. Pay e 2 shilly. He is howled down. J.J. O'Malloy, hotly to the populace. This is a lone hand fight. By Hades, I will not have any client of mine gagged and badgered in this fashion by a pack of curs and laughing hyenas. The Mosaic Code has superseded the law of the jungle. I say it, and I say it emphatically, without wishing for one moment to defeat the ends of justice. Accused was not accessory before the act, and prosecutrix has not been tampered with. The young person was treated by defendant as if she were his very own daughter. Bloom takes J.J. O'Malloy's hand and raises it to his lips. I shall call rebutting evidence to prove up to the hilt that the hidden hand is again at its old game. When in doubt, persecute Bloom. My client, an innately bashful man, would be the last man in the world to do anything ungentlemanly which injured modesty, could object to or cast a stone at a girl who took the wrong turning when some dastard, responsible for her condition, had worked his own sweet will on her. He wants to go straight. I regard him as the whitest man I know. He is down on his luck at present owing to the mortgaging of his extensive property at Agendath Netam in faraway Asia Minor, slides of which will now be shown. To Bloom. I suggest that you will do the handsome thing. Bloom. A penny in the pound. The image of the lake of Kinnereth with blurred cattle cropping in silver haze is projected on the wall. Moses Dlugic, fair-tayed albino, in blue dungarees, stands up in the gallery, holding in each hand an orange citron and a pork kidney. Dlugic, hoarsely. Bleibtreustrasse, Berlin, W13. J. O'Malloy steps onto a low plinth and holds the lapel of his coat with solemnity. His face lengthens, grows pale and bearded, with sunken eyes, the blotches of phthisis and hectic cheekbones of John F. Taylor. He applies his handkerchief to his mouth and scrutinizes the galloping tide of rose-pink blood. J. O'Malloy, almost voicelessly. Excuse me. I am suffering from a severe chill, have recently come from a sickbed. A few well-chosen words. He assumes the avine head, foxy mustache, and proboscidal eloquence of Seymour Bushe. When the angel's book comes to be opened, if aught that the pensive bosom has inaugurated of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring deserves to live, I say accord the prisoner at the bar the sacred benefit of the doubt. A paper with something written on it is handed into court. Bloom, in court dress. Can give best references. Messrs. Callan, Coleman. Mr. Wisdom Helly J.P. My old Chief Joe Cuff. Mr. V.B. Dillon, ex-Lord Mayor of Dublin. I have moved in the charmed circle of the highest Queens of Dublin society. Carelessly. I was just chatting this afternoon at the Viceregal Lodge to my old pals, Sir Robert and Lady Ball, Astronomer Royal, at the levee. Sir Bob, I said. Mrs. Yelverton Berry, in low corsage opal ball dress and elbow-length ivory gloves, wearing a sable-trimmed brick-quilted dolman, a comb of brilliance and panache of osprey in her hair. Arrest him, constable. He wrote me an anonymous letter in Prentice backhand when my husband was in the North Riding of Tipperary on the Munster circuit, signed James Love Burge. He said that he had seen from the gods my peerless globes as I sat in a box of the Theatre Royal at a command performance of La Cigale. I deeply inflamed him, he said. He made improper overtures to me to misconduct myself at 4:30 p.m. on the following Thursday, Dunsink time. He offered to send me through the post a work of fiction by Monsieur Paul de Kock, entitled The Girl with the Three Pairs of Stays. Mrs. Bellingham, in cap and seal coney mantle, wrapped up to the nose, steps out of her brougham and scans through tortoiseshell quizzing glasses which she takes from inside her huge opossum muff. Also to me. Yes, I believe it is the same objectionable person. Because he closed my carriage door outside Sir Thornley Stoker's one sleety day during the cold snap of February '93, when even the grit of the waste pipe and the ball stop in my bath cistern were frozen. Subsequently he enclosed a bloom of Edelweiss cold on the heights, as he said, in my honor. I had it examined by a botanical expert and elicited the information that it was a blossom of the homegrown potato plant purloined from a forcing case of the model farm. Mrs. Yelverton Berry, shame on him. A crowd of sluts and ragamuffins surges forward. The sluts and ragamuffins, screaming, "Stop thief! Hurrah there, Bluebeard! 3 cheers for Icky Mo! Second watch, produces handcuffs. Here are the darbies. Mrs. Bellingham. He addressed me in several handwritings with fulsome compliments as a Venus in furs and alleged profound pity for my frost-bound coachman Palmer, while in the same breath he expressed himself as envious of his ear-flaps and fleecy sheepskins and of his fortunate proximity to my person, when standing behind my chair wearing my livery and the armorial bearings of the Bellingham escutcheon garnished sable, a buck's head couped or. He lauded almost extravagantly my nether extremities, my swelling calves and silk hose drawn up to the limit, and eulogized glowingly my other hidden treasures in priceless lace which, he said, he could conjure up. He urged me, stating that he felt it his mission in life to urge me, to defile the marriage bed, to commit adultery at the earliest possible opportunity. The Honorable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, in Amazon costume, hard hat, jack boots cockspurred, vermilion waistcoat, fawn musketeer gauntlets with braided drums, long train held up and hunting crop with which she strikes her welt constantly. Also me. Because he saw me on the polo ground of the Phoenix Park at the match All Ireland versus the rest of Ireland. My eyes, I know, shone divinely as I watched Captain Slogger Dennehy of the Inniskillings win the final chukkar on his darling cob centaur. This plebeian Don Juan observed me from behind a hackney car and sent me in double envelopes an obscene photograph, such as are sold after dark on Paris boulevards, insulting to any lady. I have it still. It represents a partially nude senorita, frail and lovely, his wife, as he solemnly assured me, taken by him from nature, practicing illicit intercourse with a muscular torero, evidently a blackguard. He urged me to do likewise, to misbehave, to sin with officers of the garrison. He implored me to soil his letter in an unspeakable manner, to chastise him as he richly deserves, to bestride and ride him, to give him a most vicious horsewhipping. Mrs. Bellingham, me too. Mrs. Yelverton-Berry, me too. Several highly respectable Dublin ladies hold up improper letters received from Bloom. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys stamps her jingling spurs in a sudden paroxysm of fury. I will, by the God above me, I'll scourge the pigeon-livered cur as long as I can stand over him. I'll flay him alive. Bloom, his eyes closing, quails expectantly. Here? He squirms. Again. He pants cringing. I love the danger. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, very much so. I'll make it hot for you. I'll make you dance Jack Latin for that. Mrs. Bellingham, tan his breech well, the upstart. Write the stars and stripes on it. Mrs. Yelverton-Berry, disgraceful. There's no excuse for him. A married man. Bloom, all these people. I meant only the spanking idea. A warm tingling glow without effusion. Refined birching to stimulate the circulation. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys laughs derisively. Oh, did you, my fine fellow? Well, by the living God, you'll get the surprise of your life now, believe me, the most unmerciful hiding a man ever bargained for. You have lashed the dormant tigress in my nature into fury. Mrs. Bellingham shakes her muff and quizzing glasses vindicatively. Make him smart, Hannah dear. Give him ginger. Thrash the mongrel within an inch of his life. The cat o' nine tails. Geld him. Vivisect him. Bloom, shuddering, shrinking, joins his hands, with hangdog mien. Oh cold. Oh shivery. It was your ambrosial beauty. Forget, forgive. Kismet. Let me off this once. He offers the other cheek. Mrs. Yelverton-Berry, severely. Don't do so on any account, Mrs. Talboys. He should be soundly trounced. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, unbuttoning her gauntlet violently. I'll do no such thing. Pig dog and always was ever since he was puppied. To dare address me. I'll flog him black and blue in the public streets. I'll dig my spurs in him up to the rowel. He is a well-known cuckold. She swishes her hunting crop savagely in the air. Take down his trousers without loss of time. Come here, sir. Quick. Ready? Bloom, trembling, beginning to obey. The weather has been so warm. Davy Stevens, ringlet, passes with a bevy of barefoot newsboys. Davy Stevens, messenger of the Sacred Heart and Evening Telegraph with St. Patrick's Day supplement, containing the new addresses of all the cuckolds in Dublin. The Very Reverend Canon O'Hanlon in cloth of gold cope elevates and exposes a marble timepiece. Before him Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes S.J. bend low. The timepiece, unportaling. Cuckoo. 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 The brass quoits of a bed are heard to jingle. The quoits, jig-jag. Jig-a-jiga. Jig-jag. A panel of fog rolls back rapidly, revealing rapidly in the jury box the faces of Martin Cunningham, Foreman, Silk-hatted, Jack Power, Simon Dedalus, Tom Kernan, Ned Lambert, John Henry Menton, Miles Crawford, Lenehan, Paddy Leonard, Nosey Flynn, M. Coy, and the featureless face of a nameless one. The nameless one, bareback riding. Wait for H. Gob, he organized her. The jurors, all their heads turned to his voice. Really? The nameless one, snarls. Our sover tip. 100 shillings to 5. The jurors, all their heads lowered in assent. Most of us thought as much. First watch, he is a marked man. Another girl's plate cut. Wanted, Jack the Ripper. £1,000 reward. Second watch, odd, whispers. And in black. A Mormon. Anarchist. The crier, loudly. Whereas Leopold Bloom of no fixed abode is a well-known dynamitard, forger, bigamist, bawd, and cuckold and a public nuisance to the citizens of Dublin, and whereas at this Commission of Assizes the most honourable, His Honour, Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, in judicial garb of grey stone rises from the bench, stone-bearded. He bears in his arms an umbrella sceptre. From his forehead arise starkly the mosaic ram's horns. The Recorder, I will put an end to this white slave traffic and rid Dublin of this odious pest. Scandalous. He dons the black cap. Let him be taken, Mr. Sub-Sheriff, from the dock where he now stands and detained in custody in Mountjoy prison during His Majesty's pleasure, and there be hanged by the neck until he is dead, and therein fail not at your peril, or may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Remove him. A black skull cap descends upon his head. The Sub-Sheriff Long John Fanning appears, smoking a pungent Henry Clay. Long John Fanning scowls and calls with rich rolling utterance. Who'll hang Judas Iscariot? H. Rumbold, Master Barber, in a blood-colored jerkin and tanner's apron, a rope coiled over his shoulder, mounts the block. A life-preserver and a nail-studded bludgeon are stuck in his belt. He rubs grimly his grappling hands, knobbed with knuckle-dusters. Rumbold, to the Recorder with sinister familiarity. Hanging Harry, Your Majesty, the Mirza Terror. 5 guineas a jugular. Neck or nothing. The bells of George's church toll slowly, loud dark iron. The bells, Hago. Hago. Bloom, desperately. Wait. Stop. Gulls. Good heart. I saw. Innocence. Girl in the monkey house. Zoo. Lewd chimpanzee. Breathlessly. Pelvic basin. Her artless blush unmanned me. Overcome with emotion. I left the precincts. He turns to a figure in the crowd, appealing. Heinz, may I speak to you? You know me. That 3 shillings you can keep. If you want a little more. Heinz, coldly. You are a perfect stranger. Second watch, points to the corner. The bomb is here. First watch, infernal machine with a time fuse. Bloom, no, no. Pig's feet. I was at a funeral. First watch, draws his truncheon. Liar. The beagle lifts his snout, showing the grey scorbutic face of Paddy Dignam. He has not all. He exhales a putrid carcassed breath. He grows to human size and shape. His dachshund coat becomes a brown mortuary habit. His green eye flashes bloodshot. Half of one ear, all the nose and both thumbs are ghoul-eaten. Paddy Dignam, in a hollow voice. It is true. It was my funeral. Dr. Finucane pronounced life extinct when I succumbed to the disease from natural causes. He lifts his mutilated ashen face moonwards and bays lugubriously. Bloom, in triumph. You hear? Paddy Dignam, Bloom, I am Paddy Dignam's spirit. List, list, oh list. Bloom, the voice is the voice of Aesop. Second watch, blesses himself. How is that possible? First watch, it is not in the penny catechism. Paddy Dignam, by metempsychosis. Spooks. A voice, oh rocks. Paddy Dignam, earnestly. Once I was in the employ of Mr. J. H. Menton, solicitor, commissioner for oaths and affidavits, of 27 Bachelor's Walk. Now I am defunct, the wall of the heart hypertrophied. Hard lines. The poor wife was awfully cut up. How is she bearing it? Keep her off that bottle of sherry. He looks round him. A lamp. I must satisfy an animal need. That buttermilk didn't agree with me. The portly figure of John O'Connell, caretaker, stands forth, holding a bunch of keys tied with crape. Beside him stands Father Coffey, chaplain, toad-bellied, wry-necked, in a surplice and bandana nightcap, holding sleepily a staff of twisted poppies. Father Coffey yawns, then chants with a hoarse croak. Nameen. Jacobs. Vabiscuits. Amen. John O'Connell foghorns stormily through his megaphone. Dignam, Patrick T., deceased. Paddy Dignam, with pricked-up ears, winces. Overtones. He wriggles forward and places an ear to the ground. My master's voice. John O'Connell, burial docket letter number UP 85,000. Field 17. House of Keys. Plot, 101. Paddy Dignam listens with visible effort, thinking, his tail stiff-pointed, his ears cocked. Paddy Dignam, pray for the repose of his soul. He worms down through a coal hole, his brown habit trailing its tether over rattling pebbles. After him toddles an obese grandfather rat on fungus turtle paws under a grey carapace. Dignam's voice, muffled, is heard baying underground, Dignam's dead and gone below. Tom Rockford, Robin Redbreast, in cap and breeches, jumps from his two-columned machine. Tom Rockford, a hand to his breastbone, bows. Reuben J. A. Florin I find him. He fixes the manhole with a resolute stare. My turn now on. Follow me up to Carlo. He executes a daredevil salmon leap in the air and is engulfed in the coal hole. 2 discs on the columns wobble, eyes of naught. All recedes. Bloom plodges forward again through the sump. Kisses chirp amid the rifts of fog. A piano sounds. He stands before a lighted house, listening. The kisses, winging from their bowers, fly about him, twittering, warbling, cooing. The kisses, warbling. Leo. Twittering. Icky licky mickey sticky for Leo. Cooing. Coo-coa-coo. Yum-yum, wom-wom. Warbling. Big comma bike. Pirouette. Leopold. Twittering. Lee. Warbling. O Leo. They rustle, flutter upon his garments, a light, bright giddy flecks, silvery sequins. Bloom, a man's touch. Sad music. Church music. Perhaps here. Zoe Higgins, a young whore in a sapphire slip, closed with 3 bronze buckles, a slim black velvet fillet round her throat, nods, trips down the steps and accosts him. Zoe, are you looking for someone? He's inside with his friend. Bloom, is this MRS Max? Zoe, no, 8 yon. MRS Cohen's. You might go farther and fare worse. Mother Slipper Slapper. Familiarly. She's on the job herself tonight with the vet, her tipster that gives her all the winners and pays for her son in Oxford. Working overtime, but her luck's turned today. Suspiciously. You're not his father, are you? Bloom, not I. Zoe, you both in black. Has little Mousy any tickles tonight? His skin, alert, feels her fingertips approach. A hand glides over his left thigh. Zoe, how's the nuts? Bloom, offside. Curiously they are on the right. Heavier, I suppose. 1 in a million, my tailor, Messias, says. Zoe, in sudden alarm. You've a hard shanker. Bloom, not likely. Zoe, I feel it. Her hand slides into his left trouser pocket and brings out a hard black shriveled potato. She regards it and Bloom with dumb moist lips. Bloom, a talisman. Heirloom. Zoe, for Zoe. For keeps. For being so nice, eh? She puts the potato greedily into a pocket, then links his arm, cuddling him with supple warmth. He smiles uneasily. Slowly, note by note, Oriental music is played. He gazes in the tawny crystal of her eyes, ringed with kohol. His smile softens. Zoe, you'll know me the next time. Bloom, forlornly. I never loved a dear gazelle, but it was sure to. Gazelles are leaping, feeding on the mountains. Near our lakes. Round their shores file shadows black of cedar groves. Aroma rises, a strong hair growth of resin. It burns, the Orient, a sky of sapphire, cleft by the bronze flight of eagles. Under it lies the woman city, nude, white, still, cool, in luxury. A fountain murmurs among damask roses. Mammoth roses murmur of scarlet winoglops. A wine of shame, lust, blood exudes, strangely murmuring. Zoe, murmuring sing-song with the music, her odalisque lips lusciously smeared with salve of swine fat and rose water. Skorach oni winowake, benoith hyra shalom. Bloom, fascinated. I thought you were of good stock by your accent. Zoe, and you know what thought did? She bites his ear gently with little gold-stopped teeth, sending on him a cloying breath of stale garlic. The roses draw apart, disclose a sepulchre of the gold of kings and their mouldering bones. Bloom draws back, mechanically caressing her right bub with a flat, awkward hand. Are you a Dublin girl? Zoe catches a stray hair deftly and twists it to her coil. No bloody fear. I'm English. Have you a swagger root? Bloom, as before. Rarely smoke, dear. Cigar now and then. Childish device. Lewdly. The mouth can be better engaged than with a cylinder of rank weed. Zoe, go on. Make a stump speech out of it. Bloom, in workman's corduroy overalls, black guernsey with red floating tie and Apache cap. Mankind is incorrigible. Sir Walter Raleigh brought from the New World that potato and that weed, the one a killer of pestilence by absorption, the other a poisoner of the ear, eye, heart, memory, will, understanding, all. That is to say, he brought the poison 100 years before another person whose name I forget brought the food. Suicide. Lies. All our habits. Why, look at our public life. Midnight chimes from distant steeples. The chimes. Turn again, Leopold. Lord Mayor of Dublin. Bloom, in alderman's gown and chain. Electors of Arran Quay, Inns Quay, Rotunda, Mountjoy, and North Dock, better run a tram line, I say, from the cattle market to the river. That's the music of the future. That's my program. Cui bono? But our buccaneering Vanderdeckens and their phantom ship of finance. An elector, 3 times 3 for our future chief magistrate. The aurora borealis of the torchlight procession leaps. The torch-bearers, hooray! Several well-known burgesses, city magnates, and freemen of the city shake hands with Bloom and congratulate him. Timothy Harrington, late thrice Lord Mayor of Dublin, imposing in mayoral scarlet, gold chain, and white silk tie, confers with Councillor Lorcan Sherlock, locum tenens. They nod vigorously in agreement. Late Lord Mayor Harrington, in scarlet robe with mace, gold mayoral chain and large white silk scarf. That Alderman Sir Leo Bloom's speech be printed at the expense of the ratepayers. That the house in which he was born be ornamented with a commemorative tablet, and that the thoroughfare hitherto known as Cow Parlour off Cork Street be henceforth designated Boulevard Bloom. Councillor Lorcan Sherlock, carried unanimously. Bloom, impassionedly. These Flying Dutchmen, or Lying Dutchmen as they recline in their upholstered poop, casting dice, what reck they? Machines is their cry, their chimera, their panacea. Labor-saving apparatuses, supplanters, bugbears, manufactured monsters for mutual murder, hideous hobgoblins produced by a horde of capitalistic lusts upon our prostituted labor. The poor man starves while they are grassing their royal mountain stags or shooting peasants and partridges in their purblind pomp of pelf and power. But their reign is rover forever and ever and ev. Prolonged applause. Venetian masts, maypoles, and festal arches spring up. A streamer bearing the legends Sad Mile Fealty and Mehtab Malek Israel spans the street. All the windows are thronged with sightseers, chiefly ladies. Along the route the regiments of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers, the King's Own Scottish Borderers, the Cameron Highlanders and the Welsh Fusiliers, standing to attention, keep back the crowd. Boys from high school are perched on the lamp posts, telegraph poles, windowsills, cornices, gutters, chimney pots, railings, rainspouts, whistling and cheering. The pillar of the cloud appears. A fife and drum band is heard in the distance playing the Kol Nidra. The beaters approach with imperial eagles hoisted, trailing banners and waving oriental palms. The chryselephantine papal standard rises high, surrounded by pennons of the civic flag. The van of the procession appears headed by John Howard Parnell, City Marshal, in a chessboard tabard, the Athlone Pursuivant and Ulster King of Arms. They are followed by the Right Honourable Joseph Hutchinson, Lord Mayor of Dublin, His Lordship the Lord Mayor of Cork, their worships the mayors of Limerick, Galway, Sligo, and Waterford, 28 Irish representative peers, Sirdars, Grandees and Maharajas bearing the cloth of estate, the Dublin Metropolitan Fire Brigade, the chapter of the Saints of Finance in their plutocratic order of precedence, the Bishop of Down and Connor, His Eminence Michael Cardinal Logue, Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, His Grace, the Most Reverend Dr. William Alexander, Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, the Chief Rabbi, the Presbyterian Moderator, the heads of the Baptist, Anabaptist, Methodist and Moravian chapels, and the Honorary Secretary of the Society of Friends. After them march the guilds and trades and train bands with flying colors, coopers, bird fanciers, millwrights, newspaper canvassers, law scriveners, masseurs, vintners, truss makers, chimney sweeps, lard refiners, tabinet and poplin weavers, farriers, Italian warehousemen, church decorators, bootjack manufacturers, undertakers, silk mercers, lapidaries, salesmasters, cork cutters, assessors of fire losses, dyers and cleaners, export bottlers, fellmongers, ticket writers, heraldic seal engravers, horse repository hands, bullion brokers, cricket and archery outfitters, riddle makers, egg and potato factors, hosiers and glovers, plumbing contractors. After them march gentlemen of the bedchamber, black rod, deputy garter, gold stick, the master of horse, the Lord Great Chamberlain, the Earl Marshal, the High Constable carrying the sword of state, St. Stephen's iron crown, the chalice and Bible. 4 buglers on foot blow a senate. Beefeaters reply, winding clarions of welcome. Under an arch of triumph Bloom appears, bareheaded, in a crimson velvet mantle trimmed with ermine, bearing St. Edward's staff, the orb and scepter with the dove, the curtana. He is seated on a milk-white horse with long flowing crimson tail, richly caparisoned, with golden headstall. Wild excitement. The ladies from their balconies throw down rose petals. The air is perfumed with essences. The men cheer. Bloom's boys run amid the bystanders with branches of hawthorn and wren bushes. Bloom's boys. The wren, the king of all birds. St. Stephen's his day, was caught in the furs. A blacksmith murmurs, for the honor of God. And is that Bloom? He scarcely looks 31. A pavior and flagger, that's the famous Bloom now, the world's greatest reformer. Hats off. All uncover their heads. Women whisper eagerly, a millionaireess, richly. Isn't he simply wonderful? A noble woman, nobly. All that man has seen. A feminist, masculinely. And done. A bell hanger, a classic face. He has the forehead of a thinker. Bloom's weather. A sunburst appears in the northwest. The Bishop of Down and Connor, I here present your undoubted Emperor President and King Chairman, the most serene and potent and very puissant ruler of this realm. God save Leopold I. All, God save Leopold I. Bloom, in dalmatic and purple mantle, to the Bishop of Down and Connor, with dignity. Thanks, somewhat eminent sir. William, Archbishop of Armagh, in purple stock and shovel hat. Will you to your power cause law and mercy to be executed in all your judgments in Ireland and territories thereunto belonging? Bloom, placing his right hand on his testicles, swears. So may the Creator deal with me. All this I promise to do. Michael, Archbishop of Armagh, pours a cruse of hair oil over Bloom's head. Gaudium magnum annuncio vobis. Habmus carnificem. Leopold, Patrick, Andrew, David, George, be thou anointed. Bloom assumes a mantle of cloth of gold and puts on a ruby ring. He ascends and stands on the stone of destiny. The representative peers put on at the same time their 28 crowns. Joy bells ring in Christ Church, St. Patrick's, George's and Gay Malahide. Myra's bizarre fireworks go up from all sides with symbolical phallopyrotechnic designs. The peers do homage, one by one, approaching and genuflecting. The peers, I do become your liege man of life and limb to earthly worship. Bloom holds up his right hand on which sparkles the Koh-i-Noor diamond. His palfrey neighs. Immediate silence. Wireless intercontinental and interplanetary transmitters are set for reception of message. Bloom, my subjects. We hereby nominate our faithful charger Copula Felix Hereditary Grand Vizier and announce that we have this day repudiated our former spouse and have bestowed our royal hand upon the Princess Selene, the splendor of night. The former morganatic spouse of Bloom is hastily removed in the Black Maria. The Princess Selene, in moon blue robes, a silver crescent on her head, descends from a sedan chair, borne by two giants. An outburst of cheering. John Howard Parnell raises the royal standard. Illustrious Bloom, successor to my famous brother. Bloom embraces John Howard Parnell. We thank you from our heart, John, for this right royal welcome to Green Erin, the promised land of our common ancestors. The freedom of the city is presented to him embodied in a charter. The keys of Dublin, crossed on a crimson cushion, are given to him. He shows all that he is wearing green socks. Tom Kernan, you deserve it, Your Honor. Bloom, on this day 20 years ago we overcame the hereditary enemy at Ladysmith. Our howitzers and camel swivel guns played on his lines with telling effect. Half a league onward. They charge. All is lost now. Do we yield? No. We drive them headlong. Lo. We charge. Deploying to the left, our light horse swept across the heights of Plevna and, uttering their warcry bona fide Sabaoth, sabered the Saracen gunners to a man. The chapel of Freeman typesetters, here. Here. John Weiss Nolan, there's the man that got away James Stevens. A blue-coat schoolboy, bravo. An old resident, you're a credit to your country, sir, that's what you are. An apple woman, he's a man like Ireland wants. Bloom, my beloved subjects, a new era is about to dawn. I, Bloom, tell you verily it is even now at hand. Yet, on the word of a Bloom, ye shall ere long enter into the golden city which is to be, the new Bloomusalem in the Nova Hibernia of the future. 32 workmen, wearing rosettes, from all the counties of Ireland, under the guidance of Dirwan the builder, construct the new Bloomusalem. It is a colossal edifice with crystal roof, built in the shape of a huge pork kidney, containing 40,000 rooms. In the course of its extension several buildings and monuments are demolished. Government offices are temporarily transferred to railway sheds. Numerous houses are razed to the ground. The inhabitants are lodged in barrels and boxes, all marked in red with the letters, LB. Several paupers fall from a ladder. A part of the walls of Dublin, crowded with loyal sightseers, collapses. The sightseers, dying. Morituri te salutant. They die. A man in a brown Macintosh springs up through a trapdoor. He points an elongated finger at Bloom. The man in the Macintosh, don't you believe a word he says. That man is Leopold M'Intosh, the notorious fire raiser. His real name is Higgins. Bloom, shoot him. Dog of a Christian. So much for M'Intosh. A cannon shot. The man in the Macintosh disappears. Bloom with his scepter strikes down poppies. The instantaneous deaths of many powerful enemies, graziers, members of parliament, members of standing committees, are reported. Bloom's bodyguard distribute Maundy money, commemoration medals, loaves and fishes, temperance badges, expensive Henry Clay cigars, free cow bones for soup, rubber preservatives in sealed envelopes tied with gold thread, butterscotch, pineapple rock, billets due in the form of cocked hats, ready-made suits, porringers of toad in the hole, bottles of Jai's fluid, purchase stamps, 40 days indulgences, spurious coins, derived pork sausages, theater passes, season tickets available for all. Tram lines, coupons of the Royal and Privileged Hungarian Lottery, penny dinner counters, cheap reprints of the world's 12 worst books, Froggy and Fritz, Politic, Care of the Baby, Infant Illic, 50 meals for 7/6, Kulinik, Was Jesus a Son myth? Historic, Expel That Pain, Medic, Infant's Compendium of the Universe, Cosmic, Let's All Chortle, Hilaric, Canvassers Vade Mecum, Journalic, Love Letters of Mother Assistant, Erotic, Who's Who in Space, Astric, Songs That Reached Our Heart, Melodic, Pennyweeze's Way to Wealth, Parsimonic. A general rush and scramble. Women press forward to touch the hem of Bloom's robe. The Lady Gwendolen de Bedot bursts through the throng, leaps on his horse and kisses him on both cheeks amid great acclamation. A magnesium flashlight photograph is taken. Babes and sucklings are held up. The women, little father. Little father. The babes and sucklings. Clap clap hands till Poldy comes home. Cakes in his pocket for Leo alone. Bloom, bending down, pokes baby Boardman gently in the stomach. Baby Boardman, hiccups, curdled milk flowing from his mouth. Hajajaja. Bloom, shaking hands with a blind stripling. My more than brother. Placing his arms round the shoulders of an old couple. Dear old friends. He plays pussy four corners with ragged boys and girls. Peep. Bo peep. He wheels twins in a perambulator. Tic-tac-toe wudayu sitashu. He performs juggler's tricks, draws red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet silk handkerchiefs from his mouth. Roy Biv. 32 feet per second. He consoles a widow. Absence makes the heart grow younger. He dances the Highland fling with grotesque antics. Leg it, ye devils. He kisses the bedsores of a palsied veteran. Honorable wounds. He trips up a fat policeman. Up. Up. He whispers in the ear of a blushing waitress and laughs kindly. Ah, naughty, naughty. He eats a raw turnip offered him by Maurice Butterly, farmer. Fine. Splendid. He refuses to accept 3 shillings offered him by Joseph Hines, journalist. My dear fellow, not at all. He gives his coat to a beggar. Please accept. He takes part in a stomach race with elderly male and female cripples. Come on, boys. Wriggle it, girls. The citizen, choked with emotion, brushes aside a tear in his emerald muffler. May the good God bless him. The ram's horns sound for silence. The standard of Zion is hoisted. Bloom uncloaks impressively, revealing obesity, unrolls a paper and reads solemnly. Aleph Beth Gimel Daleth Haggadah Tephilim Kosher Yom Kippur Hanukkah Roskaskana Beni Brith Bar Mitzvah Matzoth Ask Nazim Meshugataleth. An official translation is read by Jimmy Henry, Assistant Town Clerk. Jimmy Henry, the Court of Conscience is now open. His Most Catholic Majesty will now administer open-air justice. Free medical and legal advice, solution of doubles and other problems. All cordially invited. Given at this our loyal city of Dublin in the year 1 of the paradisiacal era. Paddy Leonard, what am I to do about my rates and taxes? Bloom, pay them, my friend. Paddy Leonard, thank you. Nosy Flynn, can I raise a mortgage on my fire insurance? Bloom, obdurately. Sirs, take notice that by the law of torts you are bound over in your own recognizances for 6 months in the sum of £5. J. O'Malloy, A. Daniel did I say? Nay. A. Peter O'Brien. Nosey Flynn, where do I draw the £5? Pisser Burke, for bladder trouble? Bloom. Acid. Nit. Hydrochlor. DIL, 20 minims. Tincture Nux Vom, 5 minims. Extra. Taraxil. Leg, 30 minims. AQ Dis. Tur Indi. Chris Callanan, what is the parallax of the subsola ecliptic of Aldebaran? Bloom, pleased to hear from you, Chris. K11. Joe Hines, why aren't you in uniform? Bloom, when my progenitor of sainted memory wore the uniform of the Austrian despot in a dank prison, where was yours? Ben Dollard, pansies? Bloom, embellish, beautify, suburban gardens. Ben Dollard, when twins arrive. Bloom, father, pater, dad, starts thinking. Larry O'Rourke, an 8-day license for my new premises. You remember me, Sir Leo, when you were in number 7. I'm sending around a dozen of stout for the missus. Bloom, coldly. You have the advantage of me. Lady Bloom accepts no presents. Crofton, this is indeed a festivity. Bloom, solemnly. You call it a festivity. I call it a sacrament. Alexander Keys, when will we have our own house of keys? Bloom, I stand for the reform of municipal morals and the plain 10 commandments. New worlds for old. Union of all, Jew, Muslim and Gentile. 3 acres and a cow for all children of nature. Saloon motor hearses. Compulsory manual labor for all. All parks open to the public day and night. Electric dish scrubbers. Tuberculosis, lunacy, war, and mendicancy must now cease. General amnesty, weekly carnival with masked license, bonuses for all, Esperanto the universal language with universal brotherhood. No more patriotism of bars punkers and drop cycle imposters. Free money, free rent, free love, and a free lay church in a free lay state. O'Madden Burke, free fox in a free hen roost. Davy Byrne, yawning. Bloom, mixed races and mixed marriage. Lenehan, what about mixed bathing? Bloom explains to those near him his schemes for social regeneration. All agree with him. The keeper of the Kildare Street Museum appears, dragging a lorry on which are the shaking statues of several naked goddesses, Venus Callipyge, Venus Pandemos, Venus Metempsychosis, and plaster figures, also naked, representing the new 9 muses: commerce, operatic music, amour, publicity, manufacture, liberty of speech, plural voting, gastronomy, private hygiene, seaside concert entertainments, painless obstetrics, and astronomy for the people. Father Farley, he is an Episcopalian, an agnostic, an anything Arian seeking to overthrow our holy faith. Mrs. Riordan, tears up her will. I'm disappointed in you. You bad man. Mother Grogan, removes her boot to throw it at Bloom. You beast. You abominable person. Nosey Flynn, give us a tune, Bloom. One of the old sweet songs. Bloom, with rollicking humor. I vowed that I never would leave her. She turned out a cruel deceiver. With my turalum 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 turalum. Hoppy Holohan, good old Bloom. There's nobody like him after all. Paddy Leonard, stage Irishman. Bloom, what railway opera is like a tramline in Gibraltar. The Rose of Castile. Laughter. Lenehan, plagiarist. Down with Bloom. The Veiled Sibyl, enthusiastically. I'm a Bloomite and I glory in it. I believe in him in spite of all. I'd give my life for him, the funniest man on earth. Bloom winks at the bystanders. I bet she's a bonny lassie. Theodore Purefoy, in fishing cap and oilskin jacket. He employs a mechanical device to frustrate the sacred ends of nature. The Veiled Sibyl stabs herself. My hero god. She dies. Many most attractive and enthusiastic women also commit suicide by stabbing, drowning, drinking prussic acid, aconite, arsenic, opening their veins, refusing food, casting themselves under steam rollers, from the top of Nelson's Pillar, into the great vat of Guinness's brewery, asphyxiating themselves by placing their heads in gas ovens, hanging themselves in stylish garters, leaping from windows of different stories. Alexander J. Dowie, violently. Fellow Christians and anti-Bloomites, the man called Bloom is from the roots of hell, a disgrace to Christian men. A fiendish libertine from his earliest years, this stinking goat of Mendez gave precocious signs of infantile debauchery, recalling the cities of the plain, with the dissolute grand dame. This vile hypocrite, bronzed with infamy, is the white bull mentioned in the Apocalypse. A worshipper of the Scarlet Woman, intrigue is the very breath of his nostrils. The stake faggots and the cauldron of boiling oil are for him. Caliban. The mob, lynch him. Roast him. He's as bad as Parnell was. Mr. Fox. Mother Grogan throws her boot at Bloom. Several shopkeepers from Upper and Lower Dorset Street throw objects of little or no commercial value, ham bones, condensed milk tins, unsaleable cabbage, stale bread, sheep's tails, odd pieces of fat. Bloom, excitedly. This is midsummer madness, some ghastly joke again. By heaven, I am guiltless as the unsunned snow. It was my brother Henry. He is my double. He lives in number 2 Dolphin's Barn. Slander, the viper, has wrongfully accused me. Fellow countrymen, Janelle and Banbatacoist Gankapal. I call on my old friend, Dr. Malachi Mulligan, sex specialist, to give medical testimony on my behalf. Dr. Mulligan, in motor jerkin, green motor goggles on his brow. Dr. Bloom is bisexually abnormal. He has recently escaped from Dr. Eustace's private asylum for demented gentlemen. Born out of wedlock, hereditary epilepsy is present, the consequence of unbridled lust. Traces of elephantiasis have been discovered among his ascendants. There are marked symptoms of chronic exhibitionism. Ambidexterity is also latent. He is prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and has metal teeth. In consequence of a family complex, he has temporarily lost his memory, and I believe him to be more sinned against than sinning. I have made a provaginal examination and, after application of the acid test to 5,427 anal, axillary, pectoral, and pubic hairs, I declare him to be Virgo intacta. Bloom holds his high-grade hat over his genital organs. Dr. Madden, hypsospadia is also marked. In the interest of coming generations, I suggest that the parts affected should be preserved in spirits of wine in the National Teratological Museum. Dr. Crothers, I have examined the patient's urine. It is albuminoid. Salivation is insufficient, the patellar reflex intermittent. Dr. Punch Costello, the Fater Judaicus is most perceptible. Dr. Dixon, reads a bill of health. Professor Bloom is a finished example of the new womanly man. His moral nature is simple and lovable. Many have found him a dear man, a dear person. He is a rather quaint fellow on the whole, coy though not feeble-minded in the medical sense. He has written a really beautiful letter, a poem in itself, to the court missionary of the Reformed Priests Protection Society, which clears up everything. He is practically a total abstainer, and I can affirm that he sleeps on a straw litter and eats the most Spartan food, cold-dried grocer's peas. He wears a hair shirt of pure Irish manufacture winter and summer and scourges himself every Saturday. He was, I understand, at one time a first-class misdemeanant in Glencree Reformatory. Another report states that he was a very posthumous child. I appeal for clemency in the name of the most sacred word our vocal organs have ever been called upon to speak. He is about to have a baby. General commotion and compassion. Women faint. A wealthy American makes a street collection for Bloom. Gold and silver coins, blank checks, bank notes, jewels, treasury bonds, maturing bills of exchange, IOUs, wedding rings, watch chains, lockets, necklaces and bracelets are rapidly collected. Bloom: "Oh, I so want to be a mother." Mrs. Thornton, in nurse attender's gown: "Embrace me tight, dear. You'll be soon over it. Tight, dear." Bloom embraces her tightly and bears 8 male yellow and white children. They appear on a red carpet staircase adorned with expensive plants. All the octuplets are handsome, with valuable metallic faces, well made, respectably dressed and well conducted, speaking 5 modern languages fluently and interested in various arts and sciences. Each has his name printed in legible letters on his shirt front: Nasodoro, Goldfinger, Chrysostomus, Maindore, Silver Smile, Silver Selber, Vifargent, Panargyros. They are immediately appointed to positions of high public trust in several different countries as managing directors of banks, traffic managers of railways, chairman of limited liability companies, vice chairman of hotel syndicates. A voice: "Bloom, are you the Messiah, Ben Joseph or Ben David?" Bloom, darkly: "You have said it. Brother Buzz, then perform a miracle like Father Charles." Bantam Lions: "Prophesy who will win the St. Ledger." Bloom walks on a net, covers his left eye with his left ear, passes through several walls, climbs Nelson's pillar, hangs from the top ledge by his eyelids, eats 12 dozen oysters, shells included, heals several sufferers from King's evil, contracts his face so as to resemble many historical personages: Lord Beaconsfield, Lord Byron, Wat Tyler, Moses of Egypt, Moses Maimonides, Moses Mendelssohn, Henry Irving, Rip Van Winkle, Kossuth, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Baron Leopold Rothschild, Robinson Crusoe, Sherlock Holmes, Pasteur. Turns each foot simultaneously in different directions, bids the tide turn back, eclipses the sun by extending his little finger. Bry Knight, Papal Nuncio, in Papal Tzo's uniform, steel cuirasses as breastplate, arm plates, thigh plates, leg plates, large profane mustaches and brown paper mitre. Leopold I Autumn Gene Ratio. Moses begot Noah, and Noah begot Eunuch, and Eunuch begot O'Halloran, and O'Halloran begot Guggenheim, and Guggenheim begot Agendath, and Agendath begot Netame, and Netame begot L.E. Hirsch, and L.E. Hirsch begot Jezuram, and Jezuram begot Mackay, and Mackay begot Ostrolopsky, and Ostrolopsky begot Smerdaz, and Smerdaz begot Weiss, and Weiss begot Swartz, and Swartz begot Adrianopoli, and Adrianopoli begot Aranjuez, and Aranjuez begot Louis Lawson, and Louis Lawson begot Ichabudinosaur, and Ichabudinosaur begot O'Donnell Magnus, and O'Donnell Magnus begot Christbaum, and Christbaum begot Ben Maimon, and Ben Maimon begot Dusty Rhodes, and Dusty Rhodes begot Ben Ammer, and Ben Ammer begot Jones Smith, and Jones Smith begot Savornianovich, and Savornianovich begot Jasper Stone, and Jasper Stone begot Vingti Tuniim, and Vingti Tuniim begot Sombathe, and Sombathe begot Vorag, and Vorag begot Bloom et vocabiter nomen eis Emmanuel. A dead hand writes on the wall. Bloom is a cod. Crab, in bushranger's kit. What did you do in the cattle creep behind Kilbarrack? A female infant, shakes a rattle. And under Ballybough Bridge? A holly bush, and in the Devil's Glen? Bloom, blushes furiously all over from fronds to natees, 3 tears falling from his left eye. Spare my past. The Irish evicted tenants, in body coats, knee breeches, with Donnybrook fair shillelaghs. Shambach him. Bloom with ass's ears seats himself in the pillory with crossed arms, his feet protruding. He whistles Don Giovanni, a center tico. Artane orphans, joining hands, caper round him. Girls of the prison gate mission, joining hands, caper round in the opposite direction. The Artane orphans. UHIG, you hog, you dirty dog. You think the ladies love you. The prison gate girls. If you see K, tell him he may. CUNT. Tell him from me. Hornblower, in ephod and hunting cap, announces. And he shall carry the sins of the people to Azazel, the spirit which is in the wilderness, and to Lilith, the night hag. And they shall stone him and defile him, yet, all from Agendath Netaim and from Mizraim, the land of Ham. All the people cast soft pantomime stones at Bloom. Many bona fide travelers and ownerless dogs come near him and defile him. Mastiansky and Citron approach in gabardines, wearing long earlocks. They wag their beards at Bloom. Mastiansky and Citron, Belial. Lame line of Istria, the false messiah. Abulafia. Recant. George R. Messias, Bloom's tailor, appears, a tailor's goose under his arm, presenting a bill. Messias, to alteration 1 pair trousers 11 shillings. Bloom, rubs his hands cheerfully. Just like old times. Poor Bloom. Reuben J. Dodd, Blackbeard Iscariot, Bad Shepherd, bearing on his shoulders the drowned corpse of his son, approaches the pillory. Reuben J. whispers hoarsely. The squeak is out. A split is gone for the flatties. Nip the first rattler. The fire brigade, Flape. Brother Buzz, invests Bloom in a yellow habit with embroidery of painted flames and high-pointed hat. He places a bag of gunpowder round his neck and hands him over to the civil power, saying, "Forgive him his trespasses." Lieutenant Myers of the Dublin Fire Brigade by general request sets fire to Bloom. Lamentations. The citizen, thank heaven. Bloom, in a seamless garment marked IHS, stands upright amid phoenix flames. Weep not for me, O daughters of Aaron. He exhibits to Dublin reporters traces of burning. The daughters of Aaron, in black garments, with large prayer books and long lighted candles in their hands, kneel down and pray. The daughters of Aaron. Kidney of Bloom, pray for us. Flower of the Bath, pray for us. Mentor of Menton, pray for us. Canvasser for the Freeman, pray for us. Charitable Mason, pray for us. Wandering Soap, pray for us. Sweets of Sin, pray for us. Music without words, pray for us. Reprover of the citizen, pray for us. Friend of all frillies, pray for us. Midwife most merciful, pray for us. Potato preservative against plague and pestilence, pray for us. A choir of 600 voices, conducted by Vincent O'Brien, sings the chorus from Handel's Messiah Alleluia for the Lord God Omnipotent Reigneth, accompanied on the organ by Joseph Glynn. Bloom becomes mute, shrunken, carbonized. Zoe, talk away till you're black in the face. Bloom, in cobbin with clay pipe stuck in the band, dusty brogues, an emigrant's red handkerchief bundle in his hand, leading a black bog oak pig by a shoe gong, with a smile in his eye. Let me be going now, woman of the house, for by all the goats in Connemara I'm after having the father and mother of abating. With a tear in his eye. All insanity. Patriotism, sorrow for the dead, music, future of the race. To be or not to be. Life's dream is o'er. Ended peacefully. They can live on. He gazes far away mournfully. I am ruined. A few pastilles of aconite. The blinds drawn. A letter. Then lie back to rest. He breathes softly. No more. I have lived. Farewell. Zoe, stiffly, her finger in her neck fillet. Honest? Till the next time. She sneers. Suppose you got up the wrong side of the bed or came too quick with your best girl. Oh, I can read your thoughts. Bloom, bitterly. Man and woman, love, what is it? A cork and bottle. I'm sick of it. Let everything rip. Zoe, in sudden sulks. I hate a rotter that's insincere. Give a bleeding whore a chance. Bloom, repentantly. I am very disagreeable. You are a necessary evil. Where are you from? London? Zoe, glibly. Hogs Norton where the pigs plays the organs. I'm Yorkshire born. She holds his hand which is feeling for her nipple. I say, Tommy Tittlemouse. Stop that and begin worse. Have you cash for a short time? 10 shillings? Bloom, smiles, nods slowly. More, hurry, more. Zoe, and more's mother? She pats him off-handedly with velvet paws. Are you coming into the Moosey Room to see our new pianola? Come and I'll peel off. Bloom, feeling his occiput dubiously with the unparalleled embarrassment of a harassed peddler gauging the symmetry of her peeled pears. Somebody would be dreadfully jealous if she knew. The green-eyed monster. Earnestly. You know how difficult it is. I needn't tell you. Zoe, flattered. What the eye can't see the heart can't grieve for. She pats him. Come. Bloom, laughing witch. The hand that rocks the cradle. Zoe, babby. Bloom, in baby linen and pelisse, big head, with a caul of dark hair, fixes big eyes on her fluid slip and counts its bronze buckles with a chubby finger, his moist tongue lolling and lisping. 1 2 3, pwo tloni. The buckles, love me. Love me not. Love me. Zoe, silent means consent. With little parted talons she captures his hand, her forefinger giving to his palm the past touch of secret monitor, luring him to doom. Hot hands cold gizzard. He hesitates amid scents, music, temptations. She leads him towards the steps, drawing him by the odor of her armpits, the vice of her painted eyes, the rustle of her slip in whose sinuous folds lurks the lion reek of all the male brutes that have possessed her. The male brutes, exhaling sulfur of rut and dung and ramping in their loose box, faintly roaring, their drugged heads swaying to and fro. Good. Zoe and Bloom reach the doorway where 2 sister whores are seated. They examine him curiously from under their penciled brows and smile to his hasty bow. He trips awkwardly. Zoe, her lucky hand instantly saving him. Hoopsa. Don't fall upstairs. Bloom, the just man falls 7 times. He stands aside at the threshold. After you is good manners. Zoe, ladies first, gentlemen after. She crosses the threshold. He hesitates. She turns and, holding out her hands, draws him over. He hops. On the antlered rack of the hall hang a man's hat and waterproof. Bloom uncovers himself but, seeing them, frowns. then smiles, preoccupied. A door on the return landing is flung open. A man in purple shirt and gray trousers, brown socked, passes with an ape's gait, his bald head and goatee beard upheld, hugging a full water jig jar, his two-tailed black braces dangling at heels. Averting his face quickly, Bloom bends to examine on the hall table the spaniel eyes of a running fox, then, his lifted head sniffing, follows Zoe into the music room. A shade of mauve tissue paper dims the light of the chandelier. Round and round a moth flies, colliding, escaping. The floor is covered with an oilcloth mosaic of jade and azure and cinnabar rhomboids. Footmarks are stamped over it in all senses, heel to hollow, toe to toe, feet locked, a morris of shuffling feet without body phantoms, all in a scrimmage higgledy-piggledy. The walls are tapestried with a paper of yew fronds and clear glades. In the grate is spread a screen of peacock feathers. Lynch squats cross-legged on the hearthrug of matted hair, his cap back to the front. With the wand he beats time slowly. Kitty Ricketts, a bony pallid whore in navy costume, doeskin gloves rolled back from a coral wristlet, a chain purse in her hand, sits perched on the edge of the table swinging her leg and glancing at herself in the gilt mirror over the mantelpiece. A tag of her corset lace hangs slightly below her jacket. Lynch indicates mockingly the couple at the piano. Kitty coughs behind her hand. She's a bit imbecilic. She signs with a waggling forefinger. Blam blam. Lynch lifts up her skirt and white petticoat with the wand. She settles them down quickly. Respect yourself. She hiccups, then bends quickly her sailor hat under which her hair glows, red with henna. Oh, excuse. Zoe, more limelight, Charlie. She goes to the chandelier and turns the gas full cock. Kitty peers at the gas jet. What ails it tonight? Lynch, deeply. Enter a ghost and hobgoblins. Zoe, clap on the back for Zoe. The wand in Lynch's hand flashes, a brass poker. Stephen stands at the pianola on which sprawl his hat and ash plant. With 2 fingers he repeats once more the series of empty fifths. Florrie Talbot, a blonde feeble goose-fought whore in a tattered Amalian gown of mildewed strawberry, lolls spread eagle in the sofa corner, her limp forearm pendant over the bolster, listening. A heavy sigh droops over her sleepy eyelid. Kitty hiccups again with a kick of her horsed foot. Oh, excuse. Zoe, promptly. Your boy's thinking of you. Tie a knot on your shift. Kitty Ricketts bends her head. Her boa uncoils, slides, glides over her shoulder, back, arm, chair to the ground. Lynch lifts the curled caterpillar on his wand. She snakes her neck, nestling. Stephen glances behind at the squatted figure with its cap back to the front. Stephen, as a matter of fact, it is of no importance whether Benedetto Marcello found it or made it. The right is the poet's rest. It may be an old hymn to Demeter or also illustrate coela inerent gloriam Domini. It is susceptible of nodes or modes as far apart as Hyperphrygian and Mixolydian, and of texts so divergent as priests high-hooping round David's that is Circe's or What Am I Saying series altar, and David's tip from the stable to his chief bassoonist about the all-rightness of his almightiness. Mais nom de nom, that is another pair of trousers. J'étais la gorme. Faut que je ne cesse passer. He stops, points at Lynch's cap, smiles, laughs. Which side is your knowledge bump? The cap, with saturnine spleen. Va. It is because it is. Woman's reason. Greek is Greekiou. Extremes meet. Death is the highest form of life. Va. Stephen, you remember fairly accurately all my errors, boasts, mistakes. How long shall I continue? To close my eyes to disloyalty? Whetstone. The cap. Bah. Stephen, here's another for you. He frowns. The reason is because the fundamental and the dominant are separated by the greatest possible interval which. The cap. Which. Finish. You can't. Stephen, with an effort. Interval which is the greatest possible ellipse. Consistent with the ultimate return. The octave. Which. The cap. Which. Outside the gramophone begins to blare the holy city. Stephen, abruptly. What went forth to the ends of the world to traverse not itself, God, the Son, Shakespeare, a commercial traveler, having itself traversed in reality itself becomes that self. Wait a moment. Wait a second. Damn that fellow's noise in the street. Self which it itself was ineluctably preconditioned to become. Echo. Lynch, with the mocking whinny of laughter, grins at Bloom and Zoe Higgins. What a learned speech, eh? Zoe, briskly. God help your head, he knows more than you have forgotten. With obese stupidity Florrie Talbot regards Stephen. Florrie, they say the last day is coming this summer. Kitty, no. Zoe, explodes in laughter. Great unjust God. Florrie, offended. Well, it was in the papers about Antichrist. Oh, my foot's tickling. Ragged barefoot newsboys, jogging a wagtail kite, patter past, yelling. The newsboys, stop press edition. Result of the rocking horse races. Sea serpent in the Royal Canal. Safe arrival of Antichrist. Stephen turns and sees Bloom. Stephen, a time, times and half a time. Reuben J. Antichrist, wandering Jew, a clutching hand open on his spine, stumps forward. Across his loins is slung a pilgrim's wallet from which protrude promissory notes and dishonored bills. Aloft over his shoulder he bears a long boat pole from the hook of which the sodden huddled mass of his only son, saved from Liffey waters, hangs from the slack of its breeches. A hobgoblin in the image of Punch Costello, hip-shot, crook-backed, hydrocephalic, prognathic with receding forehead and ally sloper nose, tumbles in somersaults through the gathering darkness. All, what? The hobgoblin, his jaws chattering, capers to and fro, goggling his eyes, squeaking, kangaroo hopping with outstretched clutching arms, then all at once thrusts his lipless face through the fork of his thighs. Il vient. C'est moi. L'homme qui rit. L'homme primigene. He whirls round and round with dervish howls. Sieurs et dames, fates vos jeux. He crouches juggling. Tiny roulette planets fly from his hands. Les jeux sont faits. The planets rush together, uttering crepitant cracks. Rien va plus. The planets, buoyant balloons, sail swollen up and away. He springs off into vacuum. Florrie, sinking into torpor, crossing herself secretly. The end of the world. A female tepid effluvium leaks out from her. Nebulous obscurity occupies space. Through the drifting fog without the gramophone blares over coughs and feet shuffling. The gramophone. Jerusalem. Open your gates and sing. Hosanna. A rocket rushes up the sky and bursts. A white star falls from it, proclaiming the consummation of all things and second coming of Elijah. Along an infinite invisible tightrope taut from zenith to nadir the end of the world, a two-headed octopus in ghillies kilts, busby, and tartan fillybegs, whirls through the murk, head over heels, in the form of the three legs of man. The end of the world, with the Scotch accent. Wall dance the keel row, the keel row, the keel row. Over the posseing drift and choking breath coughs, Elijah's voice, harsh as a corncrake's, jars on high. Perspiring in a loose lawn surplice with funnel sleeves he is seen, verdure-faced, above a rostrum about which the banner of Old Glory is draped. He thumps the parapet. Elijah, no yapping, if you please, in this booth. Jake Crane, Creole Sue, Dove Campbell, Abe Kirshner, do your coughing with your mouths shut. Say, I am operating all this trunk line. Boys, do it now. God's time is 12.25. Tell mother you'll be there. Rush your order and you play a slick ace. Join on right here. Book through to Eternity Junction, the non-stop run. Just one word more. Are you a god or a doggone clod? If the second advent came to Coney Island, are we ready? Flory Christ, Stephen Christ, Zoe Christ, Bloom Christ, Kitty Christ, Lynch Christ, it's up to you to sense that cosmic force. Have we cold feet about the cosmos? No. Be on the side of the angels. Be a prism. You have that something within, the higher self. You can rub shoulders with a Jesus, a Gautama, an Ingersoll. Are you all in this vibration? I say you are. You once nobble that, congregation, and a buck joyride to heaven becomes a back number. You got me? It's a life brightener, sure. The hottest stuff ever was. It's the whole pie with jam in. It's just the cutest snappiest line out. It is immense, super sumptuous. It restores. It vibrates. I know, and I am some vibrator. Joking apart and getting down to bedrock, AJ Christ Dowie and the harmonial philosophy, have you got that? OK 77 West 69th Street. Got me? That's it. You call me up by sun phone any old time. Vamoosers, save your stamps. He shouts. Now then, our glory song. All join heartily in the singing. Encore. He sings. Jeru. The gramophone, drowning his voice. Hora Salamin Uri ho ho. The disc rasps gratingly against the needle. The three whores, covering their ears, squawk. Elijah, in rolled-up shirt sleeves, black in the face, shouts at the top of his voice, his arms uplifted. Big brother up there, Mr. President, you hear what I done just been saying to you? Certainly, I sort of believe strong in you, Mr. President. I certainly am thinking now Miss Higgins and Miss Ricketts got religion way inside them. Certainly seems to me I don't never see no wusser scared female than the way you been, Miss Flory, just now as I done seed you. Mr. President, you come long and help me save our sisters dear. He winks at his audience. Our Mr. President, he twigged the whole lot and he ain't saying nothing. Kitty Kate, I forgot myself. In a weak moment I erred and did what I did on Constitution Hill. I was confirmed by the bishop and enrolled in the Brown Scapular. My mother's sister married a Montmorency. It was a working plumber was my ruination when I was pure. Zoe Fanny, I let him lair a bit into me for the fun of it. Flory Teresa, it was in consequence of a port wine beverage on top of Hennessy's 3-star. I was guilty with Wellen when he slipped into the bed. Stephen, in the beginning was the Word, in the end the world without end. Blessed be the 8 Beatitudes. The Beatitudes, Dixon, Madden, Crothers, Costello, Lenihan, Bannon, Mulligan and Lynch in white surgical students' gowns, 4 abreast, goose-stepping, tramp fast past in noisy marching. The Beatitudes, incoherently. Beer beef batley dog Bible bisinum barnum buggerum bishop. Lister, in Quaker grainy breeches and broad-brimmed hat, says discreetly, He is our friend. I need not mention names. Seek thou the light. He carantos by. Best enters in hairdresser's attire, shinily laundered, his locks in curl papers. He leads John Eglinton, who wears a mandarin's kimono of nankeen yellow, lizard lettered, and a high pagoda hat. Best, smiling, lifts the hat and displays a shaven poll from the crown of which bristles a pigtail toupee tied with an orange top knot. I was just beautifying him, don't you know? A thing of beauty, don't you know, Yeats says, or I mean, Keats says. John Eglinton produces a green-capped dark lantern and flashes it towards a corner, with carping accent. Aesthetics and cosmetics are for the boudoir. I am out for truth. Plain truth for a plain man. Tandarji wants the facts and means to get them. In the cone of the searchlight behind the coal scuttle, Olive, holy-eyed, the bearded figure of Manannán Mac Lir broods, chin on knees. He rises slowly. A cold sea wind blows from his druid mouth. About his head writhe eels and elvers. He is encrusted with weeds and shells. His right hand holds a bicycle pump. His left hand grasps a huge crayfish by its two talons. Manannán Mac Lir, with the voice of waves. Heck. Wall. AK. Lube. More. Ma. White Yogin of the gods. Occult Poemander of Hermes Trismegistos. With the voice of whistling seawind. Punarjanam Patsai Punjab. I won't have my leg pulled. It has been said by one, beware the left, the cult of Shakti. With the cry of storm birds. Shakti Shiva, dark hidden father. He smites with his bicycle pump the crayfish in his left hand. On its cooperative dial glow the 12 signs of the zodiac. He wails with the vehemence of the ocean. Vam. Pai Chang. I am the light of the homestead. I am the dreamery creamery butter. A skeleton Judah Shan strangles the light. The green light wanes to mauve. The gas jet wails whistling. The gas jet, Puoa. Pfweainith. Zoe runs to the chandelier and, crooking her leg, adjusts the mantle. Zoe, who has a fag as I'm here. Lynch, tossing a cigarette onto the table. Here. Zoe, her head perched aside in mock pride. Is that the way to hand the pot to a lady? She stretches up to light the cigarette over the flame, twirling it slowly, showing the brown tufts of her armpits. Lynch with his poker lifts boldly aside of her slip. Bare from her garters up her flesh appears under the sapphire onyx's green. She puffs calmly at her cigarette. Can you see the beauty spot of my behind? Lynch, I'm not looking. Zoe, makes sheep's eyes. No? You wouldn't do a less thing. Would you suck a lemon? Squinting in mock shame she glances with sidelong meaning at Bloom, then twists round towards him, pulling her slip free of the poker. Blue fluid again flows over her flesh. Bloom stands, smiling desirously, twirling his thumbs. Kitty Ricketts licks her middle finger with her spittle and, gazing in the mirror, smooths both eyebrows. Lippity Vorak, Basilica Grammat, shoots rapidly down through the chimney flue and struts 2 steps to the left on gawky pink stilts. He is sausaged into several overcoats and wears a brown mackintosh under which he holds a roll of parchment. In his left eye flashes the monocle of Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell. On his head is perched an Egyptian pshent. 2 quills project over his ears. Vorak, heels together, bows. My name is Vorak Lippity, of Sombathe. He coughs thoughtfully, drilly. Promiscuous nakedness is much in evidence hereabouts, eh? Inadvertently her back view revealed the fact that she is not wearing those rather intimate garments of which you are a particular devotee. The injection mark on the thigh I hope you perceived? Good. Bloom, Grandpapaki. But Vorug, number 2 on the other hand, she of the cherry rouge and coiffeur's white, whose hair owes not a little to our tribal elixir of gopher wood, is in walking costume and tightly stazed by her sit, I should opine. Backbone in front, so to say. Correct me, but I always understood that the acts so performed by skittish humans with glimpses of lingerie appealed to you in virtue of its exhibitionisticity. In a word, hippogriff. Am I right? Bloom, she is rather lean. Vorug, not unpleasantly. Absolutely. Well observed, and those pannier pockets of the skirt and slightly peg top effect are devised to suggest bunchiness of hip. A new purchase at some monster sale for which a gull has been molted. Meretricious finery to deceive the eye. Observe the attention to details of dust specks. Never put on you tomorrow what you can wear today. Parallax. With a nervous twitch of his head. Did you hear my brain go snap? Polysyllabax. Bloom, an elbow resting in a hand, a forefinger against his cheek. She seems sad. Vorug, cynically, his weasel teeth bared yellow, draws down his left eye with a finger and barks hoarsely. Hoax. Beware of the flapper and bogus mournful. Lily of the alley. All possess bachelor's button discovered by Rueldus Columbus. Tumble her. Columble her. Chameleon. More genially. Well then, permit me to draw your attention to item number 3. There is plenty of her visible to the naked eye. Observe the mass of oxygenated vegetable matter on her skull. What ho! She bumps. The ugly duckling of the party, long casted and deep in keel. Bloom, regretfully. When you come out without your gun. Vorug, we can do you all brands, mild, medium and strong. Pay your money, take your choice. How happy could you be with either? Bloom, with Vorug, his tongue up curling. Look. Her beam is broad. She is coated with quite a considerable layer of fat. Obviously mammal in weight of bosom. You remark that she has in front well to the fore 2 protuberances of very respectable dimensions, inclined to fall in the noonday soup plate, while on her rear lower down are 2 additional protuberances, suggestive of potent rectum and tumescent for palpation, which leave nothing to be desired save compactness. Such fleshy parts are the product of careful nurture. When coop fattened, their livers reach an elephantine size. Pellets of new bread with fenugreek and gumban jam and swamped down by potions of green tea endow them during their brief existence with natural pincushions of quite colossal blubber. That suits your book, eh? Flesh hot pots of Egypt to hanker after. Wallow in it. Like a podium. His throat twitches. Slap bang. There he goes again. Bloom, the style I dislike. Vorug, arches his eyebrows. Contact with a gold ring, they say. Argumentum ad feminam, as we said in old Rome and ancient Greece in the consulship of Diplodocus and Ichthyosaurus. For the rest, Eve's sovereign remedy. Not for sale. Hire only. Huguenot. He twitches. It is a funny sound. He coughs encouragingly. But possibly it is only a wart. I presume you shall have remembered what I will have taught you on that head? Wheaten meal with honey and nutmeg. Bloom, reflecting. Wheaten meal with lycopodium and syllabax. This searching ordeal. It has been an unusually fatiguing day, a chapter of accidents. Wait. I mean, warts, blood spreads warts, you said. Vorug, severely, his nose hard humped, his side eye winking. Stop twirling your thumbs and have a good old thunk. See, you have forgotten. Exercise your mnemotechnic. La causa e santa. Terra. Terra. Aside. He will surely remember. Bloom. Rosemary also. Did I understand you to say, or willpower over parasitic tissues? Then nay, no, I have an inkling. The touch of a dead hand cures. Nemo? Vorag, excitedly. I say so. I say so. Ian so. Technic. He taps his parchment roll energetically. This book tells you how to act with all descriptive particulars. Consult index for agitated fear of aconite, melancholy of muriatic, priapic pulsatilla. Vorag is going to talk about amputation. Our old friend caustic. They must be starved. Snip off with horsehair under the denned neck. But, to change the venue to the Bulgar and the Basque, have you made up your mind whether you like or dislike women in male habiliments? With a dry snigger. You intended to devote an entire year to the study of the religious problem and the summer months of 1886 to square the circle and win that million. Pomegranate. From the sublime to the ridiculous is but a step. Pajamas, let us say? Or stocking et gousset knickers, closed? Or, put we the case, those complicated combinations, cami knickers? He crows derisively. Kikiriki. Bloom surveys uncertainly the three-horse, then gazes at the veiled mauve light, hearing the ever-flying moth. Bloom, I wanted then to have now concluded. Night dress was never. Hence this. But tomorrow is a new day will be. Past was is today. What now is will then morrow as now was be past yester. Vorag. Prompts in a pig's whisper. Insects of the day spend their brief existence in reiterated coition, lured by the smell of the inferiorly pulchritudinous female possessing extendifid pudendal nerve in dorsal region. Pretty pole. His yellow parrot beak gabbles nasally. They had a proverb in the Carpathians in or about the year 5550 of our era. 1 tablespoonful of honey will attract friend Bruin more than half a dozen barrels of first choice malt vinegar. Bear's buzz bothers bees. But of this apart. At another time we may resume. We were very pleased, we others. He coughs and, bending his brow, rubs his nose thoughtfully with a scooping hand. You shall find that these night insects follow the light. An illusion for remember their complex unadjustable eye. For all these naughty points see the 17th book of my Fundamentals of Sexology or the Love Passion, which Dr. L.B. says is the book sensation of the year. Some, to example, there are again whose movements are automatic. Perceive. That is his appropriate son. Nightbird nights in Nighttown. Chase me, Charlie. He blows into Bloom's ear. Buzz. Bloom. B or blue bottle 2 other day budding shadow on wall dazed self then me wandered dazed down shirt good job I. Vorag, his face impassive, laughs in a rich feminine key. Splendid. Spanish fly in his fly or mustard plaster on his dibble. He gobbles gluttonously with turkey waddles. Bubbly jock. Bubbly jock. Where are we? Open sesame. Cometh forth. He unrolls his parchment rapidly and reads, his glowworm's nose running backwards over the letters which he claws. Stay, good friend. I bring thee thy answer. Red bank oysters will shortly be upon us. I'm the best cook. Those succulent bivalves may help us, and the truffles of Perigord, tubers dislodged through Mr. Omnivorous Porker, were unsurpassed in cases of nervous debility or voragitis. Though they stink yet they sting. He wags his head with cackling raillery. Jocular. With my eyeglass in my ocular. He sneezes. Amen. Bloom, absently. Ocularly woman's bivalve case is worse. Always open sesame. The cloven sex. Why they fear vermin, creeping things. Yet even the serpent contradicts. Not a historical fact. Obvious analogy to my idea. Serpents too are gluttons for woman's milk. Wind their way through miles of omnivorous forest to suck succulent her breast dry. Like those bubbly jocular Roman matrons one reads of in Ulysses. Vorug, his mouth projected in hard wrinkles, eyes stonily forlornly closed, psalms in outlandish monotone. That the cows with their those distended udders that they have been the known. Bloom, I am going to scream. I beg your pardon. Ah? So. He repeats. Spontaneously to seek out the saurian's lair in order to entrust their teats to his avid suction. Ant milks aphis. Profoundly. Instinct rules the world. In life. In death. Vorug, head askew, arches his back and hunched winged shoulders, peers at the moth out of blear-bulged eyes, points a horning claw and cries. Who's moth? Who's dear Gerald? Dear Ger, that you? Oh dear, he is Gerald. Oh, I much fear he shall be most badly burned. Will some plea persham not now impediment so catastrophics mit agitation of first-class table numpkin? He mews. Puss. He sighs, draws back and stares sideways down with dropping underjaw. Well. He doth rest anon. He snaps his jaw suddenly on the air. The moth. I'm a tiny thing. Ever flying in the spring. Round and round a ring airing. Long ago I was a king. Now I do this kind of thing. On the wing. Bing. He rushes against the mauve shade, flapping noisily. Pretty petticoats. From left upper entrance with 2 gliding steps Henry Flower comes forward to left front center. He wears a dark mantle and drooping plumed sombrero. He carries a silver-stringed inlaid dulcimer in a long-stemmed bamboo Jacob's pipe, its clay bowl fashioned as a female head. He wears dark velvet hose and silver-buckled pumps. He has the romantic savior's face with flowing locks, thin beard and mustache. His spindle legs and sparrow feet are those of the tenor Mario, Prince of Candia. He settles down his goffered ruffs and moistens his lips with a passage of his amorous tongue. Henry, in a low dulcet voice, touching the strings of his guitar. There is a flower that bloometh. Vorug truculent, his jowl set, stares at the lamp. Grave Bloom regards Zoe's neck. Henry gallant turns with pendant dewlap to the piano. Stephen, to himself. Play with your eyes shut. Imitate PA filling my belly with husks of swine. Too much of this. I will arise and go to my. Expect this is the. Steve, thou art in a parlous way. Must visit old DC or telegraph. Our interview of this morning has left on me a deep impression. Though our ages. Will write fully tomorrow. I'm partially drunk, by the way. He touches the keys again. Minor chord comes now. Yes. Not much however. Almidano Artifoni holds out a baton roll of music with vigorous mustache work. Artifoni, ci rifleta. Le rovinatudo. Flori, sing us something. Love's old sweet song. Stephen, no voice. I am a most finished artist. Lynch, did I show you the letter about the lute? Flori, smirking. The bird that can sing and won't sing. The Siamese twins, Philip drunk and Philip sober, 2 Oxford dons with lawnmowers, appear in the window embrasure. Both are masked with Matthew Arnold's face. Philip sober, take a fool's advice. All is not well. Work it out with the button of a pencil, like a good young idiot. £3.12 you got, 2 notes, 1 sovereign, 2 crowns, if youth but knew. Mooney's Anvil, Mooney's sur Mer, the Moira, Larchett's, Hollis Street Hospital, Berks. I am watching you. Philip drunk, impatiently. Ah, bosh, man. Go to hell. I paid my way. If I could only find out about octaves. Reduplication of personality. Who was it told me his name? His lawnmower begins to purr. Aha, yes. Zoe Mao Sas Agapo. Have a notion I was here before. When was it not Atkinson? His card I have somewhere. Mac somebody. Unmac I have it. He told me about, hold on, Swinburne, was it? No? Florrie, and the song? Stephen, spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. Florrie, are you out of Maynooth? You're like someone I knew once. Stephen, out of it now. To himself. Clever. Philip drunk and Philip sober, their lawnmowers purring with a rigadoon of grass halms. Clever ever. Out of it, out of it. By the by, have you the book, the thing, the ash plant? Yes, there it, yes. Cleave rever out of it now. Keep in condition. Do like us. Zoe, there was a priest down here 2 nights ago to do his bit of business with his coat buttoned up. You needn't try to hide, I says to him. I know you've a Roman collar. Vorug, perfectly logical from his standpoint. Fall of man. Harshly, his pupils waxing. To hell with the Pope. Nothing new under the sun. I am the Vorug who disclosed the sex secrets of monks and maidens. Why I left the Church of Rome. Read the priest, the woman, and the confessional. Penrose. Flip purdy gibbert. He wriggles. Woman, undoing with sweet putter her belt of rush rope, offers her almoist yoni to man's lingam. Short time after, man presents woman with pieces of jungle meat. Woman shows joy and covers herself with feather skins. Man loves her yoni fiercely with big lingam, the stiff one. He cries. Coactus volui. Then giddy woman will run about. Strong man grasps woman's wrist. Woman squeals, bites, spucks. Man, now fierce angry, strikes woman's fat yojana. He chases his tail. Piff paff. Popo. He stops, sneezes. PCHP. He worries his butt. PRRRRRHT. Lynch, I hope you gave the good father a penance. 9 glorious for shooting a bishop. Zoe, spouts walrus smoke through her nostrils. He couldn't get a connection. Only, you know, sensation. A dry rush. Bloom, poor man. Zoe, lightly. Only for what happened him. Bloom, how? Vorug, a diabolic rictus of black luminosity contracting his visage, cranes his scraggy neck forward. He lifts a mooncalf nozzle and howls. Verflucht goim. He had a father, 40 fathers. He never existed. Pig God. He had 2 left feet. He was Judas Iacchia, a Libyan eunuch, the Pope's bastard. He leans out on tortured forepaws, elbows bent rigid, his eye agonizing in his flat skull neck, and yelps over the mute world. A son of a whore. Apocalypse. Kitty, and Mary Shortall that was in the lock with the pox she got from Jimmy Pigeon in the Blue Caps had a child off him that couldn't swallow and was smothered with the convulsions in the mattress, and we all subscribed for the funeral. Philip drunk, gravely. Qui vous mis dans cette fichue position, Philippe? Philip sober, gaily. C'etait le sacre pigeon, Philippe. Kitty unpins her hat and sets it down calmly, patting her henna hair. And a prettier, a daintier head of winsome curls was never seen on a horse's shoulders. Lynch puts on her hat. She whips it off. Lynch laughs. And to such delights has Mechnikov inoculated anthropoid apes. Florrie nods. Locomotor a taxi. Zoe, gaily. Oh, my dictionary. Lynch, 3 wise virgins. Vorog, ague shaken, profuse yellow spawn foaming over his bony epileptic lips. She sold love philters, white wax, orange flower. Panther, the Roman centurion, polluted her with his genitories. He sticks out a flickering phosphorescent scorpion tongue, his hand on his fork. Messiah. He burst her tympanum. With gibbering baboon's cries he jerks his hips in the cynical spasm. Hick. Hack. Hack. Hawk. Hook. Cock. Kook. Ben Jumbo Dollard, rubicund, muscle-bound, hairy-nostriled, huge-bearded, cabbage-eared, shaggy-chested, shock-maned, fat-bucked, stands forth, his loins and genitals tightened into a pair of black bathing bags lops. Ben Dollard, knackering castanet bones in his huge padded paws, yodels jovially in bass barrel tone. When love absorbs my ardent soul. The virgins Nurse Callan and Nurse Quigley burst through the ring keepers and the ropes and mob him with open arms. The virgins, gushingly. Big Ben. Ben my Cree. A voice, hold that fellow with the bad breeches. Ben Dollard, smites his thigh in abundant laughter. Hold him now. Henry, caressing on his breast a severed female head, murmurs. Thine heart, mine love. He plucks his lute strings. When first I saw Vorog, sloughing his skins, his multitudinous plumage molting. Rats. He yawns, showing a coal-black throat, and closes his jaws by an upward push of his parchment roll. After having said which I took my departure. Farewell. Fare thee well. Drag. Henry Flower combs his mustache and beard rapidly with a pocket comb and gives a cow's lick to his hair. Steered by his rapier, he glides to the door, his wild harp slung behind him. Vorog reaches the door in 2 ungainly stilled hops, his tail cocked, and deftly claps sideways on the wall a puce yellow flybill, butting it with his head. The flybill, K11. Post no bills. Strictly confidential. Dr. High Franks. Henry, all is lost now. Vorog unscrews his head in a trice and holds it under his arm. Vorog's head, quack. Exeunt severally. Stephen, over his shoulder to Zoe. You would have preferred the fighting parson who founded the Protestant error. But beware Antisthenes, the dog sage, and the last end of Arius Heresiarchus. The agony in the closet. Lynch, all one and the same God to her. Stephen, devoutly. And sovereign Lord of all things. Florrie, to Stephen. I'm sure you're a spoiled priest. Or a monk. Lynch, he is. A cardinal's son. Stephen, cardinal sin. Monks of the Screw. His Eminence Simon Stephen Cardinal Daedalus, primate of all Ireland, appears in the doorway, dressed in red soutane, sandals, and socks. 7 dwarf Simeon acolytes, also in red, cardinal sins, uphold his train, peeping under it. He wears a battered silk hat sideways on his head. His thumbs are stuck in his armpits and his palms outspread. Round his neck hangs a rosary of corks ending on his breast in a corkscrew cross. Releasing his thumbs, he invokes grace from on high with large wave gestures and proclaims with bloated pomp. The Cardinal Conservio lies captured. He lies in the lowest dungeon, with manacles and chains around his limbs, weighing upwards of 3 tons. He looks at all for a moment, his right eye closed tight, his left cheek puffed out. Then, unable to repress his merriment, he rocks to and fro, arms akimbo, and sings with broad rollicking humor. Oh, the poor little fellow. His legs they were yellow. He was plump, fat, and heavy and brisk as a snake. But some bloody savage, to grey eyes his white cabbage. He murdered Nell Flaherty's duck-loving drake. A multitude of midges swarms white over his robe. He scratches himself with crossed arms at his ribs, grimacing, and exclaims, "I'm suffering the agony of the damned. By the hokey fiddle, thanks be to Jesus, those funny little chaps are not unanimous. If they were, they'd walk me off the face of the bloody globe." His head aslant, he blesses curtly with 4 and middle fingers, imparts the Easter kiss and double shuffles off comically, swaying his hat from side to side, shrinking quickly to the size of his train bearers. The dwarf acolytes, giggling, peeping, nudging, ogling, Easter kissing, zigzag behind him. His voice is heard mellow from afar, merciful male, melodious. "Shall carry my heart to thee, shall carry my heart to thee, and the breath of the balmy night, shall carry my heart to thee." The trick door handle turns. The door handle, the Zoe, the devil is in that door. A male form passes down the creaking staircase and is heard taking the waterproof and hat from the rack. Bloom starts forward involuntarily and, half closing the door as he passes, takes the chocolate from his pocket and offers it nervously to Zoe. Zoe sniffs his hair briskly. Thank your mother for the rabbits. I'm very fond of what I like." Bloom, hearing a male voice in talk with the horse on the doorstep, pricks his ears. If it were he? After? Or because not? Or the double event? Zoe tears open the silver foil. Fingers was made before forks. She breaks off and nibbles a piece, gives a piece to Kitty Ricketts and then turns kittenishly to Lynch. "No objection to French lozenges?" He nods. She taunts him. "Have it now or wait till you get it." He opens his mouth, his head cocked. She whirls the prize in left circle. His head follows. She whirls it back in right circle. He eyes her. "Catch." She tosses a piece. With an adroit snap he catches it and bites it through with a crack. Kitty, chewing. "The engineer I was with at the bazaar does have lovely ones. Full of the best liqueurs. And the viceroy was there with his lady. The gas we had on the Toffs hobby horses. I'm giddy still." Bloom, in Svengali's fur overcoat, with folded arms and Napoleonic forelock, frowns in ventriloquial exorcism with piercing eagle glance towards the door. Then rigid with left foot advanced he makes a swift pass with impelling fingers and gives the sign of past master, drawing his right arm downwards from his left shoulder. "Go, go, go, I conjure you, whoever you are." A male cough and tread are heard passing through the mist outside. Bloom's features relax. He places a hand in his waistcoat, posing calmly. Zoe offers him chocolate. Bloom, solemnly. "Thanks. Zoe, do as you're bid. Here." A firm heel-clacking tread is heard on the stairs. Bloom takes the chocolate. "Aphrodisiac? Tansy and pennyroyal. But I bought it. Vanilla comes or Nemo." Confused light confuses memory. Red influences lupus. Colors affect women's characters, any they have. This black makes me sad. Eat and be merry for tomorrow. He eats. Influence taste too, mauve. But it is so long since I seems new. Afro. That priest must come. Better late than never. Try truffles at Andrew's. The door opens. Bella Cohen, a massive whoremistress, enters. She is dressed in a 3/4 ivory gown, fringed round the hem with tasseled selvage, and cools herself flirting a black horn fan like Minnie Hawk in Carmen. On her left hand are wedding and keeper rings. Her eyes are deeply carboned. She has a sprouting mustache. Her olive face is heavy, slightly sweated and full-nosed with orange-tainted nostrils. She has large pendant barrel eardrops. Bella, my word. I'm all of a muck sweat. She glances round her at the couples. Then her eyes rest on Bloom with hard insistence. Her large fan winnows wind towards her heated face, neck and embonpoint. Her falcon eyes glitter. The fan, flirting quickly, then slowly. Married, I see. Bloom, yes. Partly, I have mislaid. The fan, half opening, then closing. And the missus' master. Petticoat government. Bloom looks down with a sheepish grin. That is so. The fan, folding together, rests against her left eardrop. Have you forgotten me? Bloom, Ness. Yo. The fan, folded akimbo against her waist. Is me her was you dreamed before? Was then she him you us since knew? Am all them and the same now we? Bella approaches, gently tapping with the fan. Bloom, wincing. Powerful being. In my eyes read that slumber which women love. The fan, tapping. We have met. You are mine. It is fate. Bloom, cowed. Exuberant female. Enormously I desiderate your domination. I am exhausted, abandoned, no more young. I stand, so to speak, with an unposted letter bearing the extra regulation fee before the too-late box of the General Post Office of human life. The door and window open at a right angle cause a draft of 32 feet per second according to the law of falling bodies. I have felt this instant a twinge of sciatica in my left gluteal muscle. It runs in our family. Poor dear Papa, a widower, was a regular barometer from it. He believed in animal heat. A skin of tabby lined his winter waistcoat. Near the end, remembering King David and the Sunamite, he shared his bed with Athos, faithful after death. A dog's spittle as you probably. He winces. Ah. Richie Golding, bag-weighted, passes the door. Mocking is catch. Best value in dub. Fit for a princess. Liver and kidney. The fan, tapping. All things end. Be mine. Now. Bloom, undecided. All now? I should not have parted with my talisman. Rain, exposure at dewfall on the Sirox, a peccadillo at my time of life. Every phenomenon has a natural cause. The fan, points downwards slowly. You may. Bloom, looks downwards and perceives her unfastened bootlace. We are observed. The fan, points downwards quickly. You must. Bloom, with desire, with reluctance. I can make a true black knot. Learned when I served my time and worked the mail order line for Kellett's. Experienced hand. Every knot says a lot. Let me. In courtesy. I knelt once before today. Ah. Bella raises her gown slightly and, steadying her pose, lifts to the edge of a chair a plump buskined hoof and a full pastern, silk-socked. Bloom, stiff-legged, aging, bends over her hoof and with gentle fingers draws out and in her laces. Bloom murmurs lovingly, "To be a shoe fitter in Manfields was my love's young dream, the darling joys of sweet button hooking, to lace up crisscross to knee-length the dressy kid footwear satin-lined, so incredibly impossibly small, of Clyde Road ladies. Even their wax model Raymond I visited daily to admire her cobweb hose and stick of rhubarb toe, as worn in Paris. The hoof, smell my hot goat hide. Feel my royal weight. Bloom, cross-lacing. Too tight? The hoof, if you bungle, handy Andy, I'll kick your football for you. Bloom, not to lace the wrong eyelet as I did the night of the bazaar dance. Bad luck. Hook in wrong tatch of her, person you mentioned. That night she met. Now. He knots the lace. Bella places her foot on the floor. Bloom raises his head. Her heavy face, her eyes strike him in mid-brow. His eyes grow dull, darker, and pouched, his nose thickens. Bloom mumbles. Awaiting your further orders we remain, gentlemen. Bellow, with a hard basilisk stare, in a baritone voice. Hound of dishonor. Bloom, infatuated. Empress. Bellow, his heavy cheek chops sagging. Adorer of the adulterous rump. Bloom, plaintively. Hugeness. Bellow, dung devourer. Bloom, with sinews semi-flexed. Magnificence. Bellow, down. He taps her on the shoulder with his fan. Incline feet forward. Slide left foot 1 pace back. You will fall. You are falling. On the hands down. Bloom, her eyes upturned in the sign of admiration, closing, yaps. Truffles. With a piercing epileptic cry she sinks on all fours, grunting, snuffling, rooting at his feet, then lies, shamming dead, with eyes shut tight, trembling eyelids, bowed upon the ground in the attitude of most excellent master. Bellow, with bobbed hair, purple gills, fat mustache rings round his shaven mouth, in mountaineer's puttees, green silver buttoned coat, sports skirt, and alpine hat with moorcock's feather, his hands stuck deep in his breeches pockets, places his heel on her neck and grinds it in. Footstool. Feel my entire weight. Bow, bond slave, before the throne of your despot's glorious heels so glistening in their proud erectness. Bloom, enthralled, bleats. I promise never to disobey. Bellow, laughs loudly. Holy smoke. You little know what's in store for you. I'm the Tartar to settle your little lot and break you in. I'll bet Kentucky cocktails all round I shame it out of you, old son. Cheek me, I dare you. If you do tremble in anticipation of heel discipline to be inflicted in gym costume. Bloom creeps under the sofa and peers out through the fringe. Zoe, widening her slip to screen her. She's not here. Bloom, closing her eyes. She's not here. Florrie, hiding her with her gown. She didn't mean it, Mr. Bellow. She'll be good, sir. Kitty, don't be too hard on her, Mr. Bellow. Sure you won't, ma answer. Bellow, coaxingly. Come, ducka dear, I want a word with you, darling, just to administer correction. Just a little heart-to-heart talk, sweetie. Bloom puts out her timid head. There's a good girl in now. Bellow grabs her hair violently and drags her forward. I only want to correct you for your own good on a soft safe spot. How's that tender behind? Oh, ever so gently, pet. Begin to get ready. Bloom, fainting. Don't tear my. Bellow, savagely. The nose ring. the pliers, the bastinado, the hanging hook, the knout. I'll make you kiss while the flutes play like the Nubian slave of old. You're in for it this time. I'll make you remember me for the balance of your natural life. His forehead veins swollen, his face congested. I shall sit on your ottoman saddleback every morning after my thumping good breakfast of Matterson's fat ham rashers and a bottle of Guinness's porter. He belches. And suck my thumping good stock exchange cigar while I read the licensed Fiddler's Gazette. Very possibly I shall have you slaughtered and skewered in my stables and enjoy a slice of you with crisp crackling from the baking tin, basted and baked like sucking pig with rice and lemon or currant sauce. It will hurt you. He twists her arm. Bloom squeals, turning turtle. Bloom, don't be cruel, nurse. Don't. Bellow, twisting. Another. Bloom screams. Oh, it's hell itself. Every nerve in my body aches like mad. Bellow shouts. Good, by the rumping jumping general. That's the best bit of news I heard these 6 weeks. Here, don't keep me waiting, damn you. He slaps her face. Bloom whimpers. You're after hitting me. I'll tell. Bellow, hold him down, girls, till I squat on him. Zoe, yes. Walk on him. I will. Florrie, I will. Don't be greedy. Kitty, no, me. Lend him to me. The brothel cook, Mrs. Kia, wrinkled, grey-bearded, in a greasy bib, men's grey and green socks and brogues, flour smeared, a rolling pin stuck with raw pastry in her bare red arm and hand, appears at the door. Mrs. Kia, ferociously. Can I help? They hold and pinion Bloom. Bellow squats with a grunt on Bloom's upturned face, puffing cigar smoke, nursing a fat leg. I see Keating Clay is elected vice chairman of the Richmond Asylum, and by Guinness's preference shares are at 16.75. Curse me for a fool that didn't buy that lot Craig and Gardner told me about. Just my infernal luck, curse it. And that goddamned outsider throwaway at 20-1. He quenches his cigar angrily on Bloom's ear. Where's that goddamned cursed ashtray? Bloom, goaded, buttock smothered. Oh. Monsters. Cruel one. Bellow, ask for that every 10 minutes. Beg. Pray for it as you never prayed before. He thrusts out a figged fist and foul cigar. Here, kiss that. Both. Kiss. He throws a leg astride and, pressing with horseman's knees, calls in a hard voice. Gee up. A cockhorse to Banbury Cross. I'll ride him for the Eclipse Stakes. He bends sideways and squeezes his mount's testicles roughly, shouting. Ho. Off we pop. I'll nurse you in proper fashion. He horse rides cockhorse, leaping in the saddle. The lady goes a pace, and the coachman goes a trot, and the gentleman goes a gallop. Florrie pulls at Bellow. Let me on him now. You had enough. I asked before you. Zoe, pulling at Florrie. Me. Are you not finished with him yet, succoress? Bloom, stifling. Can't. Bellow, well, I'm not. Wait. He holds in his breath. Curse it. Here. This bung's about burst. He uncorks himself behind, then, contorting his features, farts loudly. Take that. He recorks himself. Yes, by jingo, 16.75. Bloom, a sweat breaking out over him. Not man. He sniffs. Woman. Bellow, stands up. No more blow hot and cold. What you longed for has come to pass. Henceforth you are unmanned and mine in earnest, a thing under the yoke. Now for your punishment, frog. You will shed your male garments, you understand, Ruby Cohen? And don the shot silk luxuriously rustling over head and shoulders. And quickly too. Bloom shrinks. Silk, mistress said. Oh, crinkly. Scrapey. Must I touch it with my nails? Bellow points to his horse. As they are now, so will you be, wigged, singed, perfume sprayed, rice powdered, with smooth shaven armpits. Tape measurements will be taken next your skin. You will be laced with cruel force into vice-like corsets of soft dove cutile with whalebone busk to the diamond-trimmed pelvis, the absolute outside edge, while your figure, plumper than when at large, will be restrained in net-tight frocks, pretty 2-ounce petticoats and fringes and things stamped, of course, with my house flag, creations of lovely lingerie for Alice and nice scent for Alice. Alice will feel the pull. Martha and Mary will be a little chilly at first in such delicate thigh casing, but the frilly flimsiness of lace round your bare knees will remind you. Bloom, a charming soubrette with dauby cheeks, mustard hair, and large male hands and nose, leering mouth. I tried her things on only twice, a small prank, in Hollis Street. When we were hard up I washed them to save the laundry bill. My own shirts I turned. It was the purest thrift. Bellow, jeers. Little jobs that make mother pleased, eh? And showed off coquettishly in your domino at the mirror behind close-drawn blinds your unskirted thighs and Hagot's udders in various poses of surrender, eh? Ho. Ho. I have to laugh. That second-hand black opera top shift and short trunk leg naughties all split up the stitches at her last rape that Mrs. Miriam Dandrade sold you from the Shelbourne Hotel, eh? Bloom, Miriam. Black. Demi-mondaine. Bellow, guffaws. Christ almighty, it's too tickling, this. You were a nice-looking Miriam when you clipped off your backgate hairs and lay swooning in the thing across the bed as Mrs. Dandrade about to be violated by Lieutenant Smythe, Mr. Philip Augustus Blockwell MP, Senior Lacey Dermo, the robust tenor, Blue-Eyed Bert, the lift boy, Henri Fleury of Gordon Bennett fame, Sheridan, the quadroon Croesus, the varsity wet bob 8 from Old Trinity, Ponto, her splendid Newfoundland and Bob's, Dowager Duchess of Manor Hamilton. He guffaws again. Christ, wouldn't it make a Siamese cat laugh? Bloom, her hands and features working. It was Gerald converted me to be a true corset lover when I was female impersonator in the high school play vice versa. It was dear Gerald. He got that kink, fascinated by sisters' stays. Now dearest Gerald uses pinky grease paint and gilds his eyelids. Cult of the beautiful. Bellow, with wicked glee. Beautiful. Give us a breather. When you took your seat with womanish care, lifting your billowy flounces, on the smooth-worn throne. Bloom, science. To compare the various joys we each enjoy. Earnestly. And really it's better the position, because often I used to wet. Bellow, sternly. No insubordination. The sawdust is there in the corner for you. I gave you strict instructions, didn't I? Do it standing, sir. I'll teach you to behave like a jink lemon. If I catch a trace on your swaddles. Aha. By the ass of the Durans you'll find I'm a martinet. The sins of your past are rising against you. Many. Hundreds. The sins of the past, in a medley of voices. He went through a form of clandestine marriage with at least one woman in the shadow of the Black Church. Unspeakable messages he telephoned mentally to Miss Dunn at an address in D'Olier Street while he presented himself indecently to the instrument in the call box. By word and deed he frankly encouraged a nocturnal strumpet to deposit fecal and other matter in an unsanitary outhouse attached to empty premises. In 5 public conveniences he wrote penciled messages offering his nuptial partner to all strong-membered males. And by the offensively smelling vitriol works did he not pass night after night by loving courting couples to see if and what and how much he could see? Did he not lie in bed, the gross bore, gloating over a nauseous fragment of well-used toilet paper presented to him by a nasty harlot, stimulated by gingerbread and a postal order? Bellow, whistles loudly. Say, what was the most revolting piece of obscenity in all your career of crime? Go the whole hog. Puke it out. Be candid for once. Mute and human faces thronged forward, leering, vanishing, gibbering, Bolotum. Poldy cock, bootlaces a penny, Cassidy's hag, blind stripling, Larry Rhinoceros, the girl, the woman, the whore, the other, the Bloom, don't ask me. Our mutual faith. Pleasant Street. I only thought the half of the. I swear on my sacred oath. Bellow, peremptorily. Answer. Repugnant wretch. I insist on knowing. Tell me something to amuse me, smut or a bloody good ghost story or a line of poetry, quick, quick, quick. Where? How? What time? With how many? I give you just 3 seconds. 1. 2. Thr. Bloom, docile, gurgles. I rear punosed in rear repugnant. Bellow, imperiously. Oh, get out, you skunk. Hold your tongue. Speak when you're spoken to. Bloom, Bose. Master. Mistress. Mantamer. He lifts his arms. His bangle bracelets fall. Bellow, satirically. By day you will souse and bat our smelling underclothes also when we ladies are unwell, and swab out our latrines with dress pinned up and a dishclout tied to your tail. Won't that be nice? He places a ruby ring on her finger. And there now. With this ring I thee own. Say, thank you, mistress. Bloom, thank you, mistress. Bellow, you will make the beds, get my tub ready, empty the piss pots in the different rooms, including old Mrs. Kia's the cook's, a sandy one. Aye, and rinse the 7 of them well, mind, or lap it up like champagne. Drink me piping hot. Hop. You will dance attendance or I'll lecture you on your misdeeds, Miss Ruby, and spank your bare bot right well, miss, with the hairbrush. You'll be taught the error of your ways. At night your well-creamed bracelet hands will wear 4 to 3 button gloves new powdered with talc and having delicately scented fingertips. For such favors knights of old laid down their lives. He chuckles. My boys will be no end charmed to see you so ladylike, the Colonel, above all, when they come here the night before the wedding to fondle my new attraction in gilded heels. First I'll have a go at you myself. A man I know on the turf named Charles Alberta Marsh, I was in bed with him just now and another gentleman out of the Hanaper and Pettibag office, is on the lookout for a maid of all work at a short knock. Swell the bust. Smile. Droop shoulders. What offers? He points. For that lot trained by owner to fetch and carry, basket in mouth. He bares his arm and plunges it elbow deep in Bloom's vulva. There's fine depth for you. What, boys? That give you a hard-on? He shoves his arm in a bidder's face. Here wet the deck and wipe it round. A bidder, a florin. Dylan's lackey rings his handbell. The lackey, Barang. A voice, 1 and 8 pence too much. Charles Albert Amarsh, must be virgin. Good breath. Clean. Bellow, gives a rap with his gavel. 2 bar. Rock bottom figure and cheap at the price. 14 hands high. Touch and examine she's points. Handle rim. This downy skin, these soft muscles, this tender flesh. If I had only my gold piercer here. And quite easy to milk. 3 new-laid gallons a day. A pure stock getter, due to lay within the hour. His sire's milk record was 1,000 gallons of whole milk in 40 weeks. Whoa, my jewel. Beg up. Whoa. He brands his initial C on Bloom's croup. So. Warranted Cohen. What advance on 2 bob, gentlemen? A dark-visaged man, in disguised accent. 100 pund sterling. Voices, subdued. For the Caliph. Haroun al-Raskid. Bellow, gaily. Right. Let them all come. The scanty, daringly short skirt, riding up at the knee to show a peep of white pantalette, is a potent weapon, and transparent stockings, emerald gartered, with the long straight seam trailing up beyond the knee, appeal to the better instincts of the blasé man about town. Learn the smooth mincing walk on 4-inch Louis Quinze heels, the Grecian bend with provoking croup, the thighs flucent, knees modestly kissing. Bring all your powers of fascination to bear on them. Pander to their Gamarahan vices. Bloom bends his blushing face into his armpit and simpers with forefinger in mouth. Oh, I know what you are hinting at now. Bellow, what else are you good for, an impotent thing like you? He stoops and, peering, pokes with his fan rudely under the fat suet folds of Bloom's haunches. Up. Up. Manx cat. What have we here? Where's your curly teapot gone to, or who docked it on you, Cockyolly? Sing, birdie, sing. It's as limp as a boy of 6 stewing his pulley behind a cart. Buy a bucket or sell your pump. Loudly. Can you do a man's job? Bloom, Ecclesiastes Street. Bellow, sarcastically. I wouldn't hurt your feelings for the world, but there's a man of brawn in possession there. The tables are turned, my gay young fellow. He is something like a full-grown outdoor man. Well for you, you muff, if you had that weapon with knobs and lumps and warts all over it. He shot his bolt, I can tell you. Foot to foot, knee to knee, belly to belly, bobs to breast. He's no eunuch. A shock of red hair he has sticking out of him behind like a furze bush. Wait for 9 months, my lad. Holy ginger, it's kicking and coughing up and down in her guts already. That makes you wild, don't it? Touches the spot? He spits in contempt. Spittoon. Bloom, I was indecently treated, I. Inform the police. £100. Unmentionable. I. Bellow, would if you could, lame duck. A downpour we want, not your drizzle. Bloom, to drive me mad. Moll. I forgot. Forgive. Moll. We. Still. Bellow, ruthlessly. No, Leopold Bloom. All is changed by woman's will since you slept horizontal in Sleepy Hollow your night of 20 years. Return and see. Old Sleepy Hollow calls over the wold. Sleepy Hollow, Rip Van Wink. Rip Van Winkle. Bloom, in tattered moccasins with a rusty fowling piece, tiptoeing, finger-dipping, his haggard bony bearded face peering through the diamond panes, cries out. I see her. It's she. The first night at Matt Dillon's. But that dress, the green. and her hair is dyed gold, and he, Bello, laughs mockingly. That's your daughter, you owl, with the Malinga student. Millie Bloom, fair-haired, green-vested, slim-sandaled, her blue scarf in the sea wind simply swirling, breaks from the arms of her lover and calls, her young eyes wonder-wide. Millie, my. It's Papli. But, oh Papli, how old you've grown. Bello, changed, our whatnot, our writing table where we never wrote, Aunt Haggerty's armchair, are classic reprints of old masters. A man and his men friends are living there in clover. The Cuckoo's Rest. Why not? How many women had you, following them up dark streets, flatfoot, exciting them by your smothered grunts? What, you male prostitute? Blameless dames with parcels of groceries. Turn about. Sauce for the goose, my gander, oh. Bloom, they. I. Bello, cuttingly. Their heel marks will stamp the bracelet carpet you bought at Wren's auction. In their horseplay with Moll the romp to find the buck flea in her breeches, they will deface the little statue you carried home in the rain for art's sake. They will violate the secrets of your bottom drawer. Pages will be torn from your handbook of astronomy to make them pipe spills. And they will spit in your 10-shilling brass fender from Hampton Leadham's. Bloom, 10 and 6. The act of low scoundrels. Let me go. I will return. I will prove. A voice, swear. Bloom clenches his fists and crawls forward, a bowie knife between his teeth. Bello, as a paying guest or a kept man. Too late. You have made your second best bed and others must lie in it. Your epitaph is written. You are down and out and don't you forget it, old bean. Bloom, Justice. All Ireland versus 1. Has nobody? He bites his thumb. Bello, die and be damned to you if you have any sense of decency or grace about you. I can give you a rare old wine that'll send you skipping to hell and back. Sign a will and leave us any coin you have. If you have none, see you damn well get it, steal it, rob it. We'll bury you in our shrubbery jakes where you'll be dead and dirty with old Coop Cohen, my step-nephew I married, the bloody old gouty procurator and sodomite with a crick in his neck, and my other 10 or 11 husbands, whatever the buggers' names were, suffocated in the one cesspool. He explodes in a loud phlegmy laugh. We'll manure you, Mr. Flower. He pipes scoffingly. Bibby, Holdy. Bibby, Papli. Bloom, clasps his head. My willpower. Memory. I have sinned. I have suff. He weeps tearlessly. Bello, sneers. Cry babby. Crocodile tears. Bloom, broken, closely veiled for the sacrifice, sobs, his face to the earth. The passing bell is heard. Dark-shawled figures of the circumcised, in sackcloth and ashes, stand by the wailing wall. M. Shalomowitz, Joseph Goldwater, Moses Herzog, Harris Rosenberg, M. Moisel, J. Citron, Minnie Watchman, P. Mastiansky, the Reverend Leopold Abramovitz, Chazen. With swaying arms they wail in pneuma over the recreant Bloom. The circumcised, in dark guttural chant as they cast Dead Sea fruit upon him, no flowers. Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Eshad. Voices, sighing. So he's gone. Ah yes. Yes, indeed. Bloom? Never heard of him. No? Queer kind of chap. There's the widow. That's so? Ah, yes. From the suttee pyre the flame of gum campfire ascends. The pall of incense smoke screens and disperses. Out of her oak frame a nymph with hair unbound, lightly clad in tea-brown art collars, descends from her grotto and passing under interlacing yews stands over Bloom. The yews, their leaves whispering. Sister. Our sister. SSH. The nymph, softly. Mortal. Kindly. Nay, dost not weepest. Bloom, crawls jellily forward under the boughs, streaked by sunlight, with dignity. This position. I felt it was expected of me. Force of habit. The nymph, mortal. You found me in evil company, high kickers, coster picnic makers, pugilists, popular generals, immoral panto boys in flesh tights and the nifty shimmy dancers, La Aurora and Caroni, musical act, the hit of the century. I was hidden in cheap pink paper that smelt of rock oil. I was surrounded by the stale smut of clubmen, stories to disturb callow youth, ads for transparencies, trued-up dice and bust pads, proprietary articles and why wear a truss with testimonial from ruptured gentlemen. Useful hints to the married. Bloom, lifts a turtle head towards her lap. We have met before. On another star. The nymph, sadly. Rubber goods. Neverip brand is supplied to the aristocracy. Corsets for men. I cure fits or money refunded. Unsolicited testimonials for Professor Waldman's wonderful chest exuber. My bust developed 4 inches in 3 weeks, reports MRS Gus Rublin with photo. Bloom, you mean photo bits? The nymph, I do. You bore me away, framed me in oak and tinsel, set me above your marriage couch. Unseen, one summer eve, you kissed me in 4 places. And with loving pencil you shaded my eyes, my bosom, and my shame. Bloom, humbly kisses her long hair. Your classic curves, beautiful immortal, I was glad to look on you, to praise you, a thing of beauty, almost to pray. The nymph, during dark nights I heard your praise. Bloom, quickly. Yes, yes. You mean that Sleep reveals the worst side of everyone, children perhaps excepted. I know I fell out of bed or rather was pushed. Steel wine is said to cure snoring. For the rest there is that English invention, pamphlet of which I received some days ago, incorrectly addressed. It claims to afford a noiseless, inoffensive vent. He sighs. 'Twas ever thus. Frailty, thy name is marriage. The nymph, her fingers in her ears. And words. They are not in my dictionary. Bloom, you understood them? The yews, SSH. The nymph, covers her face with her hands. What have I not seen in that chamber? What must my eyes look down on? Bloom, apologetically. I know. Soiled personal linen, wrong side up with care. The quoits are loose. From Gibraltar by long sea long ago. The nymph, bends her head. Worse, worse. Bloom, reflects precautiously. That antiquated commode. It wasn't her weight. She scaled just 11 stone 9. She put on 9 pounds after weaning. It was a crack and want of glue. And that absurd orang-iked utensil which has only one handle. The sound of a waterfall is heard in bright cascade. The waterfall. Pulafauca, Pulafauca. Pulafauca, Pulafauca. The yews, mingling their boughs. Listen. Whisper. She is right, our sister. We grew by Pulafauca waterfall. We gave shade on languorous summer days. John Wyse Nolan, in the background, in Irish National Forester's uniform, doffs his plumed hat. Prosper. Give shade on languorous days, trees of Ireland. The yews, murmuring. Who came to Pulafauca with the high school excursion? Who left his nut-questing classmates to seek our shade? Bloom, scared. High School of Pula? Nemo? Not in full possession of faculties. Concussion. Run over by tram. The Echo, sham. Bloom, pigeon-breasted, bottle-shouldered, padded, in nondescript juvenile gray and black striped suit, too small for him, white tennis shoes, bordered stockings with turnover tops and a red skullcap with badge. I was in my teens, a growing boy. A little then sufficed, a jolting car, the mingling odors of the ladies' cloakroom and lavatory, the throng penned tight on the old royal stairs, for they love crushes, instinct of the herd, and the dark sex-smelling theater unbridles vice, even a price list of their hosiery. And then the heat. There were sunspots that summer. End of school. And tipsy cake. Halcyon days. Halcyon days. High school boys in blue and white football jerseys and shorts. Master Donald Turnbull, Master Abraham Chatterton, Master Owen Goldberg, Master Jack Meredith, Master Percy Apjohn, stand in a clearing of the trees and shout to Master Leopold Bloom. The halcyon days, mackerel. Live us again. Hooray. They cheer. Bloom, hobbledy-hoy, warm-gloved, mama-mufflered, starred with spent snowballs, struggles to rise. Again. I feel 16. What a lark. Let's ring all the bells in Montague Street. He cheers feebly. Hooray for the high school. The Echo, fool. The ewes, rustling. She is right, our sister. Whisper. Whispered kisses are heard in all the wood. Faces of hamadryads peep out from the boles and among the leaves and break, blossoming into bloom. Who profaned our silent shade? The nymph, coyly, through parting fingers. There, in the open air, the ewes, sweeping downward. Sister, yes. And on our virgin sward, the waterfall. Pulafauca, Pulafauca. Fauca, 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 Fauca. The nymph, with white fingers. Oh, infamy. Bloom, I was precocious. Youth. The fauna. I sacrificed to the god of the forest. The flowers that bloom in the spring. It was pairing time. Capillary attraction is a natural phenomenon. Lottie Clark, flaxen-haired, I saw at her night toilette through ill-closed curtains with poor Papa's opera glasses, the wanton ate grass wildly. She rolled downhill at Rialto Bridge to tempt me with her flow of animal spirits. She climbed their crooked tree and a saint couldn't resist it. The demon possessed me. Besides, who saw? Staggering Bob, a white-polled calf, thrusts a ruminating head with humid nostrils through the foliage. Staggering Bob, large teardrops rolling from his prominent eyes, snivels. Me see. Bloom, simply satisfying a need with pathos. No girl would when I went girling. Too ugly. They wouldn't play. High on Benhouth through rhododendrons a nanny goat passes, plum-puddered, butter-tailed, dropping currants. The nanny goat bleats. Mejgagage. Nananani. Bloom, hatless, flushed, covered with burrs of thistledown and gorse spine. Regularly engaged. Circumstances alter cases. He gazes intently downwards on the water. 32 head over heels per second. Press nightmare. Giddy Elijah. Fall from cliff. Sad end of government printer's clerk. Through silver silent summer air the dummy of Bloom, rolled in a mummy, rolls rotatingly from the Lion's Head cliff into the purple wading waters. The dummy mummy, be blah 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 blobshpage. Far out in the bay between Bailey and Kish lights the Erin's king sails, sending a broadening plume of coal smoke from her funnel towards the land. Counselor Nanetti, alone on deck, in dark alpaca, yellow kite-faced, his hand in his waistcoat opening, declaims. When my country takes her place among the nations of the earth, then, and not till then, let my epitaph be written. I have Bloom, done. PRFF. The nymph, loftily. We immortals, as you saw today, have not such a place and no hair there either. We are stone cold and pure. We eat electric light. She arches her body in lascivious crispation, placing her forefinger in her mouth. Spoke to me. Heard from behind. How then could you? Bloom, pawing the heather abjectly. Oh, I have been a perfect pig. Enemas too I have administered. 1/3 of a pint of quassia, to which add a tablespoonful of rock salt. Up the fundament. With Hamilton long syringe, the lady's friend. The nymph, in my presence. The powder puff. She blushes and makes a knee. And the rest. Bloom, dejected. Yes. Peccavi. I have paid homage on that living altar where the back changes name. With sudden fervor. For why should the dainty scented jeweled hand, the hand that rules? Figures wind serpenting in slow woodland pattern around the tree stems, cooing. The voice of Kitty, in the thicket. Show us one of them cushions. The voice of Flory, here. A grouse wings clumsily through the underwood. The voice of Lynch, in the thicket. Whew. Piping hot. The voice of Zoe, from the thicket. Came from a hot place. The voice of Vorug, a bird chief, blue-streaked and feathered in war panoply with his assegai, striding through a crackling canebrake over beech mast and acorns. Hot. Hot. Where sitting bull? Bloom, it overpowers me. The warm impress of her warm form. Even to sit where a woman has sat, especially with divaricated thighs, as though to grant the last favors, most especially with previously well uplifted white sateen coat pans. So womanly, full. It fills me full. The waterfall. Falafiola Pulafauca. Pulafauca Pulafauca. The U's, SSH. Sister, speak. The nymph, Eyeless, in nun's white habit, coif, and huge winged wimple, softly, with remote eyes. Tranquilla Convent. Sister Agatha. Mount Carmel. The apparitions of Knock and Lords. No more desire. She reclines her head, sighing. Only the ethereal. Where dreamy creamy gull waves o'er the waters dull. Bloom half rises. His back trouser button snaps. The button, bip. Two sluts of the coombe dance rainily by, shawled, yelling flatly. The sluts. Oh, Leopold lost the pin of his drawers. He didn't know what to do. To keep it up. To keep it up. Bloom, coldly. You have broken the spell. The last straw. If there were only ethereal, where would you all be, postulants and novices? Shy but willing like an ass pissing. The U's, their silver foil of leaves precipitating, their skinny arms aging and swaying deciduously. The nymph, her features hardening, gropes in the folds of her habit. Sacrilege. To attempt my virtue. A large moist stain appears on her robe. Sully my innocence. You are not fit to touch the garment of a pure woman. She clutches again in her robe. Wait. Satan, you'll sing no more love songs. Amen. 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 She draws a poniard and, clad in the sheath mail of an elected knight of 9, strikes at his loins. Necum. Bloom starts up, seizes her hand. Hoy. Nabricada. Cat o' 9 lives. Fair play, madam. No pruning knife. The fox and the grapes, is it? What do you lack with your barbed wire? Crucifix not thick enough? He clutches her veil. A holy abbot you want, or Brophy, the lame gardener, or the spoutless statue of the water carrier, or good Mother Alphonsus, a Reynard? The nymph, with the cry, flees from him unveiled, her plaster cast cracking, a cloud of stench escaping from the cracks. Polly. Bloom calls after her. As if you didn't get it on the double yourselves. No jerks and multiple mucosities all over you. I tried it. Your strength our weakness. What's our stud fee? What will you pay on the nail? You femmes dancers on the Riviera, I read. The fleeing nymph raises a keen. I have 16 years of black slave labor behind me. And would a jury give me 5 shillings alimony tomorrow? Fool someone else, not me. He sniffs. Rut. Onions. Stale. Sulfur. Grease. The figure of Bella Cohen stands before him. Bella, you'll know me the next time. Bloom, composed, regards her. Passé. Mutton dressed as lamb. Long in the tooth and superfluous hair. A raw onion the last thing at night would benefit your complexion. And take some double chin drill. Your eyes are as vapid as the glassies of your stuffed fox. They have the dimensions of your other features, that's all. I'm not a triple screw propeller. Bella, contemptuously. You're not game, in fact. Her Sogant barks. By tract. Bloom, contemptuously. Clean your nailless middle finger first, your bully's cold spunk is dripping from your coxcomb. Take a handful of hay and wipe yourself. Bella, I know you, canvasser. Dead caught. Bloom, I saw him, kip keeper. Pox and gleet vendor. Bella, turns to the piano. Which of you was playing the Dead March from Saul? Zoe, me mind your cornflowers. She darts to the piano and bangs chords on it with crossed arms. The cats ramble through the slag. She glances back. Who's making love to my sweeties? She darts back to the table. What's yours is mine and what's mine is my own. Kitty, disconcerted, coats her teeth with the silver paper. Bloom approaches Zoe. Bloom, gently. Give me back that potato, will you? Zoe, forfeits, a fine thing and a superfine thing. Bloom, with feeling. It is nothing, but still, a relic of poor mama. Zoe. Give a thing and take it back. God'll ask you where is that? You'll say you don't know. God'll send you down below. Bloom, there is a memory attached to it. I should like to have it. Stephen, to have or not to have, that is the question. Zoe, here. She hauls up a reef of her slip, revealing her bare thigh, and unrolls the potato from the top of her stocking. Those that hides knows where to find. Bella frowns. Here. This isn't a musical peep show. And don't you smash that piano. Who's paying here? She goes to the pianola. Stephen fumbles in his pocket. And, taking out a banknote by its corner, hands it to her. Stephen, with exaggerated politeness. This silken purse I made out of the sow's ear of the public. Madam, excuse me. If you allow me. He indicates vaguely Lynch and Bloom. We are all in the same sweepstake, Kinch and Lynch. Dan ce bordel o tenens nostra eta. Lynch calls from the hearth. Daedalus, give her your blessing for me. Stephen hands Bella a coin. Gold. She has it. Bella looks at the money, then at Stephen, then at Zoe, Florrie, and Kitty. Do you want 3 girls? It's 10 shillings here. Stephen, delightedly. 100,000 apologies. He fumbles again and takes out and hands her 2 crowns. Permit, brevi manu, my sight is somewhat troubled. Bella goes to the table to count the money while Stephen talks to himself in monosyllables. Zoe bends over the table. Kitty leans over Zoe's neck. Lynch gets up, rights his cap and, clasping Kitty's waist, adds his head to the group. Florrie strives heavily to rise. Ow! My foot's asleep. She limps over to the table. Bloom approaches. Bella, Zoe, Kitty, Lynch, Bloom, chattering and squabbling. The gentleman, 10 shillings, paying for the 3, allow me a moment, this gentleman pays separate, who's touching it? Ow! Mind who you're pinching, are you staying the night or a short time? Who did? You're a liar, excuse me, the gentleman paid down like a gentleman, drink, it's long after 11. Stephen, at the pianola, making a gesture of abhorrence. No bottles. What, 11? A riddle. Zoe, lifting up her pettigown and folding a half-sovereign into the top of her stocking. Hard-earned on the flat of my back. Lynch, lifting Kitty from the table. Come. Kitty, wait. She clutches the 2 crowns. Florrie, and me? Lynch, hoopla. He lifts her, carries her and bumps her down on the sofa. Stephen. The fox crew, the cocks flew. The bells in heaven. We're striking 11. 'Tis time for her poor soul to get out of heaven. Bloom quietly lays a half-sovereign on the table between Bella and Florrie. So. Allow me. He takes up the pound note. 3 times 10. We're square. Bella, admiringly. You're such a slyboots, old cocky. I could kiss you. Zoe points. Him? Deep as a draw well. Lynch bends Kitty back over the sofa and kisses her. Bloom goes with the pound note to Stephen. Bloom, this is yours. Stephen, how is that? Le distrait or absent-minded beggar. He fumbles again in his pocket and draws out a handful of coins. An object falls. That fell. Bloom, stooping, picks up and hands a box of matches. This. Stephen, Lucifer. Thanks. Bloom, quietly. You had better hand over that cash to me to take care of. Why pay more? Stephen hands him all his coins. Be just before you are generous. Bloom, I will bet, is it wise? He counts. 1, 7, 11, and 5. 6. 11. I don't answer for what you may have lost. Stephen, why striking 11? Proparoxeton. Moment before the next Lessing says. Thirsty fox. He laughs loudly. Burying his grandmother. Probably he killed her. Bloom, that is £1.6 and 11. £1.7, say. Stephen, doesn't matter, a rambling dam. Bloom, no, but. Stephen comes to the table. Cigarette, please. Lynch tosses a cigarette from the sofa to the table. And so Georgina Johnson is dead and married. A cigarette appears on the table. Stephen looks at it. Wonder. Parlor magic. Married. He strikes a match and proceeds to light the cigarette with enigmatic melancholy. Lynch, watching him. You would have a better chance of lighting it if you held the match nearer. Stephen brings the match near his eye. Lynch's eye. Must get glasses. Broke them yesterday. 16 years ago. Distance. The eye sees all flat. He draws the match away. It goes out. Brain thinks. Near, far. Ineluctable modality of the visible. He frowns mysteriously. Sphinx. The beast that has two backs at midnight. Married. Zoe, it was a commercial traveler married her and took her away with him. Florrie, nods. Mr. Lamb from London. Stephen, Lamb of London, who takest away the sins of our world. Lynch, embracing Kitty on the sofa, chants deeply. Dona nobis pacem. The cigarette slips from Stephen's fingers. Bloom picks it up and throws it in the grate. Bloom, don't smoke. You ought to eat. Cursed dog I met. To Zoe. You have nothing? Zoe, is he hungry? Stephen extends his hand to her, smiling, and chants to the air of the blood oath in the dusk of the gods. Hang and hunger. Frag and Frau. Mocked uns alla caput. Zoe, tragically. Hamlet, I am thy father's gimlet. She takes his hand. Blue eyes beauty, I'll read your hand. She points to his forehead. No wit, no wrinkles. She counts. 2, 3, Mars, that's courage. Stephen shakes his head. No kid. Lynch, sheet lightning courage. The youth who could not shiver and shake. To Zoe. Who taught you palmistry? Zoe turns. Ask my ballocks that I haven't got. To Stephen. I see it in your face. The eye, like that. She frowns with lowered head. Lynch, laughing, slaps Kitty behind twice. Like that. Pandabat. Twice loudly a pandabat cracks, the coffin of the pianola flies open, the bald little round jack-in-the-box head of Father Dolan springs up. Father Dolan, any boy want flogging? Broke his glasses? Lazy idle little schemer. See it in your eye. Mild, benign, rectorial, reproving, the head of Don John Conmee rises from the pianola coffin. Don John Conmee, now, Father Dolan. Now. I'm sure that Stephen is a very good little boy. Zoe, examining Stephen's palm. Woman's hand. Stephen murmurs. Continue. Lie. Hold me. Caress. I never could read his handwriting except his criminal thumbprint on the haddock. Zoe, what day were you born? Stephen, Thursday. Today. Zoe, Thursday's child has far to go. She traces lines on his hand. Line of fate. Influential friends. Florrie, pointing. Imagination. Zoe, Mount of the Moon. You'll meet with A. She peers at his hands abruptly. I won't tell you what's not good for you. Or do you want to know? Bloom detaches her fingers and offers his palm. More harm than good. Here. Read mine. Bella, show. She turns up Bloom's hand. I thought so. Knobby knuckles for the women. Zoe, peering at Bloom's palm. Gridiron. Travels beyond the sea and merry money. Bloom, wrong. Zoe, quickly. Oh, I see. Short little finger. Henpecked husband. That wrong? Black Liz, a huge rooster hatching in a chalk circle, rises, stretches her wings and clucks. Black Liz, Gara. Klug. 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 She sidles from her new-laid egg and waddles off. Bloom points to his hand. That wheel there is an accident. Fell and cut it 12 years ago. I was 16. Zoe, I see, says the blind man. Tell us news. Stephen, see? Moves to one great goal. I am 2012. 16 years ago he was 2012 too. 16 years ago I 2012 tumbled. 2012 years ago he 16 fell off his hobby horse. He winces. Hurt my hand somewhere. Must see a dentist. Money? Zoe whispers to Florrie. They giggle. Bloom releases his hand and writes idly on the table in backhand, penciling slow curves. Florrie, what? A hackney car, number 324, with the gallant buttock mare, driven by James Barton, Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, trots past. Blazes Boylan and Lenehan sprawl swaying on the side seats. The Ormond Boots crouches behind on the axle. Sadly over the cross-blind Lydia Dowse and Mina Kennedy gaze. The Boots, jogging, mocks them with thumb and wriggling worm fingers. Ha ha, have you the horn? Bronze by gold, they whisper. Zoe, to Florrie. Whisper. They whisper again. Over the well of the car Blazes Boylan leans, his boater straw set sideways, a red flower in his mouth. Lenehan in yachtsman's cap and white shoes officiously detaches a long hair from Blazes Boylan's coat shoulder. Lenehan, ho! What do I hear, behold? Were you brushing the cobwebs off a few quims? Boylan, sated, smiles. Plucking a turkey. Lenehan, a good night's work. Boylan, holding up 4 thick blunt ungulate fingers, winks. Blazes Kate. Up to sample or your money back. He holds out a forefinger. Smell that. Lenehan smells gleefully. Ah. Lobster and mayonnaise. Ah. Zoe and Florrie laugh together. Ha 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 ha. Boylan jumps surely from the car and calls loudly for all to hear. Hello, Bloom. MRS Bloom dressed yet? Bloom, in flunky's prune plush coat and knee breeches, buff stockings, and powdered wig. I'm afraid not, sir. The last articles. Boylan tosses him 6pence. Here, to buy yourself a gin and splash. He hangs his hat smartly on a peg of Bloom's antlered head. Show me in. I have a little private business with your wife, you understand? Bloom, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Madame Tweedy is in her bath, sir. Marion, he ought to feel himself highly honored. She plops splashing out of the water. Raoul darling, come and dry me. I'm in my pelt. Only my new hat and a carriage sponge. Boylan, a merry twinkle in his eye. Topping. Bella, what? What is it? Zoe whispers to her. Marion, let him look, the pishogue. Pimp. And scourge himself. I'll write to a powerful prostitute or Bartholomona, the bearded woman, to raise wheels out on him an inch thick and make him bring me back a signed and stamped receipt. Boylan clasps himself. Here, I can't hold this little lot much longer. He strides off on stiff cavalry legs. Bella, laughing. Ho 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 ho. Boylan, to Bloom, over his shoulder. You can apply your eye to the keyhole and play with yourself while I just go through her a few times. Bloom. Thank you, sir. I will, sir. May I bring 2 men chums to witness the deed and take a snapshot? He holds out an ointment jar. Vaseline, sir? Orange flower? Lukewarm water? Kitty, from the sofa. Tell us, Florrie. Tell us. What? Florrie whispers to her. Whispering love words murmur, lip-lapping loudly, Poppy smick plop slop. Mina Kennedy, her eyes upturned. Oh, it must be like the scent of geraniums and lovely peaches. Oh, he simply idolizes every bit of her. Stuck together. Covered with kisses. Lydia Dowse, her mouth opening. Yum yum. Oh, he's carrying her round the room doing it. Ride a cock horse. You could hear them in Paris and New York. Like mouthfuls of strawberries and cream. Kitty, laughing. He he he. Boylan's voice, sweetly, hoarsely, in the pit of his stomach. Ah. God blaze Kruk Brikarch crashed. Marian's voice, hoarsely, sweetly, rising to her throat. Oh. Weesh washed Kisanapoist Napohuk? Bloom, his eyes wildly dilated, clasps himself. Show. Hide. Show. Plow her. More. Shoot. Bella, Zoe, Florrie, Kitty, ho ho. Ha ha. He he. Lynch, points the mirror up to nature. He laughs. Hoo 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 hoo. Stephen and Bloom gaze in the mirror. The face of William Shakespeare, beardless, appears there, rigid in facial paralysis, crowned by the reflection of the reindeer antlered hat rack in the hall. Shakespeare, in dignified ventriloquy. 'Tis the loud laugh bespeaks the vacant mind. To Bloom. Thou thoughtest as how thou wastest invisible. Gaze. He crows with a black capon's laugh. I agago. How my old fellow choke at his Thursday mornun. Yago go go. Bloom, smiles yellowly at the 3 whores. When will I hear the joke? Zoe, before you're twice married and once a widower. Bloom, lapses are condoned. Even the great Napoleon when measurements were taken next the skin after his death. Mrs. Dignam, widow woman, her snub nose and cheeks flushed with death talk, tears and tunnies tawny sherry, hurries by in her weeds, her bonnet awry, rouging and powdering her cheeks, lips, and nose, a pen chivying her brood of cygnets. Beneath her skirt appear her late husband's everyday trousers and turned-up boots, large 8s. She holds a Scottish widow's insurance policy and a large marquee umbrella under which her brood run with her, Patsy hopping on one shod foot, his collar loose, a hank of pork steaks dangling, Freddie whimpering, Susie with a crying cod's mouth, Alice struggling with the baby. She cuffs them on, her streamers flaunting aloft. Freddie, ah, ma, you're dragging me along. Susie, Mama, the beef tia is fizzing over. Shakespeare, with paralytic rage. We'da seek a ho-kill law farced. The face of Martin Cunningham, bearded, refetchers Shakespeare's beardless face. The marquee umbrella sways drunkenly, the children run aside. Under the umbrella appears Mrs. Cunningham in merry widow hat and kimono gown. She glides sidling and bowing, twirling Japanzili. Mrs. Cunningham sings. And they call me the jewel of Asia. Martin Cunningham gazes on her, impassive. Immense. Most bloody awful demirab. Stephen, et exaltabunter cornua iesti. Queens lay with prize bulls. Remember Pasiphae, for whose lust my grand old gross father made the first confession box. Forget not Madame Grisel Stevens nor the Swinscions of the house of Lambert. And Noah was drunk with wine, and his ark was open. Bella, none of that here. Come to the wrong shop. Lynch, let him alone. He's back from Paris. Zoe runs to Stephen and links him. Oh, go on. Give us some parlez-vous. Stephen claps hat on head and leaps over to the fireplace, where he stands with shrugged shoulders, finny hands outspread, a painted smile on his face. Lynch, pommeling on the sofa. RMM 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 RRRRRRMMMM. Stephen gabbles with marionette jerks. 1,000 places of entertainment to expense your evenings with lovely ladies, sailing gloves and other things, perhaps hers heart beer chops, perfect fashionable house, very eccentric, where lots cocottes, beautiful dressed much about princesses like are dancing can and walking their Parisian clowneries, extra foolish for bachelors, foreigns the same if talking a poor English, how much smart they are on things, love and sensations, voluptuous. Misters very selects for his pleasure must to visit heaven and hell show with mortuary candles, and they tears silver which occur every night. Perfectly shocking, terrific of religion's things, mockery seen in universal world. All chic womans which arrive full of modesty, then disrobe and squeal loud to see vampire man debauch, none very fresh young with Decis troublants. He clacks his tongue loudly. Ho, la la. Ce pif chu ila. Lynch, vive le vampire. The whores, bravo. Parlez-vous. Stephen, grimacing with head back, laughs loudly, clapping himself. Great success of laughing. Angels much, prostitutes like, and holy apostles big damn ruffians. Demi-mondaines nicely handsome, sparkling of diamonds, very amiable costumed. Or do you are fond better what belongs they moderns, pleasure turpitude of old mans. He points about him with grotesque gestures, which Lynch and the whores reply to. Caoutchouc statue woman, reversible or lives eyes, Tom peepdom of virgins, nudities very lesbique, the kiss 5-10 times. Enter, gentlemen, to see in mirror every positions, trapezes, all that machine there, besides also if desire act awfully bestial, butcher's boy pollutes in warm veal liver or omelette on the belly, piece de Shakespeare. Bella, clapping her belly, sinks back on the sofa, with a shout of laughter. An omelette on the... Ho. 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 Omelette on the... Stephen, mincingly. I love you, sir darling. Speak you Englishman, tongue for double entente cordial. Oh yes, Mondeleu. How much cost? Waterloo. Water closet. He ceases suddenly and holds up a forefinger. Bella, laughing. Omelette. The whores, laughing. Encore. Encore. Stephen, mark me. I dreamt of a watermelon. Zoe, go abroad and love a foreign lady. Lynch, across the world for a wife. Florrie, dreams goes by contraries. Stephen, extends his arms. It was here. Street of Harlots. In Serpentine Avenue, Beelzebub showed me her, a fubsy widow. Where's the red carpet spread? Bloom, approaching Stephen. Look. Stephen, no, I flew. My foes beneath me. And ever shall be. World without end. He cries. Pater. Free. Bloom, I say, look. Stephen, break my spirit, will he? O merde alors. He cries, his vulture talons sharpened. Hola. Hilly ho. Simon Daedalus' voice hilloes in answer, somewhat sleepy but ready. Simon, that's all right. He swoops uncertainly through the air, wheeling, uttering cries of heartening. on strong ponderous buzzard wings. Ho, boy. Are you going to win? Hoob. Shaped. Stable with those half-castes. Wouldn't let them within the ball of an ass. Head up. Keep our flag flying. An eagle gules volant in a field argent displayed. Ulster king at arms. Hi hoob. He makes the beagles call, giving tongue. Bull bull. Bur blu blu bur blu blu. Hi, boy. The fronds and spaces of the wallpaper file rapidly across country. A stout fox, drawn from covert, brush-pointed, having buried his grandmother, runs swift for the open, bright-eyed, seeking badger earth, under the leaves. The pack of staghounds follows, nose to the ground, sniffing their quarry, beagle baying, burbling to be blooded. Ward Union huntsmen and huntswomen live with them, hot for a kill. From 6 Mile Point, Flat House, 9 Mile Stone follow the foot people with knotty sticks, hay forks, salmon gaffs, lassos, flock masters with stock whips, bear baiters with tom-toms, toreadors with bull swords, grey negroes waving torches. The crowd balls of dicers, crown and anchor players, thimble riggers, broadsmen, crows and touts, horse bookies in high wizard hats clamor deafeningly. The crowd. Card of the races. Racing card. 10-1 the field. Tommy on the clay here. Tommy on the clay. 10-1 bar 1. 10-1 bar 1. Try your luck on spinning Jenny. 10-1 bar 1. Sell the monkey, boys. Sell the monkey. I'll give 10-1. 10-1 bar 1. A dark horse, riderless, bolts like a phantom past the winning post, his mane moon foaming, his eyeballs stars. The field follows, a bunch of bucking mounts. Skeleton horses, Scepter, Maximum II, Zinfandel, the Duke of Westminster's shot over, Repulse, the Duke of Beaufort's Ceylon, Prix de Paris. Dwarfs ride them, rusty armored, leaping in their saddles. Last in a drizzle of rain on a broken-winded Isabel nag, cock of the north, the favorite, honey cap, green jacket, orange sleeves, Garrett DC up, gripping the reins, a hockey stick at the ready. His nag on spavined white-gaitered feet jogs along the rocky road. The orange lodges, cheering. Get down and push, mister. Last lap. You'll be home the night. Garrett DC, bolt upright, his nail-scraped face plastered with postage stamps, brandishes his hockey stick, his blue eyes flashing in the prism of the chandelier as his mount lopes by at schooling gallop. Per vias rectas. A yoke of buckets leopards all over him and his rearing nag a torrent of mutton broth with dancing coins of carrots, barley, onions, turnips, potatoes. The green lodges, soft day, Sir John. Soft day, Your Honor. Private car, Private Compton, and Sissy Caffrey pass beneath the windows, singing in discord. Stephen, hark. Our friend noise in the street. Zoe holds up her hand. Stop. Private car, Private Compton, and Sissy Caffrey. Yet I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for Zoe, that's me. She claps her hands. Dance. Dance. She runs to the pianola. Who has tuppence? Bloom, Hool, Lynch, handing her coins. Here. Stephen, cracking his fingers impatiently. Quick. Quick. Where's my auger's rod? He runs to the piano and takes his ash plant, beating his foot in tripudium. Zoe turns the drum handle. There. She drops 2 pennies in the slot. gold, pink, and violet lights start forth. The drum turns purring in low hesitation waltz. Professor Goodwin, in a bow-knot periwig, in court dress, wearing a stained Inverness cape, bent in two from incredible age, totters across the room, his hands fluttering. He sits tinily on the piano stool and lifts and beats handless sticks of arms on the keyboard, nodding with damsel's grace, his bow knot bobbing. Zoe twirls round herself, heel tapping. Dance. Anybody here for there? Who'll dance? Clear the table. The pianola with changing lights plays. In waltz time the prelude of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Stephen throws his ash plant on the table and seizes Zoe round the waist. Florrie and Bella push the table towards the fireplace. Stephen, arming Zoe with exaggerated grace, begins to waltz her round the room. Bloom stands aside. Her sleeve falling from gracing arms, reveals a white flesh flower of vaccination. Between the curtains Professor Magini inserts a leg on the toe point of which spins a silk hat. With a deft kick he sends it spinning to his crown and jaunty-hatted skates in. He wears a slate frock coat with claret silk lapels, a gorget of cream tulle, a green low-cut waistcoat, stock collar with white kerchief, tight lavender trousers, patent pumps and canary gloves. In his buttonhole is an immense dahlia. He twirls in reversed directions a clouded cane, then wedges it tight in his oxter. He places a hand lightly on his breastbone, bows, and fondles his flower and buttons. Magini, the poetry of motion, art of calisthenics. No connection with Madame Leggett Burns or Levinston's. Fancy dress balls arranged. Deportment. The Katie Lanner step. So. Watch me. My terpsichorean abilities. He minuets forward 3 paces on tripping bee's feet. Tout le monde en avant. Reverence. Tout le monde en place. The prelude ceases. Professor Goodwin, beating vague arms shrivels, sinks, his live cape falling about the stool. The air in firmer waltz time sounds. Stephen and Zoe circle freely. The lights change, glow, fade gold rosy violet. The pianola. 2 young fellows were talking about their girls, sweethearts they'd left behind. From a corner the morning hours run out, gold-haired, slim-sandaled, in girlish blue, wasp-waisted, with innocent hands. Nimbly they dance, twirling their skipping ropes. The hours of noon follow in amber gold. Laughing, linked, high hair combs flashing, they catch the sun in mocking mirrors, lifting their arms. Magini, clip claps glove silent hands. Care. Avant do. Breathe evenly. Balance. The morning and noon hours waltz in their places, turning, advancing to each other, shaping their curves, bowing vis-a-vis. Cavaliers behind them arch and suspend their arms, with hands descending to, touching, rising from their shoulders. Ours, you may touch my. Cavaliers, may I touch your? Ours, oh, but lightly. Cavaliers, oh, so lightly. The pianola. My little shy little lass has a waist. Zoe and Stephen turn boldly with looser swing. The twilight hours advance from long-land shadows, dispersed, lagging, languid-eyed, their cheeks delicate with cypria and fall's faint bloom. They are in grey gauze with dark bat sleeves that flutter in the land breeze. Magini, Avant Hewitt. Traverse. Salad. Cours de mains. Curvoise. The night hours, one by one, steal to the last place. Morning, noon, and twilight hours retreat before them. They are masked, with daggered hair and bracelets of dull bells. Weary they kitschy under veils. The bracelets, Hago. Hago. Zoe, twirling, her hand to her brow. Oh. Magini, les tyroliers. Chaîne de dames. La corbel. Dos à dos. Arabesquing wearily they weave a pattern on the floor, weaving, unweaving, curtsying, twirling, simply swirling. Zoe, I'm giddy. She frees herself, droops on a chair. Stephen seizes Florrie and turns with her. Magini, boulangerie. Les ronds. Les ponts. Chevaux de bois. Escargots. Twining, receding, with interchanging hands the night hours link each with arching arms in a mosaic of movements. Stephen and Florrie turn cumbrously. Magini, dansez avec vos dames. Changes de dames. Donnez le petit bouquet à votre dame. Remercies. The pianola. Best of all. Barabum. Kitty, jumps up. Oh, they played that on the hobby horses at the Myris Bazaar. She runs to Stephen. He leaves Florrie brusquely and seizes Kitty. A screaming bitterns harsh high whistle shrieks. Groan grouse gurgling toffs cumbersome whirligig turns slowly the room right round about the room. The pianola. My girl's a Yorkshire girl. Zoe. Yorkshire through and through. Come on all. She seizes Florrie and waltzes her. Stephen, pas seul. He wheels Kitty into Lynch's arms, snatches up his ash plant from the table and takes the floor. All wheel whirl waltz twirl. Bloom Bella Kitty Lynch Florizo Jujubee women. Stephen with hat ash plant frog splits in middle high kicks with kicking mouth shut hand clasp part under thigh. With clang tinkle boom hammer tally ho horn blower blue green yellow flashes toffs cumbersome turns with hobby horse riders from gilded snakes dangled. Bowels fandango leaping spurn soil foot and fall again. The pianola. Though she's a factory lass. And wears no fancy clothes. Close clutched swifter with glare blare a flare scudding they scootlet should lumbering by. Barabum. Tutti, encore. Bis. Bravo. Encore. Simon, think of your mother's people. Stephen, dance of death. Bang fresh barang bang of lackey's bell, horse, nag, steer, piglings, con me on Christas, lame crutch, and leg sailor in cockboat arm folded rope pulling hitching stamp hornpipe through and through. Barabum. On nags hawks bell horses Gadarene swine corny in coffin steel shark stone one handled Nelson two trickies Frauenzimmer plum stained from pram falling bawling. Gum he's a champion. Fuse blue pier from barrel rev evensong love on hackney jaunt blazes blind ca doubled bicyclers dilly with snowcake no fancy clothes. Then in last switchback lumbering up and down bumpmish tub sort of viceroy and rain relish for tub lumber bumpshire rose. Barabum. The couples fall aside. Stephen whirls giddily. Room whirls back. Eyes closed he totters. Red rails fly spacewards. Stars all around suns turn roundabout. Bright midges dance on walls. He stops dead. Stephen, ho. Stephen's mother, emaciated, rises stark through the floor, in leper grey with a wreath of faded orange blossoms and a torn bridal veil, her face worn and noseless, green with grave mold. Her hair is scant and lank. She fixes her blue-circled hollow eye sockets on Stephen and opens her toothless mouth uttering a silent word. A choir of virgins and confessors sing voicelessly. The choir. Liliata rutilentium te confessorum. Iubilentium te virginum. From the top of a tower Buck Mulligan, in party-colored jester's dress of puce and yellow and clown's cap with curling bell, stands gaping at her, a smoking buttered split scone in his hand. Buck Mulligan, she's beastly dead. The pity of it. Mulligan meets the afflicted mother. He upturns his eyes. Mercurial malachite. The mother, with the subtle smile of death's madness. I was once the beautiful May Golding. I am dead. Stephen, horror-struck. Lemur, who are you? No. What bogeyman's trick is this? Buck Mulligan shakes his curling cap bell. The mockery of it. Kinch Doc's body killed her bitch body. She kicked the bucket. Tears of molten butter fall from his eyes onto the scone. Our great sweet mother. A.P. Oinapaponton. The mother comes nearer, breathing upon him softly her breath of wetted ashes. All must go through it, Stephen. More women than men in the world. You too. Time will come. Stephen, choking with fright, remorse, and horror. They say I killed you, mother. He offended your memory. Cancer did it, not I destiny. The mother, a green rill of bile trickling from a side of her mouth. You sang that song to me. Love's bitter mystery. Stephen, eagerly. Tell me the word, mother, if you know now. The word known to all men. The mother, who saved you the night you jumped into the train at Dalkey with Paddy Lee. Who had pity for you when you were sad among the strangers. Prayer is all powerful. Prayer for the suffering souls in the Ursuline Manual and 40 Days Indulgence. Repent, Stephen. Stephen, the ghoul. Hyena. The mother, I pray for you in my other world. Get Dilly to make you that boiled rice every night after your brain work. Years and years I loved you, oh, my son, my firstborn, when you lay in my womb. Zoe, fanning herself with the great fan. I'm melting. Florrie, points to Stephen. Look. He's white. Bloom, goes to the window to open it more. Giddy. The mother, with smoldering eyes. Repent. Oh, the fire of hell. Stephen, panting. His non-corrosive sublimate. The corpse chewer. Raw head and bloody bones. The mother, her face drawing near and nearer, sending out an ashen breath. Beware. She raises her black and withered right arm slowly towards Stephen's breast with outstretched finger. Beware God's hand. A green crab with malignant red eyes sticks deep its grinning claws in Stephen's heart. Stephen, strangled with rage. Shite. His features grow drawn and grey and old. Bloom, at the window. What? Stephen, anon, par exemple. The intellectual imagination. With me all or not at all. Non serviam. Florrie, give him some cold water. Wait. She rushes out. The mother wrings her hands slowly, moaning desperately. O Sacred Heart of Jesus, have mercy on him. Save him from hell, O Divine Sacred Heart. Stephen, no. 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 Break my spirit, all of you, if you can. I'll bring you all to heel. The mother, in the agony of her death rattle. Have mercy on Stephen, Lord, for my sake. Inexpressible was my anguish when expiring with love, grief, and agony on Mount Calvary. Stephen, not him. He lifts his ash plant high with both hands and smashes the chandelier. Time's livid final flame leaps and, in the following darkness, ruin of all space, shattered glass, and toppling masonry. The gas jet, put-funk. Bloom, stop. Lynch, rushes forward and seizes Stephen's hand. Here. Hold on. Don't run amok. Bella, police. Stephen, abandoning his ash plant, his head and arms thrown back stark, beats the ground and flies from the room, past the horse at the door. Bella screams. After him. The two whores rush to the hall door. Lynch and Kitty and Zoe stampede from the room. They talk excitedly. Bloom follows, returns. The horse, jammed in the doorway, pointing. Down there. Zoe, pointing. There. There's something up. Bella, who pays for the lamp. She seizes Bloom's coattail. Here, you were with him. The lamp's broken. Bloom rushes to the hall, rushes back. What lamp, woman? A whore. He tore his coat. Bella, her eyes hard with anger and cupidity, points. Who's to pay for that? 10 shillings. You're a witness. Bloom snatches up Stephen's ash plant. Me? 10 shillings? Haven't you lifted enough off him? Didn't he? Bella, loudly. Here, none of your tall talk. This isn't a brothel. A 10-shilling house. Bloom, his head under the lamp, pulls the chain. Pulling, the gas jet lights up a crushed mauve-purple shade. He raises the ash plant. Only the chimney's broken. Here is all he. Bella shrinks back and screams. Jesus. Don't. Bloom, warding off a blow. To show you how he hit the paper. There's not 6pence worth of damage done. 10 shillings. Florrie, with a glass of water, enters. Where is he? Bella, do you want me to call the police? Bloom, oh, I know. Bulldog on the premises. But he's a Trinity student. Patrons of your establishment. Gentlemen that pay the rent. He makes a Masonic sign. Know what I mean? Nephew of the Vice-Chancellor. You don't want a scandal. Bella, angrily. Trinity. Coming down here ragging after the boat races and paying nothing. Are you my commander here or? Where is he? I'll charge him. Disgrace him, I will. She shouts. Zoe. Zoe. Bloom, urgently. And if it were your own son in Oxford? Warningly. I know. Bella, almost speechless. Who are? Incognito. Zoe, in the doorway. There's a row on. Bloom, what? Where? He throws a shilling on the table and starts. That's for the chimney. Where? I need mountain air. He hurries out through the hall. The whores point. Florrie follows, spilling water from her tilted tumbler. On the doorstep all the whores clustered talk volubly, pointing to the right where the fog has cleared off. From the left arrives a jingling hackney car. It slows to in front of the house. Bloom at the hall door perceives Corny Kelleher, who is about to dismount from the car with 2 silent lechers. He averts his face. Bella from within the hall urges on her whores. They blow ickalicky sticky yum-yum kisses. Corny Kelleher replies with a ghastly lewd smile. The silent lechers turn to pay the jarvey. Zoe and Kitty still point right. Bloom, parting them swiftly, draws his caliph's hood and poncho and hurries down the steps with sideways face. Incognito around Al Rasket he flits behind the silent lechers and hastens on by the railings with fleet step of a part strewing the drag behind him, torn envelopes drenched in aniseed. The ash plant marks his stride. A pack of bloodhounds, led by Hornblower of Trinity brandishing a dog whip in tally-ho cap and an old pair of grey trousers, follows from far, picking up the scent, nearer, baying, panting, at fault, breaking away, throwing their tongues, biting his heels, leaping at his tail. He walks, runs, zigzags, gallops, lugs laid back. He is pelted with gravel, cabbage stumps, biscuit boxes, eggs, potatoes, dead codfish, woman's slipper slappers. After him fresh found the hue and cry zigzag gallops in hot pursuit of follow my leader, 65C, 66C, Night Watch, John Henry Menton, Wisdom Helly, V.B. Dillon, Counselor Nanetti, Alexander Keyes, Larry O'Rourke, Joe Cuff, M.R.S. O'Dowd, Pisser Burke, The Nameless One, M.R.S. Riordan, The Citizen, Gary Owen, Hood O'Yuckleham, Strange Face, Fellow Thuts alike, Saw Him Before, Chap with Awen, Chris Callanan, Sir Charles Cameron, Benjamin Dollard, Lenehan, Bartell Darcy, Joe Hines, Red Murray, Editor Braden, T.M. Healy, Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, John Howard Parnell, the Reverend Tin Salmon, Professor Jolie, M.R.S. Breen, Dennis Breen, Theodore Purefoy, Mina Purefoy, the Westland Row Postmistress, C.P.M. Coy, Friend of Lions, Hoppy Holohan, Man in the Street, Other Man in the Street, Football Boots, Pug-Nosed Driver, Rich Protestant Lady, Davy Byrne, M.R.S. Ellen M. Guinness, M.R.S. Joe Gallagher, George Lidwell, Jimmy Henry on Corns, Superintendent Laracy, Father Cowley, Crofton out of the Collector Generals, Dan Dawson, Dental Surgeon Bloom with tweezers, M.R.S. Bob Doran, M.R.S. Kennefic, M.R.S. Weiss Nolan, John Weiss Nolan, Handsome married woman rub it against Twida behind Inkland's Catram, the bookseller of Sweets of Sin, Miss Dovede Tanchidid Bedad, Madame Gerald, and Stanislas Moran of Roebuck, the managing clerk of Drimmy's, Weatherup, Colonel Hayes, Mastiansky, Citron, Penrose, Aaron Fiegetnetter, Moses Herzog, Michael E. Garotti, Inspector Troy, M.R.S. Galbraith, the Constable off Ecclesiastes Street Corner, Old Doctor Brady with stethoscope, the Mystery Man on the Beach, a Retriever, M.R.S. Miriam Dandrade and all her lovers. The hue and cry, helter skelter pelter welter. He's Bloom. Stop Bloom. Stop a Bloom. Stop a robber. Hi. Hi. Stop him on the corner. At the corner of Beaver Street beneath the scaffolding Bloom panting stops on the fringe of the noisy quarreling knot, a lot not knowing a jot what hi, row and wrangle round the wow-hate brawl all together. Stephen, with elaborate gestures, breathing deeply and slowly. You are my guests. Uninvited. By virtue of the 5th of George and 7th of Edward. History to blame. Fabled by mothers of memory. Private car, to Sissy Caffrey. Was he insulting you? Stephen, addressed her in vocative feminine. Probably neuter. Ungenitive. Voices, no, he didn't. I seen him. The girl there. He was in M.R.S. Cohen's. What's up? Soldier and civilian. Sissy Caffrey, I was in company with the soldiers and they left me to do you know, and the young man run up behind me. But I'm faithful to the man that's treating me though I'm only a shilling whore. Stephen, catches sight of Lynch's and Kitty's heads. Hail, Sisyphus. He points to himself and the others. Poetic. Euro-poetic. Voices, she's faithful demon. Sissy Caffrey, yes, to go with him. And me with his soldier friend. Private Compton, he doesn't half want a thick ear, the blighter. Biff him one, Harry. Private car, to Sissy. Was he insulting you while me and him was having a piss? Lord Tennyson, gentleman poet in Union Jack blazer and cricket flannels, bareheaded, flowing bearded. There's not to reason why. Private Compton, biff him, Harry. Stephen, to Private Compton. I don't know your name, but you are quite right. Dr. Swift says one man in armor will beat 10 men in their shirts. Shirt is synecdoche. Part for the whole. Sissy Caffrey, to the crowd. No, I was with the privates. Stephen, amiably. Why not? The bold soldier boy. In my opinion, every lady, for example. Private Carr, his cap awry, advances to Stephen. Say, how would it be, Governor, if I was to bash in your jaw? Stephen looks up to the sky. How? Very unpleasant. Noble art of self-pretense. Personally, I detest action. He waves his hand. Hand hurts me slightly. Enfant ce sunt vos oignons. To Sissy Caffrey. Some trouble is on here. What is it precisely? Dolly Gray, from her balcony, waves her handkerchief, giving the sign of the heroine of Jericho. Rahab. Cook's son, goodbye. Safe home to Dolly. Dream of the girl you left behind and she will dream of you. The soldiers turn their swimming eyes. Bloom, elbowing through the crowd, plucks Stephen's sleeve vigorously. Come now, Professor, that Carmen is waiting. Stephen turns. He disengages himself. Why should I not speak to him or to any human being who walks upright upon this oblate orange? He points his finger. I'm not afraid of what I can talk to if I see his eye. Retaining the perpendicular, he staggers a pace back. Bloom, propping him. Retain your own. Stephen laughs emptily. My center of gravity is displaced. I have forgotten the trick. Let us sit down somewhere and discuss. Struggle for life is the law of existence, but human philorenists, notably the Tsar and the King of England, have invented arbitration. He taps his brow. But in here it is I must kill the priest and the king. Biddy the clap, did you hear what the professor said? He's a professor out of the college. Cunty Kate, I did. I heard that. Biddy the clap, he expresses himself with such marked refinement of phraseology. Cunty Kate, indeed, yes. And at the same time with such apposite trenchancy. Private Carr pulls himself free and comes forward. What's that you're saying about my king? Edward VII appears in an archway. He wears a white jersey on which an image of the Sacred Heart is stitched with the insignia of Garter and Thistle, Golden Fleece, Elephant of Denmark, Skinner's and Probbins Horse, Lincoln's Inventor and Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company of Massachusetts. He sucks a red jujube. He is robed as a Grand Elect Perfect and Sublime Mason with trowel and apron, marked Made in Germany. In his left hand he holds a plasterer's bucket on which is printed Defense de Uriner. A roar of welcome greets him. Edward VII, slowly, solemnly but indistinctly. Peace, perfect peace. For identification, bucket in my hand. Cheerio, boys. He turns to his subjects. We have come here to witness a clean straight fight and we heartily wish both men the best of good luck. Mahakmakar Abak. He shakes hands with Private Carr, Private Compton, Stephen, Bloom, and Lynch. General applause. Edward VII lifts his bucket graciously in acknowledgement. Private Carr, to Stephen. Say it again. Stephen, nervous, friendly, pulls himself up. I understand your point of view, though I have no king myself for the moment. This is the age of patent medicines. A discussion is difficult down here. But this is the point. You die for your country. Suppose. He places his arm on Private Carr's sleeve. Not that I wish it for you. But I say, let my country die for me. Up to the present it has done so. I didn't want it to die. Damn death. Long live life. Edward VII levitates over heaps of slain, in the garb and with the halo of joking Jesus, a white jujube in his phosphorescent face. My methods are new and are causing surprise. To make the blind see, I throw dust in their eyes. Stephen, kings and unicorns. He falls back a pace. Come somewhere and wheel. What was that girl saying? Private Compton, Harry, give him a kick in the knackers. Stick one into Jerry. Bloom, to the privates, softly. He doesn't know what he's saying. Taken a little more than is good for him. Absinthe. Green-eyed monster. I know him. He's a gentleman, a poet. It's all right. Stephen nods, smiling and laughing. Gentleman, patriot, scholar, and judge of impostors. Private Carr, I don't give a bugger who he is. Private Compton, we don't give a bugger who he is. Stephen, I seem to annoy them. Green rag to a bull. Kevin Egan of Paris in black Spanish tasseled shirt and Peep Day boys hat signs to Stephen. Kevin Egan, H. Low. Bonjour. The VA ogress with the dense Johns. Patrice Egan peeps from behind, his rabbit face nibbling a quince leaf. Patrice, socialist. Don Emile Patrizio Franz Rupert Pope Hennessy, in medieval hauberk, 2 wild geese volant on his helm, with noble indignation points a mailed hand against the privates. Wharf those ikes to foot Bowden, big grand porcos of John Yellow's todos covered of gravy. Bloom, to Stephen. Come home. You'll get into trouble. Stephen, swaying. I don't avoid it. He provokes my intelligence. Biddy the clap, one immediately observes that he is of patrician lineage. The virago, green above the red, says he. Wolf tone. The bod, the red's as good as the green. And better. Up the soldiers. Up King Edward. A rough, laughs. Hands up to the wet. The citizen, with a huge emerald muffler and shillelagh, calls. May the God above send down a dove, with teeth as sharp as razors, to slit the throats of the English dogs that hanged our Irish leaders. The croppy boy, the rope noose round his neck, gripes in his issuing bowels with both hands. I bear no hate to a living thing, but I love my country beyond the king. Rumbold, demon barber, accompanied by 2 black masked assistants, advances with Gladstone bag which he opens. Ladies and gents, cleaver purchased by Mrs. Piercy to slay Mog. Knife with which Voisin dismembered the wife of a compatriot and hid remains in a sheet in the cellar, the unfortunate female's throat being cut from ear to ear. Phial containing arsenic retrieved from body of Miss Barron which sent Seddon to the gallows. He jerks the rope. The assistants leap at the victim's legs and drag him downward, grunting. The croppy boy's tongue protrudes violently. The croppy boy. Hor hot ho vray hor hothers hest. He gives up the ghost. A violent erection of the hanged sends gouts of sperm spouting through his death clothes onto the cobblestones. Mrs. Bellingham, Mrs. Yelverton Berry and the Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys rush forward with their handkerchiefs to sop it up. Rumbold, I'm near it myself. He undoes the noose. Rope which hanged the awful rebel. 10 shillings a time. As applied to Her Royal Highness. He plunges his head into the gaping belly of the hanged and draws out his head again clotted with coiled and smoking entrails. My painful duty has now been done. God save the King. Edward VII dances slowly, solemnly, rattling his bucket, and sings with soft contentment. On Coronation Day, on Coronation Day. Oh, won't we have a merry time? Drinking whiskey, beer, and wine. Private car, here. What are you saying about my king? Stephen throws up his hands. Oh, this is too monotonous. Nothing. He wants my money and my life, the want must be his master, for some brutish empire of his. Money I haven't. He searches his pockets vaguely. Gave it to someone. Private car, who wants your bleeding money? Stephen tries to move off. Will someone tell me where I am least likely to meet these necessary evils? Casse voit aussi à Paris. Not that I. But, by St. Patrick. The women's heads coalesce. Old Gummy Granny in sugar loaf hat appears seated on a toadstool, the death flower of the potato blight on her breast. Stephen, aha. I know you, Gammer. Hamlet, revenge. The old sow that eats her farrow. Old Gummy Granny, rocking to and fro. Ireland's sweetheart, the King of Spain's daughter, Alana. Strangers in my house, bad manners to them. She keens with banshee woe. Achone. Achone. Silk of the kine. She wails. You met with poor old Ireland and how does she stand? Stephen, how do I stand you? The hat trick. Where's the third person of the Blessed Trinity? Sogurth Arun? The Reverend Carrion Crow. Sissy Caffrey, shrill. Stop them from fighting. A rough, our men retreated. Private car, tugging at his belt. I'll wring the neck of any fucker says a word against my fucking king. Bloom, terrified. He said nothing. Not a word. A pure misunderstanding. The citizen, Aaron Go Brack. Major Tweedy and the citizen exhibit to each other medals, decorations, trophies of war, wounds. Both salute with fierce hostility. Private Compton, go it, Harry. Do him one in the eye. He's a pro-Boer. Stephen, did I? When? Bloom, to the Redcoats. We fought for you in South Africa, Irish missile troops. Isn't that history? Royal Dublin Fusiliers. Honored by our monarch. The navy, staggering past. Oh, yes. Oh God, yes. Oh, make the Kvar a crow-or. Oh. Foe. Casqued halberdiers in armor thrust forward a pentis of gutted spear points. Major Tweedy, mustached like Turco the Terrible, in bearskin cap with hackle plume and accoutrements, with epaulets, gilt chevrons, and saber taches, his breast bright with medals, toes the line. He gives the pilgrim warriors sign of the Knights Templars. Major Tweedy growls gruffly. Rourke's drift. Up, guards, and at them. Mahar Shalal Hashbaz. Private car, I'll do him in. Private Compton, waves the crowd back. Fair play, here. Make a bleeding butcher's shop of the bugger. Massed bands blare Garryowen and God Save the King. Sissy Caffrey, they're going to fight. For me. Cunty Kate, the brave and the fair. Biddy the clap, methinks yon sable knight will joust it with the best. Cunty Kate, blushing deeply. Nay, madam. The gules doublet and merry St. George for me. Stephen. The harlots cry from street to street. Shall weave old Ireland's winding sheet. Private car, loosening his belt, shouts. I'll wring the neck of any fucking bastard says a word against my bleeding fucking king. Bloom, shakes Sissy Caffrey's shoulders. Speak, you. Are you struck dumb? You are the link between nations and generations. Speak, woman. sacred life-giver. Sissy Caffrey, alarmed, seizes private car's sleeve. AMNTI with you? AMNTI your girl? Sissy's your girl. She cries. Police. Stephen, ecstatically, to Sissy Caffrey. White thy fambles, red thy gan. And thy quarren's dainty is. Voices, police. Distant voices, Dublin's burning. Dublin's burning. On fire, on fire. Brimstone fires spring up. Dense clouds roll past. Heavy Gatling guns boom. Pandemonium. Troops deploy. Gallop of hoofs. Artillery. Horse commands. Bells clang. Backers shout. Drunkards bawl. Horse screech. Foghorns hoot. Cries of valor. Shrieks of dying. Pikes clash on cuirasses. Thieves rob the slain. Birds of prey, winging from the sea, rising from marshlands, swooping from Ares, hover screaming, gannets, cormorants, vultures, goshawks, climbing woodcocks, peregrines, merlins, black grouse, sea eagles, gulls, albatrosses, barnacle geese. The midnight sun is darkened. The earth trembles. The dead of Dublin from Prospect and Mount Jerome in white sheepskin overcoats and black goat fell cloaks arise and appear to many. A chasm opens with a noiseless yawn. Tom Rockford, winner, in athlete's singlet and breeches, arrives at the head of the national hurdle handicap and leaps into the void. He is followed by a race of runners and leapers. In wild attitudes they spring from the brink. Their bodies plunge. Factory lasses with fancy clothes toss red-hot Yorkshire barra bombs. Society ladies lift their skirts above their heads to protect themselves. Laughing witches in red cutty sarks ride through the air on broomsticks. Quaker Lister plasters blisters. It rains dragon's teeth. Armed heroes spring up from furrows. They exchange in amity the pass of Knights of the Red Cross and fight duels with cavalry sabres. Wolfe Tone against Henry Grattan, Smith O'Brien against Daniel O'Connell, Michael Devitt against Isaac Butt, Justin M. Carthy against Parnell, Arthur Griffith against John Redmond, John O'Leary against Lear O'Johnny, Lord Edward Fitzgerald against Lord Gerald Fitz-Edward, the O'Donoghue of the Glens against the Glens of the O'Donoghue. On an eminence, the center of the earth, rises the field altar of St. Barbara. Black candles rise from its gospel and epistle horns. From the high barbicans of the tower 2 shafts of light fall on the smoke-palled altar stone. On the altar stone Mrs. Mina Purefoy, goddess of unreason, lies, naked, fettered, a chalice resting on her swollen belly. Father Malachi O'Flynn in a lace petticoat and reversed chasuble, his 2 left feet back to the front, celebrates camp mass. The Reverend Mr. Hugh C. Haynes Love M.A. in a plain cassock and mortarboard, his head and collar back to the front, holds over the celebrant's head an open umbrella. Father Malachi O'Flynn, in Troibo ad alter diaboli. The Reverend Mr. Haynes Love, to the devil which hath made glad my young days. Father Malachi O'Flynn, takes from the chalice and elevates a blood-dripping host. Corpus meum. The Reverend Mr. Haynes Love, raises high behind the celebrant's petticoat, revealing his grey bare hairy buttocks between which a carrot is stuck. My body. The voice of all the damned, Tangiert Natopimo dog drawl et raf, Aiulela. From on high the voice of Adonai calls. Adonai, Tuhuhuhug. The voice of all the blessed, Alleluia, for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. From on high the voice of Adonai calls. Adonai, Guhuhuhuhud. In strident discord peasants and townsmen of orange and green factions sing Kick the Pope and daily sing to Mary. Private car, with ferocious articulation. I'll do him in, so help me fucking Christ. I'll wring the bastard fucker's bleeding blasted fucking windpipe. The retriever, nosing on the fringe of the crowd, barks noisily. Old Gummy Granny thrusts a dagger towards Stephen's hand. Remove him, Akushla. At 8:35 a.m. you will be in heaven and Ireland will be free. She prays. Oh good God, take him. Bloom runs to Lynch. Can't you get him away? Lynch, he likes dialectic, the universal language. Kitty. To Bloom. Get him away, you. He won't listen to me. He drags Kitty away. Stephen points. Exit Judas. Et laquio se suspendit. Bloom runs to Stephen. Come along with me now before worse happens. Here's your stick. Stephen, stick? No. Reason. This feast of pure reason. Sissy Caffrey, pulling private car. Come on, you're boozed. He insulted me but I forgive him. Shouting in his ear. I forgive him for insulting me. Bloom, over Stephen's shoulder. Yes, go. You see he's incapable. Private car, breaks loose. I'll insult him. He rushes towards Stephen, fist outstretched, and strikes him in the face. Stephen totters, collapses, falls, stunned. He lies prone, his face to the sky, his hat rolling to the wall. Bloom follows and picks it up. Major Tweedy, loudly. Carbine in bucket. Cease fire. Salute. The retriever, barking furiously. Ute 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 ute. The crowd, let him up. Don't strike him when he's down. Who? The soldier hit him. He's a professor. Is he hurted? Don't manhandle him. He's fainted. A hag, what call had the redcoat to strike the gentleman and he under the influence? Let them go and fight the boars. The bod, listen to who's talking. Hasn't the soldier a right to go with his girl? He gave him the coward's blow. They grab at each other's hair, claw at each other and spit. The retriever, barking. Wow wow wow. Bloom shoves them back, loudly. Get back, stand back. Private Compton, tugging his comrade. Here. Bugger off, Harry. Here's the cops. Two rain-caped watch, tall, stand in the group. First watch, what's wrong here? Private Compton, we were with this lady. And he insulted us. And assaulted my chum. The retriever barks. Who owns the bleeding tyke? Sissy Caffrey, with expectation. Is he bleeding? A man, rising from his knees. No. Gone off. He'll come to all right. Bloom glances sharply at the man. Leave him to me. I can easily. Second watch. Who are you? Do you know him? Private car, lurches towards the watch. He insulted my lady friend. Bloom, angrily. You hit him without provocation. I'm a witness. Constable, take his regimental number. Second watch, I don't want your instructions in the discharge of my duty. Private Compton, pulling his comrade. Here, bugger off Harry. Or Bennett'll shove you in the lockup. Private car, staggering as he is pulled away. God fuck old Bennett. He's a wit-earsed bugger. I don't give a shit for him. First watch, takes out his notebook. What's his name? Bloom, peering over the crowd. I just see a car there. If you give me a hand a second, Sergeant. First watch, name and address. Corny Kelleher, weepers round his hat, a death wreath in his hand, appears among the bystanders. Bloom, quickly. Oh, the very man. He whispers. Simon Daedalus' son. A bit sprung. Get those policemen to move those loafers back. Second watch, night, Mr. Kelleher. Corny Kelleher, to the watch, with drawling eye. That's all right. I know him. Won a bit on the races. Gold cup. Throw away. He laughs. 20-1. Do you follow me? First watch, turns to the crowd. Here, what are you all gaping at? Move on out of that. The crowd disperses slowly, muttering, down the lane. Corny Kelleher, leave it to me, Sergeant. That'll be all right. He laughs, shaking his head. We were often as bad ourselves, I or worse. What? What? First watch, laughs. I suppose so. Corny Kelleher, nudges the second watch. Come and wipe your name off the slate. He lilts, wagging his head. With my turalum. What? Do you follow me? Second watch, genially. Ah, sure we were too. Corny Kelleher, winking. Boys will be boys. I've a car round there. Second watch, all right, Mr. Kelleher. Good night. Corny Kelleher, I'll see to that. Bloom, shakes hands with both of the watch in turn. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. He mumbles confidentially. We don't want any scandal, you understand. Father is a well-known, highly respected citizen. Just a little wild oats, you understand. First watch, oh I understand, sir. Second watch, that's all right, sir. First watch, it was only in case of corporal injuries I'd have to report it at the station. Bloom, nods rapidly. Naturally. Quite right. Only you're bounden duty. Second watch, it's our duty. Corny Kelleher, good night, men. The watch, saluting together. Night, gentlemen. They move off with slow heavy tread. Bloom, blows. Providential you came on the scene. You have a car. Corny Kelleher, laughs, pointing his thumb over his right shoulder to the car brought up against the scaffolding. Two commercials that were standing fizz and jammets. Like princes, faith. One of them lost £2 on the race, drowning his grief, and were on for a go with the jolly girls. So I landed them up on Bian's car and down to Night Town. Bloom, I was just going home by Gardner Street when I happened to. Corny Kelleher, laughs. Sure they wanted me to join in with the Moes. No, by God, says I. Not for old stagers like myself and yourself. He laughs again and leers with lackluster eye. Thanks be to God we have it in the house. What? Do you follow me? Ha, ha, ha. Bloom, tries to laugh. He. Yes. Matter of fact I was just visiting an old friend of mine there, Vorug. You don't know him, poor fellow, he's laid up for the past week, and we had a liquor together and I was just making my way home. The horse neighs. The horse, ho 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 ha. Ho 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 home. Corny Kelleher, sure it was B&R Jarvie there that told me after we left the two commercials in MRS Cohen's and I told him to pull up and got off to sea. He laughs. Sober hearse driver's a speciality. Will I give him a lift home? Where does he hang out? Somewhere in Cabra. What? Bloom. No, in Sandy Cove, I believe, from what he let drop. Stephen, prone, breathes to the stars. Corny Kelleher, a squint, drawls at the horse. Bloom, in gloom, looms down. Corny Kelleher scratches his nape. Sandy Cove. He bends down and calls to Stephen. He calls again. He's covered with shavings anyhow. Take care they didn't lift anything off him. Bloom. No, no, no. I have his money and his hat here and stick. Corny Kelleher. Well, he'll get over it. No bones broken. Well, I'll shove along. He laughs. I've a rendezvous in the morning. Burying the dead. Safe home. The horse neighs. Ho 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 home. Bloom, good night. I'll just wait and take him along in a few. Corny Kelleher returns to the outside car and mounts it. The horse harness jingles. Corny Kelleher, from the car, standing. Night. Bloom, night. The Jarvey chucks the reins and raises his whip encouragingly. The car and horse back slowly, awkwardly, and turn. Corny Kelleher on the side seat sways his head to and fro in sign of mirth at Bloom's plight. The Jarvey joins in the mute pantomimic merriment, nodding from the farther seat. Bloom shakes his head in mute mirthful reply. With thumb and palm, Corny Kelleher reassures that the two bobbies will allow the sleep to continue for what else is to be done. With a slow nod, Bloom conveys his gratitude, as that is exactly what Stephen needs. The car jingles Turaloom round the corner of the Turaloom lane. Corny Kelleher again reassuralooms with his hand. Bloom with his hand assuralooms Corny Kelleher that he is reassuraloomte. The tinkling hoofs and jingling harness grow fainter with their turalolololole. Bloom, holding in his hand Stephen's hat, festooned with shavings, an ash plant, stands irresolute. Then he bends to him and shakes him by the shoulder. Bloom, ho. There is no answer. He bends again. Mr. Daedalus. There is no answer. The name if you call. Somnambulist. He bends again and, hesitating, brings his mouth near the face of the prostrate form. Stephen. There is no answer. He calls again. Stephen. Stephen, groans. Who? Black Panther. Vampire. He sighs and stretches himself, then murmurs thickly with prolonged vowels. Who? Drive. Fergus now. And Pierce, wood's woven shade. He turns on his left side, sighing, doubling himself together. Bloom, poetry. Well educated. Pity. He bends again and undoes the buttons of Stephen's waistcoat. To breathe. He brushes the wood shavings from Stephen's clothes with light hand and fingers. £1.7. Not hurt anyhow. He listens. What? Stephen murmurs. Shadows, the woods. White breast, dim sea. He stretches out his arms, sighs again and curls his body. Bloom, holding the hat and ash plant, stands erect. A dog barks in the distance. Bloom tightens and loosens his grip on the ash plant. He looks down on Stephen's face and form. Bloom communes with the night. Face reminds me of his poor mother. In the shady wood. The deep white breast. Ferguson, I think I caught. A girl. Some girl. Best thing could happen him. He murmurs. Swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, never reveal, any part or parts, art or arts. He murmurs. In the rough sands of the sea, a cable tow's length from the shore, where the tide ebbs and flows. Silent, thoughtful, alert, he stands on guard, his fingers at his lips in the attitude of secret master. Against the dark wall a figure appears slowly, a fairy boy of 11, a changeling, kidnapped, dressed in an Eden suit with glass shoes and a little bronze helmet, holding a book in his hand. He reads from right to left inaudibly, smiling, kissing the page. Bloom, wonderstruck, calls inaudibly. Rudy. Rudy gazes, unseeing, into Bloom's eyes and goes on reading, kissing, smiling. He has a delicate mauve face. On his suit he has diamond and ruby buttons. In his free left hand he holds a slim ivory cane with a violet bow knot. A white lambkin peeps out of his waistcoat pocket.